What is up, party people? So we're gonna have some gonna be a pretty fun one, I think. It's gonna be an open topic, nothing too serious, but I was doing some research on stuff and came across a upload on YouTube. I'm not sure if you guys know, find the name of it because I forget the guy's name and I don't want to be that big of a dick about it. I'm pretty sure you guys have probably seen this person before. Pause it on that end. Okay, so pretty sure Saguru, I guess his name is. I guess it's like that dude that the Hindu dude that speaks on philosophy and stuff. You'll see who it is. But basically, I wanted to play it, and because it's just a good mind, think tank, good thing to just sit on when he with the words he says. So it's about 3 minutes, and then we'll go into it. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and set up the meetup and get the link out there for you guys. So hopefully you guys will enjoy.
Different happenings. They are not three different dimensions or three different geographical spaces that you can go into and come back. When you use the word travel, it suggests movement, isn't it? I travel from point A to point B. I can't travel from point A to point A, point A to point A, point A to point A. I cannot travel unless I'm making rounds. So right now, when you say past, present and future, you're talking about triple A. You understand? It's AAA, it's not ABC. When we say time, in the yogic perception, which ultimately modern physics will come to someday, hopefully, is time is the basic aspect of creation. Because of time, there is gravity. Because of gravity, everything else. Right now, the problem with modern physics is they have reasonably understood the other forces, they're unable to understand what's gravity. Gravity is a consequence of time. It's not the other way around. Because there is time, there is gravity. The word time itself may not conjure that image in your mind. The Sanskrit word is correct, it's kala. Kala means two things, time and emptiness. Kali, not talking about the Devi. Kali means what? Empty. Kala means darkness, kala means time, and it also means emptiness. If you try to speak with little more personified context, we will call this Shiva. So we are talking about time and emptiness, time and nothingness as the same thing. Because there is time, there is creation. Because what we call as creation exists, there is gravity, because to maintain the integrity of a little bit of physicality in this vast kala, you need some force to hold it together. So, gravity is only when time bends in a certain way. Time which is nothingness, time which is emptiness, takes a curve. When it takes a curve, physical dimension begins. If it doesn't take a curve, physical does not exist. So when we say spiritual process, you're trying to get out of the curve because whatever curves ultimately will go in circles, isn't it?
All right, so like I said, it wasn't trying to show, get anything across. Just thought it was a pretty good discussion that he was having, and I wanted you guys to hear it. Like I said, wasn't meant for anything, not even part of a point of a discussion. Just thought it was good listening. Let me go ahead and get the meetup ready to go because it is set up. I just gotta share it. There we go. This, and there's a link. Okay, so one of the things that I definitely know I wanted to talk about today was kind of touching on what we were talking about yesterday when it comes to not showing. When it comes to sorry about that, guys. That's weird. Was the idea that truth and or belief is defined upon your perception of it, or facts, evidence, etc. Yesterday, Toady came on and he was saying stuff. Like, he was saying something to the effects of why I use truth in my tag, in my title, and it's pretty simple for me. In an aspect of it, I am searching for truth. But obviously, other people are going to have different ideas of what it is. So. Definitely a good conversation. Definitely something that isn't going to have an endpoint. So I thought, hey, I'll bring it up again. What's up, RW? I know that name. It's Freeman. Yeah. Can you hear me? You may be muted.
Shit, I am muted. Yeah, how we doing, buddy?
There you go. Pretty good.
Yeah.
See, I remember the name or your little, you know how it's RW. I was like, I remember that.
RW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you catch yesterday's stream at all?
No, I didn't. I've been hella busy, man. So
Yeah, no
I missed, I've just seen it pop up, so I thought I'd pop in, and I saw you playing Sadgahura, man. Like,
yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I actually like listening to that, dude. It's
me too, man. I just didn't know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to conceptualize exactly what he's trying to say, but there's always a moment.
To Alan Watts.
I do listen to Alan Watts on a regular basis. Yes.
Yeah, me too, man. Daily basis.
See, Alan Watts is one of those types that it's a wonderful listen, but
it's sad that he's gone because with the new breakthroughs we have today, his philosophy could have explained a hell of a lot more.
But that's the thing, though, because the way he explains things and how to conceptualize them is awesome. The problem is that he doesn't. It's weird. It's like he has this super skeptic ideal on things, yet rational.
Well, for me,
idea.
For me, I see him like. I mean, he says it himself. He was a drinker, you know, and he often spoke about how people who gain this state of awareness and realize that everything is just one, that you know, that nirvana, that Brahman state of consciousness, you have to anchor yourself in something. You have to play a role. He talks about playing. He has to play a role in this, even though you know it's a role. You have to play it, because without it, you are nothing. You know, and this is why he said people have crutches. Like, you know, he drank. That was one of his anchors. Yeah, and he liked to talk to people and make them go, aha, you're right. Instead of telling them 1 + 1 = 2, he made them figure it out, which is the best way of teaching, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
you can lead a horse to water, you know what I mean, but you can't make him drink it.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know who Alan Watts is, first of all, get out from under that rock. Second, it'd be like, to me, it seems like someone who is sitting in a dark room by himself and breaking down his thoughts. He expresses those very well, to the point where almost everyone can take something from it. Everything he's saying, you know.
Yeah, because
how you take it.
He laughs. He laughs, and he explains reality as basic, bare bones. You are staring at brilliant white light. He says it's just a brilliant white light. The all colors, everything, right? And it's the series of on and offness that breaks up this you know, the light and darkness, on and offness with sound waves. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what, without music, with music, we have on and off. We have silence and music, silence and noise, silence and noise. Without that silence, there is no melody. Without that offness, there is no onness. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't know what, you can't be happy unless you know what sad is.
Exactly. You know, and it's all about just taking it on the chin. You know, look for the bright side of things. Look for the silver lining in every situation and push towards that. You know what I mean? And don't desire, don't want anything. He's like, don't stop. You know, don't try to stop desiring, but stop desiring. You know what I'm saying?
See,
You've got.
but it's weird because in listening to it and a lot of the different type of guys that talk like that, I started realizing something. The to say think positive or how to think positively about something is or is kind of a misnomer, I think, because realistically,
Well, I don't believe he pushes that. I think he says, don't try not to think of anything. Try not to, you know, just be in the moment. Live in the now. Don't think about tomorrow or the
well,
next hour.
Yeah. I'm just saying in general. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't specify.
Sorry, no,
in
I
general.
thought.
Yeah, no. Actually, he's one of the type of guys that will go, don't think positive, think realistically. Break, you know, and then he'll go into some little quirky way of saying it, but I like it a lot.
Try not to think. He's like, he says this one. He talks about this story about a bear. You know, the bear and the farmer, and the farmer's trying to cook. That is really loud, man.
Yeah, you're kind of hot micing, Bob, but welcome though.
Yeah, nice one, Bob. Nice to see you again. But yeah, he talks about this bear, that this bear could like read his mind. So every time he went to like throw an axe or fire an arrow, the bear would move. He would quickly shift because he knew where he was going to go. So eventually the farmer just gave up, slammed his hand down. He's like, I give up. And then the bear was taunting him from behind. So he just, without thinking, just turned around and launched the axe, and it killed him. You know. So he talks about the thought of thinking. It's like archers when they fire an arrow, they can't think about aiming where they're going to shoot. They just do it. It's like a flow. It's like as you play the piano, it's a flow. You just have to be in the moment and try not to think about it because you already kind of know it subconsciously.
Yeah.
And if you try and latch onto that, you'll resist and you'll struggle. It's like if you try to sing, it'll sound bad. But if you just do it naturally, confidence and clarity, then it'll sound beautiful.
Yeah,
you know?
It's the idea that you're
you want to hear me sing?
I think I would, but not on this stream.
If you're confident with the right music, I don't know, you've got a gravelly voice. Could do some rock and roll.
Gotta find something. And I like that. I like that we brought up Alan Watts too, because he's another one of the guys that, like Sandu, that really touches on how, really gets into how philosophy is thought of rather than how it is, I think. I'm trying to get all these people in here.
It's hilarious. It's funny when you can reach that point of awareness where it makes sense and you just giggle to yourself, and it's like a belly laugh. You're like a real understanding laugh of niceness, because it's the best way I can explain it, because it's comfort. Yeah. To know something like that, but then it starts dying and you get back into reality and it kind of fades out.
Yeah, it happens. I'm trying to just finish this thing on 1 second.
Oh, I hear Bob can sing really well. I'd like to hear Bob sing. What about hearing Bob sing? Come on, Bob, give us a tune.
No, nobody sings.
Camelot, in south of France, I heard your call.
Is he? Was
Beautiful.
that like a? Damn, never mind. Train of thought lost. I'm trying to do 7 things at once. Gotta stop doing that. All right, I'm back. All right, kind of to touch base on it because it kind of frustrated me. It didn't frustrate me. But yesterday, Toady, actually, it didn't frustrate me at all. It was Toady's opinion. I kind of want to go back into this, and I know you guys are probably going to hate it, but I still haven't really got the answer.
Give me an update. What happened?
Okay, well, this happened at the
No.
beginning. At the beginning, Toady had came on and he kind of gave his opinion on truth and or
Quote.
people. How
Sorry, I
I
could hear
put
the
truth. Yeah, no worries. You know how I have truth in my titles. I hashtag a lot of Truth Army. What Toady was saying,
Okay.
that kind of usually pushes people away, in their first perception of who I am. And I told him I kind of don't mind that at all. Because for me, truth is subjective. It's me. It's
Well, it
mine.
attracted me. It's to me, it's a symbol of searching for the truth,
Mhm.
and
I think
we accept that no matter what.
I think it's even better because it's going to attract a crowd who are very likely to adopt the whole flat Earth thing and a conspiracy. So if they're not 100% there and they're on the fence, then this actually, your content might actually help to shine some light. So I think it actually serves a good purpose to have that name on it.
So I think the understanding of truth is important because for me, truth has zero to do with you guys. Has zero to the facts. It's truth to me
Truth is
is
objective.
what I've exactly. It's what I've gathered to provide my evidence for facts or proof. And then because I kind of wanted to really get into it. You end up going down the philosophy road and then link after link after link. And one of the things I noticed right away that actually pretty cool is that truth is or philosophy and truth kind of go hand in hand with what I'm thinking or how I'm saying or trying to say it is a better way of saying it because again, if I say something is true, it's true to me. You guys would have to verify it beyond that to make it true for yourselves. Truth is not it's not a gimme. It's not proof. Or did I say proof?
Well, are you
meant
talking about
truth.
subjective truth over objective truth here then? Because if your subjective truth it doesn't resonate with the objective truth, it would have to differ.
What would you
Yeah, I
consider
would
to
agree
be
with
the difference?
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, truth can be subjective and objective. Sometimes truth is quite a personal thing, but sometimes it can be quite objective because none of us would actually necessarily disagree. If I held a pen up and I dropped it, you can argue whether it's gravity or something else. It's going to fall to the floor. We all know that's going to happen.
Absolutely.
That's truth. So that's purely objective. But it can be subjective. Just depends on your what you can actually find within yourself. What is actually true or not true.
But
sometimes you got to have some huevos.
Well, hang on. Define subjective because you said it's subjective. It could be both. How?
That's a good question. Well,
it could be both.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is because for instance, there's a lot of things that we don't know about in the world. There's a lot of things we don't know about the universe. You can argue whether space exists or it doesn't exist. So really, we can only give a subjective point of view. Now, granted,
wait. Space, no matter what exists.
What I'm saying is, we can argue. I don't know whether people in this chat are actually saying whether they know space exists or it doesn't exist. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. It's just that not all of us can actually sort of, for instance, go out to space and actually see that we live on a globe or live on a flat Earth. Okay, we can't.
No, we all have a space car.
But isn't
you see what I'm saying? So,
but isn't that a perfect? Hang on. Isn't that a perfect example of why clarifying that is important? Because when you say, because space is space, not because outer space, it's space because of the definition of what space is.
Yeah.
So when people say there's no space, it's literally kind of going, well, everything in your room that doesn't have something, that's space. So how does that not exist?
Oh, I meant outer space in that case. I was just using that just as an example, and that's what I'm saying is because but truth be told, we don't know everything. But that's just a fact. There's some things that we do know, and as I said, we all know that if I drop a pen, it's going to fall to the floor. Whether you believe that's buoyancy density or whether you believe that's gravity is irrelevant. But we all know we can all agree that pen is going to drop. because we experience those things on a day-to-day basis. So that, to me, that's purely objective. But sometimes if there's not enough knowledge of what we think we know, then that's subjective, because we don't. I mean, I always live by the thing: you don't know until you know.
Well, exactly.
So you can only give a subjective opinion on something in that case.
Well, if your subjective opinion aligns with the objective truth, then that's how it can be both.
Yeah. It's a bit of a paradox in a lot of ways, but yeah, essentially.
Well, that's what you asked, right? You asked how can it be both?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, we say the Earth is a globe, right? And then we get objective truth. It is, and our subjective truth aligns with the objective truth. Because we have now proved,
It just, I mean, I live my life pretty much by, I'll believe something if there's enough evidence to actually give me a subjective opinion on it.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm not gonna. I know that we live on a globe, but I can't prove that we live on a globe right here and now. I can't do that. I don't have that ability. But I can present evidence.
You can prove it to yourself.
I can present enough evidence to persuade you that we are living on a globe, but I can't physically take you and show you that this is a globe.
Well,
I don't have that ability to do that.
You could do a few tests if you had enough.
Well, yeah. There's tests, but that doesn't. What I'm saying is that doesn't actually that's not necessarily, because the fact is that we got people that believe the Earth is flat is straight away. That's subjective.
Okay, but what about this? Hang on, guys. What about this, though?
Even if you take somebody to high altitude, they will claim that it's optical phenomenon.
Well, this is it. That's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The only thing, like I said, the one thing we can agree over: if I drop a pen, it's going to fall on the floor. There are some things that we know, or we can all agree on, and it is true. That's truth. But
are we back to truth? Are we still on the?
Yeah,
so I would argue.
Matter of fact,
Tony,
I'm not getting
into an argument. I'm not getting into an argument as to what's gravity, not. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, hang on. Toady.
Sorry,
I'm gonna let you talk, Toady. I just want to let you know what the topic we started with. Remember yesterday how we were talking about the truth in my title and
I
why
do.
Truth.
Yeah.
It's that basically. Again, it's. Go ahead.
So I'm going to make the point to Spaceman that I made, I think, yesterday, which is, my point is this. I think it's very likely that whenever I drop something, it will fall to the floor. Okay, I'm not getting to gravity. That's not the point. That is something which I take to be very, very probable, but I don't necessarily take it as being a truth, because there may be a situation one day where it doesn't happen. Yeah, and that's the whole point of science. Because,
like what?
Well, I don't know. But the point of science is, that up to this point, the best evidence points to whatever you might want to call it a truth. I would call it a weight of evidence, right? An extreme weight of evidence, I think, in the case of things falling towards the floor. But of course, there could always be situations or circumstances where maybe that doesn't happen. I know it's extremely unlikely.
But truth and evidence
if you want to call
that
a truth, so if you want to call that a truth, that's fine. Yeah. And this is the point we're getting to about whether a truth exists outside of human beings. Mm-hmm. But my point is, of course, I expect it to fall to the floor. I'm not suggesting otherwise. But my point is, there's always this space in science for something to therefore progress and to find evidence that doesn't do that. Otherwise, science would all be done. We'd finish and go up and go home and say we know everything, which we
that's
don't.
why. Yeah. But that's why truth is your own.
Toady, your example for truth when it comes to the pin falling, though, really comes down to conditional truth. So under these conditions, X is true. It's a little bit different.
Okay, that's a good argument. I'll accept that. Yeah. Under these conditions, this is true.
That's what I was going to.
I agree. It's like 1 + 1. I agree.
Exactly. Exactly what I was going to say. It's conditional.
Massive body with gravity, without any other anomalies affecting it, the pen will fall to the floor. I agree. Absolutely, that is.
I was only talking about on an everyday occurrence that if we stood up right now, we'll sit in our desks or sit in our phones and all the rest of it. If we drop something, he's going to fall on the floor. There are certain conditions. Exactly, it's conditional. What you're talking about.
Yeah, it's conditional. That's like maths as well.
Those conditions. Yeah.
Well, 1 + 1 is always 2. That is true. That is conditional as well. I agree. I think this is why yesterday we got into this thing about the different types of truth, and I think it is interesting, right? Because we use truth as this word, and I think it means a number of different things in slightly different areas. And I think when we're talking about science, we sometimes stray into that area of philosophy, right? Into Rumpus's, it's caused by mini blue pixies or whatever he came up with, yeah. Where it's really hard to falsify that. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I didn't go on. I was just saying green pixies. That's Rumpus's go-to.
Yeah, exactly. So it could be, right?
And I think you hit the nail on the head, really, because you hit on something quite there. This is where, when flat earthers and globers come to an argument, is that truth then becomes conditional, because they view things slightly differently. In which case, then they're putting a condition on what they perceive to be true. If that makes sense? It sounds like word salad in my head, but
so this is where we were yesterday, and that's why, for me, I keep saying that I'm looking for the move forward into consensus, because I believe there are things that we can agree with the other side, and we may, I'm not saying we may be able to build towards consensus, whereas the minute that I start talking about truth, they're going to dig their heels in, right? If I go in and say I've got the truth.
That's the thing. That was the main reason why I wanted to do this topic, because the idea of a consensus. Because a consensus, again, doesn't provide facts, proof, or a subjective truth. Because again,
I don't care about that. I can operate within a consensus, though, Shawn. So
but can you?
I can. I absolutely can. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's someone who this is hypothetical. This is not how it is. Someone who believes Einstein is wrong, Newton's right. Mm-hmm. Both and vice versa, they're going to believe that those two versions are true for their own point of view. Mm-hmm. Now, you can say it's not a real force. You can say it may act like a force, but we know it's not a real force. It's not a physical force. So therefore, is it true? Well, one consistent may say it acts as a force and may agree with that, but another one may disagree. So therefore, how do you find
So I think I would argue that's not a great example. The reason being, and I'll tell you why it's not a great example. I can absolutely operate within that. If I meet a flat earther, but they say that they accept Newton, but they're not sure about Einstein, which is kind of sort of slightly my own position, because I don't understand Einstein. I'm not saying it's not true, by the way, but it is just an explanation. Okay, I don't need to have that to understand the effects, make calculations, and deal with what I need it to do in terms of gravity, right?
Exactly.
So I think maybe we should have a better example than that, because I could reach consensus with them that the force known as gravity does exist. Yep, and we can all work within the Newtonian principles, right, to make calculations and stuff.
That's actually a good example. Then how do you come to a consensus on whether or not gravity is a force?
That's called the scientific consensus.
But how do you do it? How do you do it in a group? How do you do it talking, say, to Travis, not his opinion, just in, you know what I mean?
Here's the thing, Toady, can I ask you a question on that, right? Do you really believe that globers and flat earthers can come to consensus to the shape of the Earth? Or
right.
Hang on.
Flat earthers can't even agree with one another.
Hold on.
Observations.
Can you let me finish? Let me finish, please. Or are you actually saying, can we actually agree to disagree? Because that sounds like what you're actually saying.
No.
Because I fail to see how we can actually come to consensus to the shape of the Earth.
So
yeah,
what I'm saying
that was what the issue I had the other day. I'm gonna let you. I just wanted to let him know that.
So there's three parts to what I'm saying, right? And clearly, by the way, I believe what I'm saying, because as you know from the way that I carry on, right, I genuinely am looking for consensus. I'm not here to look for truth or force my truth on any other person, okay?
And it's not wrong to do that at all either.
So by the way, I'm not saying right or wrong.
I'm just letting everyone know that it's not. This isn't a discussion on who's right or who's wrong. It's personal opinion, 100%.
Exactly. Yep. So I came into this hoping, thinking that things could be cleared up quite easily. I'm now probably more doubtful that we can reach consensus. Okay, I think there are things we can reach consensus over. By the way, there are absolutely things I can sit down with Travis and others and absolutely agree on. Right? There's atmospheric effects. They're complex. They're multi-layered. But whether that gets us anywhere, I'm maybe now more doubtful than I was, let's say, 6 months ago. Okay, but I would still work towards that consensus, because I find in the job that I do we make very difficult, very grey choices all the time in business. Yeah, and consensus is a powerful thing. We don't look for truth in business. We look for pragmatism, compromise, and consensus, right? Because we can move forward. We can work in that. Okay.
In that realm of things, business, business, truth has nothing
I
to
hadn't
do
finished,
with it.
but okay.
Muddy
So I'm
waters.
giving an example from another world that works. I'm not here to search for truth. Okay, that isn't what this is about for me, right? I'm not saying other people may look for many different things. Yeah, I'm not here to come and have an argument about what's true or not. I am already mostly pretty sure about.
Oh, God damn it! You've got an argument.
Well, I think is true. So what I'm wanting to do is help, and I think if we could reach some consensus, it would just be a lot better. I'm a little bit doubtful because I think people need to enter in the spirit of that, and maybe there aren't too many flat earthers and globers as well. I don't know who want to work in that spirit, because some of it's about point scoring. We've got a lot of very different characters here for different reasons. They're here, right?
Yeah,
and that makes it difficult.
How would you then how would we all come to a consensus with the shape of the Earth? How would we reach that consensus?
You can't.
Well, I wouldn't go straight into the shape of the Earth, because that's where you get people digging the heels in the media.
The problem is the people.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Because I want. Hang on. No. Because I wanted to clarify something real quick. Again, casual. So when we were talking about this yesterday, I asked Toady the same question on the realms of how do you the next step, basically. The issue I had with the consensus. Damn, I suck ass up.
Consensus.
Thank you. The issue with that was because the issue I had with Travis. You can with that you're agreeing to find the points that you agree on, but the second you want to step past that and explain more, that groupthink, so to speak, it then shatters and it goes away.
The smart people,
I hear what you're saying.
the ones that see science, right? They see it as there's enough information to say the Earth's already fucking a globe, so they don't see fit to waste more time to prove to these people who are very small in community who just deny that it's a fucking globe.
Totally agree that. Yep. I'm with you. It's a tiny community, and proper scientists don't care about communicating to them. It's such a small minority; they really don't care.
Yeah.
The final result of what we're actually the whole debate with flat Earth and round Earth, you can say, okay, you can reach a consensus on certain things, but let's be realistic. And the bottom line is that's where the argument is going to end, and that's why I don't think you could ever reach a consensus on anything because of the shape of the Earth. You might say, okay, let's not dive straight into that, but the thing is, that's the bottom line. That's what it all boils down to. You have to be realistic.
So what I would say to that, Spaceman, is just because things are hard, I don't give up and don't try. I'm at the point where I think it probably is a bit of a fool's errand, quite frankly, in my own journey through this. Yep. And I think there are powerful forces weighed against us from people's mindsets. Hang on, just let me complete. But that's my point. I wouldn't start from truth, because I think if you're trying to ram truth down someone's throat, the kind of people we're dealing with are already contrarian, fundamentalist. They have a certain kind of mindset. Do you sort of mean?
If you're saying ram truth down someone's throat, then
that's not what I'm saying.
Your idea of truth.
I'm not suggesting anyone's doing that. I'm just saying that's not where I'd start from.
It's not where the name doesn't perceive that. It doesn't give that image to me. It gives more of a truth seeking, trying to find the truth.
Are we back to the truth armor thing, are we?
Toady, personally,
I thought that's what you meant.
Toady,
it's all about the truth part.
I don't want to sound like I'm putting words into your mouth or saying what you should be thinking. I personally think that what you're actually seeking, whether you probably don't realise it, is perhaps like a consensus that we can actually agree to disagree. Personally, I think that's what you're seeking.
I don't think I am. No, I think I'm likely to leave this forum, arena, whatever we want to call it, within the next couple of months, because I'm not someone who wastes a lot of time and my energies on something where I'm not likely to get a good outcome, right? I'm a person who's all about outcomes.
Yeah, but
I think agreeing to disagreeing is agreeing to disagreeing is a methodology. Yep. But I think there's such a gap I found in the last 6 months that we're working from very different paradigms with these people. And with Jose and other people moving on, I think there's less forums to be able to have that discussion. It's just my point is I would always try and approach consensus rather than truth, right? Because not that I got anything against truth, but it's a tricky
I
word.
see where you're coming from.
Because it's so subjective.
But you're going to have a problem with that, and that is that both the positions are mutually exclusive.
Yes.
And there is a right answer and there is a wrong answer.
Yes, your choice is just going to be biased anyway. So
the Earth physically cannot be flat. All right, there's too much evidence to say that it is physically not flat.
I don't disagree with that, Bob. Don't disagree.
It's not an issue where there's actually a debate. There are people that refuse to admit it, and then there are people that try and
so I think that's where we differ.
Yeah, they're going at it wrong because they say it's flat, but realistically, in the conversation of being philosophical, they're basically just skeptics against science.
They're contrarian. There's a difference. There are people that are simply contrarian, and then there are people that are selling T-shirts to people that are contrarian. And that's really all that's there. The evidence is very clear. The evidence is something that even a child could recognize the evidence as being evidence. I mean, look at this shadow on Mount Rainier. You tell me a 6-year-old child who doesn't understand that the light casting the shadow on the clouds above Mount Rainier is coming from below the summit of the mountain.
Can you do me a favor? Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you think they're how do you say it? You're saying on the type of skepticism that they have. Can you elaborate a little bit more on it?
They don't really have skepticism. Skepticism is a good thing. Skepticism is not believing everything unless you can demonstrate it.
Would you say some people are crashing in on it and trying to
well, no, there's only two types. There's only two types of people in flat Earth. You have the willfully ignorant and the people selling T-shirts to the
exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
I would say three. I would say three. I would say three because myself, I wouldn't fall in either one of those. Or you can say there's 20.
You're not in flat Earth anymore.
I'm not, but I consider myself that I was, and the fact that I'm not anymore, but that doesn't change why a flat earther would be.
You are not willfully.
Yeah,
that is why you are not a flat
Well, not anymore, but he might.
But that's what I mean of.
Well, not
there needs to be more than one group that you're.
That's why I think Bob's categorization is a little bit unfair to them. I know Bob's pissed off with them, right? So it's like me. I believe.
You could have a third class to call them the ignorant, but that's not
the uneducated.
I don't think that they are. I don't think it's unfair at all because the bottom line is, if you don't understand something and somebody takes the time to very carefully and step by step show you why it's this way. All right, I can show you a demonstration as to why.
But
the sun has to be below the summit of Mount Rainier to cast the shadow above it.
But Bob, you got to remember, they have to then understand your explanation.
I can show them a flashlight below something and how it casts the shadow upward, and then I can raise it above it and show it cast the shadow downwards.
Hold on a minute, thinking about it as well.
But what if how the system works they don't see it like that? So, for instance,
Then that is a very sad state, isn't it?
No. Yes. Absolutely it is.
You can't see the direction of a shadow when you shine a light on something and comprehend that. I mean, that is a skill that is taught. That's a skill that's maybe by the 3rd grade you might.
No.
If you're a little slow, you might still struggle with that by the 3rd grade.
Yeah, if you're talking put a square block in a square hole. But when you're talking about Earth as a system, as a globe, and understanding it, there's a difference. Because for me, I wasn't able to put the pieces together, and in my brain have that visualization of a globe. And it was because I couldn't understand. I didn't understand the factions of it.
And what changed
learning
it?
And understanding it and taking in the information I was given. Yes.
All right. Now you see, there's the things that you talk about that are not present in the flat Earth. Learning, understanding,
but that's what I mean. That's what I mean, though, because they're not all that way. but they're not all that way. You're talking a group of flat Earth content creators that spout bullshit. But you got to remember, there's thousands that don't feel the same way, don't voicerize their opinions, or even put it in the text chat. They're just quiet and they listen. And I believe that there are a lot of people that want to understand, don't understand, but want to understand, and don't have the same ideas like Riley does.
Then they can ask.
You can't assume that because Riley has 14,000 subs, that 14,000 people don't care or
Riley doesn't have 14,000.
Well, I know.
He's got 3,000 subs.
I know. I was just throwing out a number. I was just saying.
Yeah.
I just think it's you can't put flat Earth in a group based on the mainstream flat earthers.
No, I agree with you.
I put them in two groups.
So that's why I disagree with Bob. I think he's being a little bit unkind to that sort of third group. I completely agree. There are T-shirt sellers, right? And we know who they are. Okay, they're there, definitely. Yep. I agree there are some people who I would agree with Bob, and I know Bob's a bit upset with them, are willfully ignorant. And that's why I'm spending some of my time the last 6 months, and I may go as far as Christmas, to try to see if we can reach some workable consensus whereby we can work out from the simpler things to the larger whole, right? Which is why I don't start with the Earth is round. I listen to them. I put up with a lot of their crap, as you know. I'm well known for it, and go for the long, turgid 2 hours of debating this, that, and the other. I've given that a good try, and a bit like Bob, I guess, reaching the end of my tether. But I do think that there are genuinely people out there who will change and will see the light. It's just whether I want to spend a lot of my time doing that. I think there's enough information available.
Those are the people that we do this for, though, Toady.
I agree.
We don't do it for the flat earthers, and we don't do it for the T-shirt sellers. We do it for the people that are on the fence, and we're putting out STEM education and
I agree.
Giving them the tools they need to make the right thought.
And Bob, I think we're at the point where there's enough of that stuff now. There is enough good content. If you want to find out really the shape of the Earth, there is enough excellent content out there. You can watch it, whatever background you're coming from.
What if? Okay, how about this? Brian, thank you. What if? Okay, so I'm trying to think about how to phrase this. Okay.
Yeah.
There are also, then I would also say that there are definitely two groups of globers, for instance. And this isn't bad. This is not bad at all. So don't take it anyone I refer to. Actually, I want to refer to Bob because he would be someone I actually do consider an authority. If you are here to teach, to help and people understand, do you think that maybe that skews the reality of how someone understands, or the speed at which they understand? I guess would be a good one. And then the other group would be someone who, like yourself, Bob, who isn't here to learn. You're here to teach. I think I kind of just mixed everything up. Okay, so that part, and then myself, who's basically here to learn and understand things. I know sometimes I may come across as telling you how I know how factual something is, but it's still my truth until verified, obviously. Wouldn't those two groups be almost the same thing as the two groups you're saying for flat Earth?
No, because I don't think there's any charlatans. I don't think there's any. I can't think of any globe charlatans who are selling T-shirts just for the sake of it. I can't think of it.
Red's rhetoric, flight to flat Earth.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can name a lot of them. Okay, now this.
They're not charlatans, though, Shawn.
Yes, they are.
That's their
hang on, Chris.
job.
Hang on. Wait, hang on.
That is their job.
Divine charlatans.
That's how charlatans are somebody that put out false truth for profit.
Okay, now you're saying that there are no globers that stream information and are wrong?
No, I think that there's some that make mistakes, myself included. And as people that are trained in science, we graciously accept correction on our mistakes.
Is Fight the Flat Earth
and learn from
trained
them.
in science?
Yes, he's a physicist.
Is he? I don't know. I don't think he's a physicist.
Yeah, you may not like his style. Yeah, you may not like his style, right?
I think he's an asshole. I don't like the guy.
Nor do I, but he's not selling falsehoods, right?
It's not that I don't like Craig. He's just not my style. He's not the approach that I would take.
But he's wrong about a lot of No, he's wrong about a lot.
Yeah, he is, dude. Even the ballers are calling him out.
Well,
for
either way, he is a physicist, whether you believe it or not.
He's not a nuclear engineer, man. Come on.
Well, a physicist does not mean he has to be a nuclear engineer.
He has a degree in
a
physics.
physicist is
Yes.
an upgrade from a nuclear engineer.
Then how does
So he's not even a nuclear engineer.
So then it doesn't matter. If he has a degree in it, then shouldn't he be a little bit more factual about?
Correct.
And if he makes a mistake and is corrected, I would expect him, and I have seen him do it, correct himself. I've corrected myself.
All right. Can I ask you? Can I approach this from a different way? So, I'm pretty much in agreement with you on the different characters that are within play from both sides of the argument. But here's two things that we tend to forget. One, the people who stay silent, who are out to learn truth, may not actually say, thanks very much, I've stopped falling down this conspiracy theory rabbit hole or that one. They've got their information, they're happy now, and they go back to their lives. But because these people are silent and aren't coming onto these panels or into the debates or whatever you want to call them, if we're not there and we can't do it in a civil way and do it with respect for the other people who are there to learn, do you think that we're going to reach any of those people?
Which is why I look for consensus then, which is why my approach is maybe a bit soft, and I take that on the chin, and I listen to a lot of crap that people spout, because I think the debate is important and how we go about it does matter, because otherwise you turn people off if you're in the sort of fight the flat earth types camp of being quite aggressive. Yeah,
I agree.
That's just my view, right?
We don't buy that anymore from him. We know he's not smart. So just through your channel.
First, hang on, guys, stop. Everyone, stop. First of all, mind of God, hang on. Yeah. We're not. That's step one. Second, your claim and your comment made zero sense to it at all. Like it literally. He is. I didn't say he was dumb. I didn't say he was.
I'm building off the previous statement. Somebody was like, "We're not here to like argue and like be, like have a malicious or like rude conversation." Yeah, somebody's got to get to him.
Speaking for himself.
Skeptic.
Yeah,
that's what's going to make a productive dialogue. What they're doing on science and satire.
Don't you think? Because
you're
productive,
actually, and I'm telling you, the only.
Oh, you're actually a perfect example, mind of God. I know you're smart. I know you're smart. I know. I don't know specifically what you do for a living, but I know what you do has to do with numbers, and I know you're not dumb.
Just because somebody's doing something.
Hang on. Then when you go about the conversation of, say, drones and the test that you wanted to do, you came across very stupid. I know you're not stupid. So in a sense, everything
Dude,
you just said.
Did you see the article that CBS? Yeah, but Shawn.
No. Yeah. So Shawn, how does the discussion progress? This is actually perfect. How do we progress in this conversation if between me and you, mind of God, you're the one who's saying "nuh-uh"?
Yeah.
And that's not how things work. So how would we progress from here? Because it's actually a great question.
I'm not, Shawn, the beef was not with you.
It's not about beef. It's not about beef at all. It's literally about conversation. Because if it's about beef, then it's a personal thing.
Just let me finish the point. I would just say, all I'm saying is, and it's not a shot to you or anybody on this panel. I think it's all I'm telling you guys. Even if you guys were to come and criticize us on Flat Earth and be like, oh, these few people, they're like, whatever, they're doing something. We have to like react and maybe go use our influence. I'm telling you, fight the Flat Earth and Team Skeptic. We know they're not smart. Rumpus.
Come on. No.
Again, not true.
Hold on.
These are decent.
I want to reply.
Hang on. Why do you say they're not? Why do you say they're not smart?
We know they're not smart.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you guys know that we're not smart when we talk to you? How do you measure?
I never said you were.
Yeah, I just literally just made the point.
I'm asking.
Sean, let me say this, please, Sean, because I'm trying to say this. Just because you think somebody's doing something the wrong way, I don't always agree with the way science and satire do things. Okay, not always, but you cannot. No way can you actually say that they're not smart. Neither of them both of them actually quite smart, but you can't just come on and say they're not smart. How do you know this and prove to me right now that they're not?
Let me answer the question.
Making a claim, you've got to do it.
Yes. I'm stating that in the same way Shawn just made the statement about me talking about drones. He's allowed to have that opinion. That's fine. It's fair enough. And I'm telling you from our vantage point, what makes
them not smart?
Lack of rigor. It's a total clown show. They're not actually talking about anything in a coherent kind of way. They don't know. Wait a minute.
So their
last point.
Nonsense.
Last point. They don't know the details of the optics and the arguments that people are getting on Jose and other people's hangouts. They don't know that stuff, so it's a waste of time.
Wait, do you know that stuff?
Shawn, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. I don't have time for this.
That's just nonsense. Right. Just because they don't know about certain things, that doesn't make them not smart or dumb. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it does. In this topic, they're dumb.
That's what we're debating. No, stop. Hang on. The casual. Hang on.
Let me say, Sean. Let me say this.
No. Hang on, because he's skipping over something. Hang on. How do you know they are dumb? That was a question. Or they're not smart. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Rigor in mathematics is like clarity, is completeness, is exhaustive, is understanding it to the lowest level, the most granular level.
And you're saying, okay, so wait. So do you come to these discussions without rigor too?
No, not in the statements that I make.
Okay. What about our whole drone conversation that we had in the past?
No, that was a brainstorming discussion. I didn't go.
No, it wasn't. No. Here's how I know it's not, because you sat on Jose's panel and told a professional surveyor how to set up a grid. You told an authority, someone who actually is an authority.
He knows that it's flat, though, man. There's no point.
No. See, wait, no. See how you're bypassing what I'm saying now? Because you do that.
Right.
So Shawn, I was a listener of a lot of those conversations. I 100% agree with CP. He was going over hypothetical scenarios that we could potentially use to prove flat or globe.
Right. Okay.
And in that he was refusing to listen to how Jesse was setting stuff up. He was trying to tell Jesse he was wrong in how to do surveying.
But Shawn, by the way, for the record, Jesse later came back and said it was okay. He understood after.
Can I ask CP a question, please?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I'm going to ask it anyway. CP, right? There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I don't know about. Okay. I don't know a lot about optics, but I don't debate them. But does that make me stupid? Does that make me dumb?
If you're hosting a discussion on the shape of the Earth that involves optics, yes.
Am I smart or am I dumb?
Let me answer the question. Only if you're planning to host a debate where that topic is required to be understood. Yes, you are dumb for doing that. That's like me hosting a religious discussion on the Bible and I don't read the Bible. It's the same thing. You are dumb if you do that.
Dumb. That doesn't make somebody dumb. That's just lack of knowledge. That makes something dumb.
Don't host a debate then. If you
come on.
If you don't have
but that doesn't make you dumb. It just makes you lack of knowledge.
Casual. You're falling down into Mind of God's trap that he does every time he comes onto a panel. You need to ease off.
Okay. Now, Mind of God, this is what I want. I want you to give me an example of why they are not smart.
Who's they? Team Skeptic and Flat Earth?
Yep.
Because it's very, very clear that they don't know some of the nuances about
what is clear
optics that are being discussed on other panels, like objects disappearing bottom up on a flat surface, which has been shown many times in many videos.
You mean no? It hasn't. I debunked you in the back of my truck.
No, I have a video on my channel. You can see it.
Okay, I've seen it. Trust me.
Right.
I can tell you right now. If I show you an image right now, I guarantee you, you're either going to have to agree with everything I say, or purposely be just intelligently dishonest. Or
I'm going to use words that you don't understand. I'm going to use terms that you won't understand when you bring it up, but you can go and
okay, mind of God, can I ask you a question?
Wait a second, no, stop. I gotta give the truth here. What Shawn just presented is called a false dichotomy. Either you're gonna do this or you're gonna do that.
Oh no! Watch. Watch. I'll
what
show
if
you.
I don't understand it? Bring it up. That's fine.
Right. There's many avenues.
Doesn't make a difference. You don't
looking at a photo.
Exactly.
He might ask you to prove. He might ask you to prove the observation.
Nope.
Keep that in mind.
Nope,
I didn't.
We're open, man. We're open to it, dude. If there
Mind
is
of
a
God,
ball,
you
the
seem
Bible,
open to it because you just got done saying okay. But Chris over here, Chris doesn't want to have a conversation about
it's flat. That's
clear.
Why. That's why he's here. Okay. He's here to help you.
Okay, how about this? Everyone else,
I didn't say anything like that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to, Chris. But everyone except for Chris and Mind of God, mute yourselves because I'm gonna bring up this picture.
Right. I'm going on mute.
And this is exactly what I'm gonna do, Chris, in Mind of God. We're going to go over and just verify what we see. We're not going to verify why. We're not going to verify the
that doesn't
different observations. Just watch.
Hashtag we can do this.
How do we verify what we see if we're not going to verify anything about it?
Because we don't need to.
Chris, just let Shawn follow through the process.
He told you retards to go on mute.
Yeah, exactly.
Chris.
You'll hear people.
Oh,
Chris,
there we go.
Stop.
There we go again.
Everybody stop. Yeah, casual. I got it. Casual. I got it. Chris. Stop.
Grow up with the insults, dude. Come on.
Okay, so I'm
You're
going
older
to share my screen.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, guys. Okay, just let it be. Let me just everyone else go on mute except for Chris and Mind of God. Okay, so this wonderful image that we all love so much. Go over this. Okay, now hear me out before you make an opinion. Just listen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We are looking at the Anacopa Island image that Travis has. Okay, we can establish this. We know those are that's a lighthouse in the building, right?
What if it's a hot pixel, like the ballers come on my channel and say,
No. My bad.
No, I'm asking.
No. You weren't here for. No. Chris can answer that, but you weren't here for the observation, so I'm being too specific. I'm sorry.
Okay. All I'm telling you is people come and say that it's a hot pixel, whatever the hell.
That's a boat.
Means.
That's a boat, right?
Okay.
Appears to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's an island, Chris.
That looks like there's some miraging on the island.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. We're gonna get to that.
Okay. I'm just saying.
We've established. Okay. This is ocean. We've established that is. We can agree, right? We've come to a consensus. Correct?
Do you believe that it's physical, though? Do you believe everything we're seeing in the water?
No. We're not getting into details right now. We're not getting into details.
Okay.
We're just establishing clear-cut facts that we all agree on.
Shawn, I need you to go on mute. Barry and I need to talk about this image, and we're going to show that it's a flat Earth.
Yeah. Just type in Skype like you guys normally do. Okay, so like I was saying, we've established that's a boat, we've established that's a land, and we've established that's ocean. Okay, now
we haven't. I just asked you that we have not, because we don't know if that water, all of it is physical that we're looking at. That's why I mentioned that.
That's why I did it really low down on the bottom. I didn't do it up by up
down
here.
There? Okay, sure.
Yeah. I made sure. Okay.
Water, yes.
Okay. So now we're gonna get a little bit more technical, but we're not verifying. We're just making sure our observations work together. So right about here, we believe there is one mirage line, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then I am to suspect, and I believe that this is another line. I'm able to hide.
I like that you said
perfect.
Believe, so we're not going to prove anything here, right? No one's going to jump off the.
We're not doing. Yeah, we're not doing this as curvature.
Shut up, man.
Okay. No.
Stop. Stop. Hang on, Carlos. Stop, because you've done that like 3 times now, man. Fuck. Okay.
Pagan, chill, bro. Dude.
I got it. Okay. So we've established that so far, the 2 yellow lines are the miraging lines that we see.
I think so. I think the second one is less clear, but the first one is
looks pretty You're right. Clear, You're right. Okay, so this line is the edge of what appears to be the body of water, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
The edge in the sense that that's the furthest visible water molecule that we can see.
AKA our horizon, basically.
Wait, sorry.
My horizon. Wait. My horizon. Listen, my horizon. Your edge of the body of water. We're not trying to make you think this or convince me of this. All we're doing is establishing what we see.
Wait, Shawn.
I'm just saying
Shawn.
there's no.
Yes,
I'm not
Chris.
trying to disagree with you. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Wait, so Toady says he doesn't agree with the second horizon line. I'm actually interested.
The second horizon? Go ahead. Yeah, unmic.
The closest
Toady.
one.
Sorry, so that I'm allowed to speak.
Yeah. I just don't want
Permission
like 30
granted.
I just don't want 30 people.
Well, so
doing
I've
this.
seen the other videos in this, and I think that's a fishing net. So I don't agree with the second miraging.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ambiguous.
Let me show you
Agreed.
why it is miraging. Let me get rid of this.
That's the thing.
Cody,
it could be, it
Cody,
may
are you
not
talking about the boat mirage or the mountain?
Yeah,
mirage?
I'm talking about the boat,
boat.
not the horizon line, Chris.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and I
I
would
think
agree
we're
with
getting
that.
too excited there.
Yeah,
so
would
when
agree
I
with
look
you
at
there.
this, I'm seeing, look right there.
So we're seeing the front of the boat and not the back.
That's almost like a mirror image of it.
That's definitely the mirror image of it. Yeah, it's inferior mirage.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I've seen the rest of it. I think maybe the window as well looks like it's mirrored. So, yeah,
I agree
this
with
window
Toady.
could
I don't
be.
think-
Agree.
I don't think it's
withdraw my
100%.
objection. Withdraw it. But I've seen the
It's
rest of the
close.
sequence, and I didn't
Yeah.
see it in the rest of the sequence, which is why, because I analyzed this with Travis.
Yeah,
But okay, fair
remember,
enough. I'll give you
To be
that.
fair, we don't
remember
know.
this
We
is
don't know
this
for
is
We
sure.
don't know. I agree.
No.
We don't know,
Yeah.
and it could come and it could go. Right?
Yeah,
Correct.
Toady.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, this only works for Toady because Toady knows what I'm talking about. This is, I think, is like the second or third pass.
Right. Okay.
So it's
So
going
it
to
could have gone into that zone.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I know what
But
you're
dude,
talking
why are you
about.
Objection.
I've
Withdrawn.
seen that.
Withdrawn.
I've seen
Shawn,
that
why are you
image
using
that you're
this
talking
one?
about.
This one's a more of a flat Earth one. Why wouldn't you pick a
Really?
better image?
No, it's not. Well,
I mean-
first of all, it's not, and it doesn't matter because I said we're not going into that. We're just verifying observation, and I think we're doing a great job so far.
Yes.
Me and Chris, Toady, and so far I think we
good.
all agree so far. Every line and arrow I have, we have established something for. Except the body of water is all we are establishing is that is the edge of the body of water. I'm not going to even say horizon.
We don't know that. We don't know that for sure, but we'll give it to you
It's
for
what
now.
it appears to be.
Conversation.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let's talk about that last point.
Okay, that's
I have an
perfect.
issue with that point.
Okay.
So I don't get it. What's the point?
Okay,
where's the edge here?
So for me, in my opinion, because this is what I know, what I think it is, so I'm saying it as I think it. The body of water, that line, is my horizon. But
he's saying
for the sake of the argument, I'm going to say yes, physical body of water. That's the end of the observable body of water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, but we know that's not true, though.
Yeah, I don't think it is either.
Okay.
We know that's not true because so that the way I would ask it is what's between that, what looks like a hard body of water line, and the mountain inferior mirage line.
Correct.
All in here, right? You're talking about this.
It's got to be more physical water. That's
right?
the point.
Is this what you're talking about? Okay.
I didn't see you draw any. I didn't see.
Oh shit! Yeah, no. Yeah, that's because I keep drawing on the wrong screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's miraging.
Right. What's it miraging off of?
Yeah. What's it hiding? If it's hiding physical water, then we win. If it's not, then you win. That's fine. But if it's hiding
No. First of all, no one wins or loses, and second, the reason we don't see, we know we're not seeing a body of water beyond that because it's mirroring the island or the body, the land.
All we're saying is that if that's hiding real physical water that's out there extending, then it's a flat surface, right?
No,
if
that
it's
makes
not,
zero. No.
Yeah.
Wait, Chris, would you even say that makes any sense? Like, just what he just said.
I see his point.
That it makes perfect sense.
I see his point, though. I see his point
because the water would rise up like on a flat surface, like perspective. It's just the way it would be. Like anything.
Right.
Like, why is the water rising up before that? It would just keep going, and then further. And then if that's the case, then that thing that far away is resting on a flat plane.
Okay.
And
then
then
that's perfect.
it's really far away. So,
I have a question then,
You're seeing the base of it. You're seeing the base of it because it's miraged.
I have a question. You stand at the beach and you look out over the ocean. It appears to rise up, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. In that sense, are you telling me that the horizon or whatever the body of water that appears to rise up, are you telling me that it actually does?
No. All I'm saying is that the rise up would happen on a flat or a curved surface. No one's arguing that because locally, let's say locally it's flat.
No, if it was
just let me finish.
Seeing how it's a sphere, it wouldn't though. You can't say that both. You can't say that they would.
You
can't say it would rise on both. Yeah.
Just hear me out, because locally on a big ball, it's still roughly flat, correct? Like from a mathematical perspective.
A very small percentage, yes.
Yes,
it is flat.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that our field of view for that day is limited to where that big ball, big or small ball, is effectively a flat plane. It would have the same sort of geometry optics as a flat Earth, right? That's just math. Like if
it would appear
to,
it would appear to, yes.
Sure.
Because even on even on a local level, there is a measurable difference. Whether you have the tools to do so or here nor there.
Yeah, and we wouldn't on these kind of images. That's my point. It would be effectively the same. But the point that I'm making, and I think Chris might also make, is if the water extends from that first little yellow line that you made all the way to the back physically, do you agree that we're able to recognize the bottom of that island because it's miraging at the?
I see what you're saying.
Its fold line is the base, right?
So you're saying if there is no miraging happening, none at all.
Yep. And
if we see,
yep.
yeah, and we see that water.
Yeah,
it's flat,
and it extends all the way to the base. Then it's flat.
Yes, you are right, 100%.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Good. So
okay, yeah.
I disagree. I disagree. I agreed with Mind God up to that point.
I don't
he's
agree
right
with 100%.
that it will look the same whether it's flat or curved.
Toady, back on mute. Let's let them go through this.
All right.
How can you disagree with a water body that extends all the way from
no, yeah. So Toady, what he's saying, Toady, what he's saying is from where we're standing, where we're standing is the observer. If we're able to see water to the beach of that island, it's flat. There's no arguing that. That's true.
And people have.
I see what you mean. You mean if we could see water to that beach and it's not doing some funny thing and it's at that kind of distance.
That's why Chris and I are here, and probably why Shawn.
Yeah, he's coming across as if the miraging isn't there.
Yeah, it isn't there, but I see what you mean. His point is, if it is, okay.
Yeah,
agreed.
And Toady, we've seen that, dude. That's why you're here. We know people have shown that. That's why we're here.
Okay, in that sense, are we looking
with distortion?
Are we looking at, when we're talking about the land, mind of God, are we looking at inferior mirage or looming?
Well, no, you guys have to say looming, right? That's fine if you want.
No.
I think the times that we can see that far all the way to where the island will meet the water level, it's normally distorted with what they call compression, and that is because of refraction and looming.
Yeah, I would actually agree with you guys. There's too many variables here, and Chris has said this many times. It's difficult because these end up being like a draw almost, because it could be
right.
Now you ready?
Because the argument
hold
is
that hold on a second.
Carlos, hang on, guys. Carlos, there's a punchline that's coming to this.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's all I had to say.
Of course, Shawn is trying to set up a punchline, but I have a quick question because my question wasn't answered by the ballers.
because now we're having an issue with the observations that we're making.
Wait, hold on. But my question wasn't answered by the ballers. I want to hear a baller answer. What's between the quote-unquote hard horizon line that I don't agree with, but which is fine for now, and the secondary mountain inferior mirage line? What's between that?
Mirage.
Air.
Miraging. That's what you're seeing. But yeah, atmosphere.
So you think that island's being perfectly miraged off of air?
Of the atmosphere?
Yeah.
No.
Different density air.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's
just like when you see that on a hot road in the summer.
Yep.
Same
I
thing.
think it's all being lifted up because we know about 7/6R, right? So it's already being lifted up before we even see the miraging.
What's being lifted?
The whole of the image is being lifted up. Everything is being lifted up.
Lift me up.
Huh?
Because I've seen the other bits in the sequence, right? I'm very, very familiar with this footage, so I know what it should look
I've
like.
Seen it too.
Oh, yeah.
Good. So therefore, we know that it changes on almost daily basis, even across a couple of hours.
Don't use the R word. It doesn't work for them.
Okay, they don't like it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, 706R is standard refraction, which there is no such thing. It's never standard. It's never the same.
But we went over this, Chris.
That was my mistake, Shawn.
Here is the index of refraction, right? You know what the index of refraction is, right, Chris?
Yes.
Right? That's standard refraction.
Right, it doesn't. There's no such thing.
Now, yes, there is, because I live in San Diego.
Not in real world, I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, yes, it does. So is this
standard refraction?
Perfect.
Do you think this is standard refraction?
Yeah, okay. So when you're really looking at this, and we go, okay, what type of miraging are we looking at, right? You would use the index of the index of refraction to figure out step 1. Then you know where your baseline is at. Now in Florida, your numbers are going to be a little different than mine because of the atmosphere. It's humid, it's hot. It's going to be different than California, which is dry.
That's my point, Shawn. That's why
yes,
it's
exactly.
That's why it's non-standard.
But if you're going to be going, if you go outside and we go, just like you said, that's inferior miraging, Chris. If you're doing this, actually doing it with data, and you're actually trying to show for what you're calculating, you would start at the index of refraction, which would be would be 1.3, I think 1.3, and then from there, that number would go up or down a little bit depending on your location and where you're doing it at. But to say that standard refraction isn't a thing, that's not true.
No, we're just saying that effect.
How about this?
That effect is highly nonlinear. It's not one equation that would model.
How about this, Chris? This is a perfect example, Chris. When you're doing your music, you know how to read music, right?
Not sheet music, no.
But you know the concept? I mean, if I'm explaining it. Okay. So there are standard chords, right? Like they're the ABC or whatever the hell they are. I don't know. You know what I mean, though, right?
Okay. Maybe like chord progression.
So yeah, like the ones you would learn are like the base.
I think this analogy isn't working, Shawn.
No, it will. It will. No, it will. It will. It will.
Okay.
So there's base chords, right, Chris? Like the ones you first learn to be able to then combine them and make these other sounds and all that.
Let's just say sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, standard refraction is those base chords. Now, the actual refraction that is happening, being calculated and come up, are those combinations of chords. It's just standard refraction is the base.
That's not true. Shawn, back off.
What's not true? What's not true?
I would just say back off.
Now explain what's not true.
You don't know music.
I would just say if you ask Rumpus and Philip and all their
no, Mind of God, I'm asking you. Why am I wrong?
I'm just saying to model what you're looking at is not.
I'm asking what I'm wrong.
Okay, let me finish my sentence and then you.
I need to know what I'm wrong about, and I need.
He's trying to answer, Shawn. Seriously, bro.
You're trying to tell us that to build what's happening here, we have to build off of some platform understanding of refraction or something like that, right?
Yes.
That's what you're getting at,
yep.
Right? I'm telling you that if you looked at the code and we've asked Rumpus this for him to model these kind of things,
I don't care. Rumpus isn't an authority.
But we think of him as an authority.
No,
he knows a lot more than
you may think of him as one, but I don't. Therefore,
okay, sure,
when you refer to what he says, I may not agree to it.
Fine, I'll take the foot off the gas on that too. I'm just telling you to model what's being viewed here with mathematics is not a one equation 7 or 6R. I'm sorry, no one's gonna believe that.
Who said it was?
You're getting at that.
No, I'm not.
You said this is standard refraction.
Yeah, make it more complicated.
I did not say this is standard refraction. I said I gave you an example of what standard refraction is.
Okay, and then
I have a secondary question. I have a secondary question to follow up. So if you're saying that between the horizon, the apparent hard horizon and the mountain refractive line, why are there two refractive lines, one higher at the mountain, one lower at the boat, the closer the boat is?
Because the mountain's further away and the boat's closer.
Because the boat is closer.
Why would distance affect the refraction line? If it's the atmosphere, wouldn't it be relatively the same distance?
Conditions and altitude, I would say.
The water. It depends on where the line is being emitted.
Yeah, the conditions above the water versus the conditions in the distance.
So I've looked at this with a lot of Travis's thing because it is interesting, and we see it actually where a swan in one of his actually swims through the area of refraction, if you like, right? So imagine refraction isn't just like a sheet of paper, like a line. Yeah, it's more like a donut or something, right? And this swan goes through it because the really weird thing you see about that closer refraction line, the mirror line, let's call it that, on that boat. Okay, we jumped around to another image. The odd thing that, have you got not that one, it's got the swan. You won't see it. It actually flies across it. And what you do is you see the swan. Anyway, it's a moving image. Let's go back to the other one because we can talk about the one we're just on, Shawn. So if we just go back to the other one, I'll explain what I mean.
You're talking
the
about
really interesting.
The
really interesting thing is you've got the distant refraction mirage line, whatever you want to call it, fold line, and that's quite big, and then you've got it much smaller where you've got the boat that's closer to us. But where it's mirroring, what is the rule to say I don't know, that is only, I don't know, whatever, a meter high. And on the island, it's, I don't know, 5 meters high or whatever it is. Yeah. Because it's actually refracting and you're still seeing the background. Do you see what I mean? So you're actually getting 2 layers of refraction that are interacting with each other.
Yes. But why?
Clearly. Why? Because one is closer. So the closer
but
one
what
will
does
have
distance have to do with? Wouldn't the say so?
It's
If
the
you're,
amount of
let's
air
say
you're
there
looking
was,
through. Yeah, it's really simple, Chris.
but the amount of air you're looking through next to the boat is the same as it is on the boat.
It's
right?
much less. So between
Yeah,
our
way
eye and the
less.
boat is much less than our eye all the way to the island.
So
if you look at
it just happens to almost always in the images I've seen where the height appears to increase of the refractive line. It just happens to follow a linear path.
I don't think it is linear. I think when I tried to model it with Travis,
yeah,
I didn't think it was linear at all. We tried to calculate it. It didn't come out linear on the images we were looking at. I'm not saying it isn't, by the way. You might be right if you've got some other calculations. I don't think
I'm just
it's
saying,
linear.
well, no, I don't. I'm saying it appears to be right. I mean, it always goes up. Why
well,
does
we've
it
only got
always
2
go
points
up?
here, haven't we? So,
Well, I have images with 3 and 4 points.
All right, so hang on. There's an image of Travis's, which is really interesting, where you've got refraction like we've got here on an island in the background, right, of a lighthouse and a tree, okay? And then there is a swan, a goose that's close by, which is refracted. But what's actually happening is you can actually see the refracted background through the refraction that's happening on the goose. Do you understand? So it's like almost it's chosen to refract the goose, yeah, but it hasn't refracted the other bits of things around the goose because there's a refraction, a bit of miraging going on in the background. I'd have to dig the photo out, yeah.
That's not surprising, though.
I'm trying to find it. I know what you're talking about.
Well,
I'm trying to find
because
it.
it's almost like something has chosen, CP, to certain bits to flip and other bits not to.
It's not chosen. Did you do a still or did you videotape it? Because you're going to see
It's
it buried.
both. It's videoed. It's videoed.
Yeah,
and it's still.
this image that we're looking at is screenshots from a video that Travis has.
All I'm saying is when you say chosen, I'm not even actually disagreeing with what you're saying. If you can bring it up, but whenever we're looking at something that's time varying, statistical, and all that, you are going to get these things. Like there may be a point of clarity at one point where it just whatever fits our eye better, and then it may go away like in a few minutes. That you agree that that's very possible. That's what's happening, right? When you look
but what decides that boat is mirage? I don't know, whatever that distance that you've drawn
whatever
in
the
there,
channel
Shawn.
you're looking through from your eye to that thing, and if you think of it as a channel, you agree that that's time varying and statistical in nature, right? Because you're looking through a channel that is, like I said, time varying.
Hang on. So who decides that the boat is miraged that amount? Okay, that the island is miraged that larger amount. Yeah, but for example, the top of the boat isn't miraged. Do you see what I mean? It's very odd.
Yeah, and I think you're getting at a more fundamental question is like, how do we model this mathematically? And it's not for the faint of heart, man. It's not a 7/6R. It's a very, very complicated thing. I don't know who would know that. That's a good question. Who would? We don't. You guys definitely don't. Because you guys want us to think that that's one.
I agree. I definitely don't.
Variable.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone with the faint heart.
What's one variable? What are you saying?
The 7/6R, the standard.
Why does that have to do with this conversation at the moment?
Well, I'm just letting you know that concept of the light moving according to that over an Earth curve is way too simple to understand this miraging. And like Toadie's getting at, where does it happen? Height?
Wait, isn't it an issue that if you do it mathematically though, it equals out?
Yeah, who has done that though? That's what we're getting at. Who's
science?
No,
surveyors.
Like, science, not a person.
No, go say thank you.
No, dude. Even RUMPUS would admit that to model that.
Why do you keep saying his name?
Because he's the one who started to try it.
He's making these claims. That's why.
Yeah, no one else.
Keep saying his name and it'll appear.
Okay,
yeah,
so
Walter
wait. How does RUMPUS defend his claims here? And why do you expect me to defend his claims here?
Well, I'm just saying when it comes to mirages and modeling those mathematically, we will not get a mathematical treatise on that because it's incredibly complicated.
What? Wait, what?
I can actually help with this point for you, Shawn. You utter moron. Why don't you fucking go and learn? He wouldn't use the fucking word. That's me. Why don't you go and learn some science? You utter moron. You do not have the ability to even understand the explanation I'm trying to give you. There you go. Happy?
That is what he was saying. But I would say to do it properly, you'd probably have to pursue a PhD because it would be a lot of work to really get down to producing a code or some program that could reproduce.
Yeah, I think it's complex.
Barney
isn't it?
said,
Clearly
Barney,
complex.
Barney in the chat says he's willing to, if you're willing to let him monologue and draw endlessly, I can explain. I'm interested too. So
okay, so I'm gonna have everyone, if he comes on, so he can do this. I'm gonna have everyone needs to mute. Mind of God and Chris, you guys have you are allowed to speak only because you guys are alone in a sea of globers.
So while he's coming on, I did want to make a quick comment. The most advanced Earth curve plus refraction calculator I've seen and that I'm aware of is the Walter Bislin one.
Oh,
right?
no. Have you even seen the new one that everyone's using? Dude,
no,
let me
I
show
haven't.
you. Let me show you. Oh, my God.
Because I was going to say the Walter Bislin one is absolutely inaccurate when it comes to refraction.
I love the Walter Bislin one.
It's not.
Do you know
what usable.
What is it used for? First of all, what is it used for?
I mean, how? And also want to know how he's calibrated it to make.
Ah, God damn it! I can't stand that I do that stupid shit. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna join right now.
Getting at, for those people who think that they know this and they don't, ray tracing in a non-constant media. If you read this, and I'll just quickly read the abstract. In this paper, we explore the theory of optical deformations due to continuous variations of the refractive index in the air and present several efficient implementations. We introduce the basic equations for geometric optics, outlining a general method of solution. Furthermore, we model the fluctuations of the index of refraction, both as a superposition of blobs and a stochastic function, which implies statistical time varying, using a well-known perturbation technique.
But I'd like to apologize.
There you go.
The curve calculator. The curve calculator that I was talking about is the Bislin one. So I do apologize.
So the Bislin one, I think,
people on this earth would understand what that paper means, and it's definitely not anybody on this panel.
Can you share the link, please?
That paper,
that
paper does sound exactly like what should be done, and it is complicated.
Correct.
I agree.
Correct. Yep. No, and I'm not trying to be.
Is it impossible?
I don't know. No one knows.
Is it impossible, Toady?
Yeah, no, because clearly they're looking at it. But what? Yeah. But hang on. What are they looking at? They're looking at. Chris said it's a linear function. They've said it's a time variant something or other. You know, it sounded.
Well, they're talking about stochastics, aren't they?
Exactly.
But all Chris was getting at, it's a heuristic. All we're trying to do is from.
No, it's a stochastic.
But Chris is not saying no. Heuristic was Chris. Chris is when we do those things with the fold lines increasing in distance. That's not a flat Earth proof. All we would say is that seems to indicate that it may or may not be a curved Earth. It's not a proof until somebody literally does that kind of math.
They have survey. USGS has hundreds of people who have done it. Toady knows what's going on.
Present it.
Go to you. I'll present you. You want me to present USGS?
Wait, let's not change topic. Let's not change topic.
Yeah, let's not change.
Is Barney joining? I thought Barney was going to join.
I shared the link. He may be getting ready and everything.
So let me, in the meantime, let me screen share something that just to stay on topic. I mean, we can change if you want. I'm gonna have to go soon anyways, but
Chris, we still haven't even gotten to the end of the photo yet. It got completely filibustered to death.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. Okay. Well, wasn't it, Shawn? You were going to say they were either going to lie or agree with you or something. I think
no,
that's what I said at the beginning.
Let me bring.
They were going to be intellectually dishonest. Is what you said.
Exactly. They have to. And here's
so what
exactly
was your,
what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
well, I haven't seen it yet. To be fair,
what's the conclusion?
No.
Yeah, what's the
conclusion? You're right. You're 100% right.
We've got consensus. We're all in agreement.
Finished.
It's brilliant.
Hang on.
Okay.
Right, Toady. But Toady, remember what I told you?
You see my point, Shawn, about consensus?
Nope, I don't. Hang on.
Not truth. I want consensus, not truth.
I'm going to show you right now because I'm going to put these lines right back in here.
You know I'm only teasing. Yeah.
No, we're going to hold you to that, Toady. You said it, so.
Hang on, guys, because I got to get Barney in here, but I want to finish this. What's up, Barney? Everyone is instructed to mute themselves. Let me just finish this last point, and then I'm going to give you the floor. Okay, so we've established these three lines, right? Right, Chris?
Okay.
Okay. Now here's the problem, Toady. We've all consensus. Fuck that word, an asshole.
Consensus.
Thank you. Now here's the problem, Toady, and this is the problem that I was trying to explain. What's the next step? Because the next step is explaining things and showing things. And what I was saying, no matter what Chris and Mind of God will say, has to be what I was saying is going to happen. Either intellectual dishonesty or
chill out with the theatrics, man. Just relax.
Or what? I haven't got to it, Shawn. I don't think you've proven them wrong, right? We're all in agreement.
We're all in agreement. So have we figured? But so Toady, have we figured out?
All right.
Have we figured out?
Let me replay. Let me
Get on
replay
with
where
it.
we are. Let me replay.
Stop,
We're
Carlos.
all in agreement, okay, that it is complicated, it's non-linear, it needs to be modelled, and we can't do it. I think that's where we are.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's statistical.
Why can't we do it, Toady?
Because I'm reading the paper right now, and I'm like, come on, dude, look at this stuff, man.
Okay,
These
can you
people
share
didn't-
that?
these
Share
people
that
didn't
link.
shit this
Share
out
the link
the bathroom,
in here
dude.
in this chat.
I just know
I think it's non-trivial to calculate
Dude,
it
look
myself.
at this
Why?
stuff, man. They didn't come up with this over the weekend, man. Come on, this is not trivial stuff.
Wait, but I still
Very
don't get
smart.
Shawn's
Get it.
overall point. What was the point?
Yeah, give us the high level, man. What are you trying to do to us, Shawn?
To go beyond this point, hang on, I'm trying to find that link that you shared. 'Cause I want to look at the paper because I'm telling you right now, first I don't even know who.
Shall I
you
tell you what? I
better
thought you were
picture.
going to put up,
This
Shawn.
one-
I thought you were
this
going to
one
put one of
shows
those.
flat Earth, man. You had a better one.
One of
with,
the
like, 3
overlays?
rows
Yes,
back
I
in
am
the day.
absolutely.
That one was better.
Yeah,
This
no, I
one
thought
is
you were
the
going to
flat
put one
Earth.
with a floor on it and prove Chirag wrong about the things disappear from the bottom up on the floor. That's what I thought you were going to do.
Oh Jesus Christ! That was.
I feel like Barry has debunked harder ones than that one. but
Yeah,
you can put it.
that's the funny part. Anyway, okay. So now that we've done that, and now we're going to go beyond where we are now, and I don't have a preview, so I don't know which one I'm looking at. Oh, there it is. Perfect.
Who
All
won
right,
that
so-
one, Shawn? Did we get that one? Is that 1-0 for FE or what? What?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, wait. Toady
Okay.
said absolutely.
I said absolutely not.
We're building consensus. We're building consensus. That's what we're doing.
We're building consensus. Okay, so
We've got agreement.
now it's gonna. I'm sorry, Barney. It's 10 minutes. Give me 7 minutes, and then I'm done talking about this, and we're gonna let you explain
7.
all
That's
this.
very specific.
Yeah, right. It is. Ooh, Illuminati. Anyway, okay. Can we establish that the picture on the left and the picture on the right, the island is the same island?
No idea.
But
No
okay, wait.
idea.
I'm sorry.
Where's that thing on the left of it?
You guys actually weren't there, and I keep talking to you guys like
Where's
you've
that
been
giant
involved
rock
in
to
this.
the left of
Okay,
it?
let me
Yeah,
hang
exactly.
on. Let me explain because you guys, Chris, you may know a little bit more about this, but my God, you know nothing. Okay, this is the one on the left. Is it from a video from the Plain Truth, a flat earther? The island that we are looking at is the Anacupa Islands. The one picture on the right is the island. We are looking at this from different perspectives, different observation spots. Okay, I'm just going to say that right now.
Just use orientation instead of perspective. So it's
Yeah,
not
the
confusing.
one on the
Yes,
right
I'm
is a
sorry.
boat that's much closer to the island. The one on the left is Travis at a long distance from a
Mhm.
beach. Yeah,
Yes.
and I can guarantee you they are the same island. And
Okay,
Travis would
but
say
so
that too if
Chris's
he were here.
point, that little donut hole waterway, that's being blocked out by the mirage.
Yeah, and that's
on the
why I
left.
say I'm very familiar with the one on the left. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. You see half of it, it disappears.
What did you
There's
say,
a lot
my
going on
God?
here.
I'm just saying, I think Chris was about to say that thing on the left is gone, so that makes me question whether we could actually say that they're the same. How do we know?
Oh,
Where
no.
that little-
We know it's okay. Well, you can ask the Plain Truth. I think, pretty sure, Chris, you know too.
Are they two UFOs on that
this
right
is-
picture?
I'll just give it to you and say yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you now. This is
forward.
I
Travis.
promise you
this
they
is
are.
Travis. Yeah, Toady and Travis did live streams on this. So I'm telling you right now,
promise you
they
they
are. They are. Now, can you say, Chris and Mind of God, that we can be able to overlay this, obviously having to rescale the one on the right, that we can overlay this using the profile of the island?
No.
For
Why?
what purpose?
Because the atmosphere is going to skew it, and the one on the left.
So are you saying that we cannot make out the lighthouse on both pictures?
Well, honestly, what you're presenting it is blurry, probably just because it's going through Hangouts. And
My
media and
shit's
all that
blurry.
stuff, but
Yeah, dude,
Well,
why
the
are you shrinking images
Well,
and jamming
first of all,
together,
the
man?
one
That's
on the
not-
left isn't. I didn't take.
That's not a
well,
good
so
look.
honestly,
That's
the
not a
one on
good
the
look.
left, the tower looks larger than the one on the right. That's just
Yeah, it does. It looks bigger.
Oh
doesn't it?
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't disagree at that.
So
And it looks like it's
obviously we got
really
some-
degraded by going through loads of hangouts.
Yeah. Oh, big time. Yeah, that's another thing, Toady.
So then, how can we overlay it if the one on the left is larger?
Okay.
Yeah,
Or appears to be
exactly.
larger?
Do you see right where my cursor? Oh, you can't. Oh yeah, you can.
By the
See
way,
where
I've done
my cursor
this.
is
I've
right
got
now?
it nicely shared. I could open it up on my Mac actually, and I've got the original actually somewhere.
Do you see this
But
right here?
we don't need to do this now.
Yeah.
But Shawn,
I'm about to be done.
We'll entertain
Do you
it.
see
We'll
this?
you're about to be
Yeah,
done.
we'll entertain it. Fine.
No,
Shawn, just
do
go.
not entertain it. I need
conclude?
you. I want to make sure we're on the same page. That's
Well, no, we're not
That's
gonna get
all
on
I
the
want to
same
do.
page.
Right? Yeah, we are. So we've done it so far. Everything about that picture so
Okay.
far, we've been on the same page.
Well, we're on the same page in the sense that we'll let you finish this point because we can't agree lining up two images, one squished now is an apples to apples. No one's going to agree to that, man. No one would, dude.
Wait,
Never.
you're telling me that we can't use the
So
profile
one of
of the
Shawn's predictions
picture?
is coming true.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying if you're planning to squish those things and line them up and make some inferences, fine, but make some conclusions, hell no. Hell no.
You sure? Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to accept that all
I'm
that
just
stuff
gonna
is
skip
theory
ahead. I'm just
behind
gonna
the
skip
horizon.
ahead then. Okay, I'll skip ahead and
Sure.
we'll just jump
Yeah.
to it then, since you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we know it's flat, man. We're
Yeah.
here to help
Oh,
you
okay.
guys.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Appreciate that. Explain this then.
Dun dun dun.
He's asking you, Toady, because we already.
No. I'm talking to you. Mind of God.
He's
and Chris.
definitely not asking me.
Wait, oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh, come
This is-
on.
This even Toady's like, come on, this is funny.
What's wrong with this one?
I don't.
No, go ahead.
Do I have
Continue.
to really
Just
explain
continue.
this?
Yeah. Please do. Go ahead.
So you took a picture that was taken from about a half of a mile away from the land, off of a boat in the water, and then you took a picture that's like 15 miles away from it, and then you tried to line them up.
Yeah.
Wait. So you can't do that?
No.
No, you can't do that
Why?
because of angular resolution and angular size and perspective.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
can scale
you're
it.
manipulating
and I
it.
can scale. Wait.
You
Is
can
That actually
can't scale it.
Wait. You can't.
Yeah. Oh, so
You can absolutely scale angular size.
No, but the only
No, you cannot.
But Chris, here's the point. You guys are attempting to.
Wait.
You guys are
I
attempting
did
to
this
a
for
model.
Travis already.
No, but Shawn, the distance
Mhm.
between observer and that thing you're looking at is different in both of those images. So you're not accounting for the eye to the element difference. You're just trying to squish it vertically and think that squishing it will correct all the differences between eye and that observed thing. That's the problem. You
You
can't
see what
do
I'm
that.
showing?
You can't just squish an image and say that's going to model all the differences.
My God, I just want to ask you a question. What sort of tolerance level of accuracy are you looking for?
I don't know, all the same stuff you guys spout, man. Like we want.
Okay, so
Shawn, can I explain something, please?
I got the Bible at
yeah,
stake.
I want to hear
We're not
Give
doing
me-
anything.
yeah,
like,
just
Yeah.
wanna
I'm gonna
explain
let guys.
point
I'm
of
gonna let
view.
Barney, but let me
Yeah.
just finish. I'm just gonna start clearing these pictures off my screen, and as I do it,
Good.
I'm done talking because
But wait, I wanna address that
I'm
question.
literally, my point has been proven. Hang on.
Okay,
So
I
you're
just wanna
telling me.
address Tody's
So
question
you're telling me
without
this
going-
overlay does not work.
No, not
No.
in a rigorous way. You can,
Okay.
you can get us to get some
Okay.
feelings and some inferences. Go for it.
Are you telling
Sure,
me
we have no
that
issues with
in
that.
this right here, I do not show exactly how I use the profile?
No, you're not. First of all, you're not showing anything that anybody would buy in any kind of academic sense. No.
I think the interesting thing is, if you wanted me
How
to
did you
believe
take into
this,
account the
hang on.
atmospheric refraction and
So-
skewing on the image on the
so
left?
hang on.
The
If
fact that I
you wanted
wasn't
to
going
believe
for a
me,
high resolution image of it, all I was looking for is a profile. I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
match it up line for line with the light tower.
And
So I
let's
think
say
if you
one
were-
pixel. Let's say one pixel represents the curve. And you're lining up two things. That's literally the sensitivity of this kind of thing. If you don't line it up perfectly, the curve which you may be showing us or not could be lost. So that's a bad way to do it, man. Horrible.
Perfect.
Well, that's why you don't do observations from low level. That's why you should do them at elevation.
yeah, I mean, I think if you wanted to use this technique, which I think is faulted, by the way, that's my
No,
opinion.
don't call it a
for what it's
technique.
worth.
You just gave it a compliment, man.
Hang on.
You just
You
gave it
would
a
need.
compliment.
Hang on.
It's not a technique.
Well, so I think the problem is that you are comparing two different angles. So what I'd like to see is it done without any refraction in the way to prove that the technique works at those distances. Do you see what I mean? Before we try to apply the one where we know there's the refraction.
But what is
if
the
you see what I
technique?
mean.
What are you trying to do, Sean? From a
So
high
I think
level?
Sean's trying to. Sorry, I'll let Sean answer.
What are you trying to do from a high level?
Two clear images without refraction. So two images like this, basically.
Yeah.
Without it. Yeah. Put over each other, matched
Like
up.
this, and
we
then-
see the technique works.
Okay.
Yeah.
To show what?
Do you see what I mean?
That's the point.
Because I would argue that it's in a boat. I mean, to be fair to Mind of God and Chris, I think, I do agree with him, right? A couple of pixels misalignment and you've lost the curve, right? Because
Yeah,
the curve
exactly.
isn't that big at this distance. So
That's a hell of a lot more than 2 pixels.
Well, as I say, it'd be nice to know what
it's 2.5.
Yeah, how small is the ball?
Rumpus says on these pictures he couldn't do it. I had the conversation with Rumpus, because he picked me up and I spent 2 hours discussing this with him. He said there wasn't enough information to do it because you need a number of points that you can do your angles against. Yeah, and I tend to agree with him.
I don't agree with him at all, and I'm surprised.
I know you don't. I know. I do in this instance.
And I'm surprised that you agree with him. Because
not on all things. I'm not like
you're
you
telling
agree
me
with Rumpus on everything.
Because you're basically saying, Toady, that I don't even know how to explain it. An illustrational topo map can't be overlaid with a satellite.
Hang on. I'm not saying that at all, Shawn. You're putting words in my mouth. You're strawmanning me.
We don't agree
Let's
with
ask
him,
the
we're just
panel
referencing
who agrees that this technique in this instance is workable. How many other people think it's workable?
No one does.
Right, okay, so I've got two views on it. From an anecdotal sense, from a sort of, as a roughet, yeah, it works. If I wanted to be accurate, I want to increase my accuracy level, then yeah, I would want more data points to be able to plot
if you're asking me for data, then you're right. Actually, you're not right, because I can give you sufficient data to the contrary.
But what are you proving by overlaying it like that, Shawn? I don't understand what you're proving then.
That the refraction line, if it's here, well, actually, it's no. I have.
But Shawn,
if I distinguish where the refraction line is,
fair. I'll accept that. You're proving where the refraction line is. Brilliant. You've done
and
that.
there's
I agree.
not enough and there would be
I
more.
thought you were saying it was a.
So look how high up the mountain the refraction line is from that distance. That's insane.
Yeah,
you're right.
So Shawn, draw on here where the refraction line is, if you don't mind.
Oh, I can show you. You ready?
All right. I thought you were saying it was proving a curved Earth. Sorry, I misunderstood you. If you're proving
I think he
where the
is.
refraction line is,
no, he's not.
I'm with you.
No, I am not.
I'm with you. Sorry,
I'm not.
I apologize if it was just a refraction
that's how
line.
it came across.
Yeah,
we were
exactly.
Well, I know it did. Because here's the thing. All I'm trying to do
Objection
is
withdrawn, Shawn.
verify
I agree with
the
you.
observations that we are having.
Wow.
That's it.
Listen. Wow, Shawn's got it all out on the table. How is the boat level with this line? Because it's flat. That's why.
Yeah.
What?
We're living in a flat Earth.
Because it
Wait. So you're telling me that the
perspective makes it look like that.
Wait, the
boat is floating, is it?
Yeah. The boat's that high.
What are you saying?
How is the boat at that yellow line, and you're saying that proves it's flat?
How does that prove it's flat? That's crazy.
Because the refraction is covering that part. That's when I asked what's between your quote unquote hard horizon and that yellow line.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's refraction.
Okay,
it's nothing.
Perfect.
It's refraction.
Okay. Perfect. So now, are you telling me that the top of the island that we do see, is refraction, or is that resolution?
Go back to the other one, the original one we were drawing the yellow lines and stuff on, if you don't mind.
This is going so much further than I wanted to.
Just one general point, Shawn. When we look at these images, we have to clarify what's physical and what's optical.
We did,
and so that's
we already did, buddy. We already did.
Okay, but I'm just saying. I think you were getting at resolution. You should say, "Is that physical?" That's what you meant, right? The top of the.
I think, Shawn, we were doing really well, and you tried to rush it at the end because of Barney coming on. I'm sorry because I misunderstood what you meant. Right? I thought you were saying.
Now pull up the other one. Pull up the other one.
Because we had consensus. Chris and CP agreed with us.
So just go back and forth between that one and the other one real quick.
No. I'm going to let Barney go now because I've gone past my 7 minutes for one.
Wait, we got to finish this point.
No, we don't. We really don't at all.
No, I want to finish this last point.
Yeah.
Let him. Let me say this one thing though, Toady. The picture that
I don't agree with your yellow line in that image.
Okay. Toady, the image that I was that we've all been using to show the whole island and this island that I'm showing right now, are those two different observation points that you'll agree with that I can do if I do the overlay with and it works? You could.
No, you'd have to have the exact same
because they're both
angle
at the same distance, aren't they? You need a similar orientation of distance, wouldn't you?
Okay,
but Shawn, I think it proves where the line is.
That's what I'm going to show you. I can do. I can overlay those two images, this image and the other image, all of them if I need to.
Hang on, we're all excited. We're talking fast, and we're probably miscommunicating a bit. What I mean is this: when I analysed the images with Rumpus, and I did go through them for a couple of hours with him, Travis's ones, we came to the conclusion they changed so much, and there's not really enough points to do good image analysis.
Bullshit. I call bullshit.
Hang on. Fine. I agree with Rumpus on that one, by the way. Point two. Hang on. Point two. I think the technique, which I thought you were doing the overlay to prove the curvature of the Earth, I thought that was very weak, given the fact that, as I said, I've not seen a way of overlaying it and saying, yeah, these two, because you're just mashing two things together, right?
No.
Which I think is
Toady, see this right there, right here,
yeah,
right here.
By the way, I've got the same. As I got it on my Mac. I've done a sequence of 5 of Travis's pictures. Yep.
Right here.
You matched it up. I know. I've done it myself.
Right here.
Yep.
Right
Wait.
here.
So go to the very far left. I don't
right
see
here.
that how it kind of comes to a point on the other photo.
Right here.
Yeah.
I'd
Shawn,
say
what are you doing,
right here. I'm showing all the points where it is a profile. You guys keep coming not Toady. You guys keep coming at me as if you can't do this because there's not enough. This bullshit. Now, if you're talking about you want to index a refraction number, if you're talking about amount of island missing, you want to talk elevation of the mountain. No, I'm not trying to. I cannot express that with overlay.
No, but dude, you're shrinking an image that now distorts what it is. That's our issue. If you're shrinking it and stretching it to get it to line up to something, now we're looking at something different. You've introduced some new
So you're telling
stuff.
me. Okay, so then what you're telling me is that I can overlay and make it work if I use this mountain?
No.
Why not?
Can I
overlay
No, that looks
this image. Can I overlay this image?
Listen to me. Travis's image looks skewed due to the atmosphere. Like if you look at Travis's on the far left, it comes to a point, and then the ones close up don't have that point. Like where is that coming from?
Okay, I can show you. I'll show you exactly where it is, and this is going to be the last thing we're done after this, because this is aggravating. You see where the yellow lines cross? Right here?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, that's the refractive line right there. Right here.
Okay, and what's your conclusion?
And you're telling me that this hump isn't one of the profiles I showed, the bottom of this isn't something I showed, the tops right here, all these things are ways I verify that the profile that I overlay worked.
So let me ask you a question. In Travis's image, from the water line to your yellow line, that's all hidden by the refractive zone, right?
In a sense of trying to make it not about curvature, I refuse to answer that question the way you want me to. No, I refuse to answer the question the way you want me to. Listen, the way you want me to. But I'm going to tell you, from the yellow line down, cannot be seen.
Okay.
No, but you don't know that, man. That's the problem with doing it that way. Let's say it is even true. You can't prove that in a rigorous way, except hand waving, like approximating, hoping that intersection point is what you're actually seeing.
That's not true.
Can it be seen? Can you see it on the photo?
Can I see one pixel on a photo and identify?
No. Can you see that lower part of the island on the photo?
No.
Then therefore it cannot be seen. And that's exactly what he said.
I meant it can't be identified. That's my point. No, in that sense. It cannot be
What cannot be identified?
What you're saying cannot be seen, cannot actually be identified in a clear way. That's our issue with this whole analysis.
If he can align all of the features that are visible on the top side of the island with the parts of the image that are visible, then everything that is missing is not visible.
Due to what?
I don't know. That's not part of his presentation. That's
well, we thought he was going to hit us with the
I know.
curve,
I know you did. I know you did.
Which is why I retracted, Shawn, because you're right. You know, I agree. You can match it up to say this stuff isn't visible. What Barney's just said.
Yeah,
totally agree.
To a degree, but yeah, if it comes down to the actual,
I'm sure Chirag and Chris probably will. I think they just thought that you were going to put them in the same trap that I thought, which was you were then going to say, "Aha!"
Nope.
But
therefore, it's the vote. No.
All I want to do.
Therefore, that part of the image is not visible.
Yeah, I think we all agree it's not visible.
All I care about, guys, this is for the people on the panel and the people listening. The only thing I had, quote unquote, planned on this is to see if we agree with observation. And the issue that happened is once you get to a certain point, you are not going to make...
point, Shawn. Well,
thank you.
I agree. You did. What we discussed earlier, right? About digging heels in, yeah?
Yes.
And by the way, I think Rumpus would actually agree with you that you couldn't see it as well, actually. Yeah, I revised my point.
He's not going to like that Rumpus agrees, though. That's going to help us, right, Shawn?
Oh, okay. All right. I won't say that then.
No, Toady.
Okay, wait, so let me clarify.
Toady,
So
what you're
basically
saying is an awesome way to verify who you're talking to understands the conversation. Yes. But once you start extending it past what their reality is, or their belief is a better way of saying it, then things start going fishy. Not fishy. Fishy isn't even a good way of saying it.
I was being a bit sensitive. All we're going to debate after that is what's causing.
We're not debating at all.
Right. But okay.
So Shawn you want to stop at simply saying that we all now agree that you can't see the bottom part of it, and that's it.
Nope, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I just wanted to agree on
I
the
thought that
stuff
was
I
the whole
talked about.
point.
Nope. Everything was observation that we were looking at in the picture. And then the second one with the numbers and the yellow line was to only verify that I can overlay using a profile.
Okay, but all we would say is if you ever took the step, I would say even to prove flat or curve, we wouldn't go there. You know, with that type of analysis.
We were all we were doing
much of a heuristic.
Is
we were way too fat finger.
I was just up. All we were doing.
All right, what is Barney
establishing stuff? Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, Barney. I got a little.
That's perfectly fine. I have a splitting headache.
Okay.
But this is one thing which keeps coming up over and over again, and I keep thinking that I'll make a video about it, and I apparently won't. But if we actually go through the rules of optics, what optics are, how diffraction works, how internal reflection works, all of the things that were said as, ooh, weird, why are there two lines, and why, it's all in there. And that is what I refer to when I say standard refraction. So if you will let me, I will go through a brief introduction of what refraction is and how refraction works in optics, how that correlates to refraction in air on the broader scales. I can immediately say, yes, I understand that does not explain every aspect of every image in the sense that there is turbulence and there is all these other effects that come and go and are impermanent. I want to talk about the permanent effects. Yeah. And miraging, as in that lower mirage, is a known explained effect that is permanent. It is semi-stable, right? It's not there every day, but when it's there, it's not there for a brief moment, as it is with distortion.
Do you think when you explain the standard refraction model, Barney, it will explain much of that photo?
Yes.
No, it won't. Cool. No, it won't.
Hell no! I wait to see. It'll be interesting.
Okay. It will explain the majority of the photo.
Majority.
No, it won't.
It will explain why the line of miraging is at different heights for the islands.
Okay, now
for the boat.
Okay, hang on.
What?
Mind of God. Mind of God. Let me make something clear.
He better talk about Helmholtz equation.
What the? No, stop. Mind of God, stop. Now.
What the fuck?
Yeah, hang on.
I'm reading the paper.
First of all, this is not a debate, so you're not going to debate with Barney. He just got done saying he has a headache, so why are you going to start just launching shit at him? Second, are you an authority on this?
No, and I don't want other people to pretend.
Then thank you. So please do not come on here saying, no, you can't, no, you won't, and you can't do this, you can't do that, because you don't even know. You're reading words on a piece of paper. Can you please just relax, mute yourself, and let Barney get through this? He's already said he has a headache, and I like to respect that.
Sure. Can I just add something quickly?
Usual disclaimer goes, you may disagree with a lot of what I'm saying, and I may be wrong about a lot of what I'm saying. I'm not here to tell you this is the God-given truth and baseline facts about reality and science. I'm here to present my understanding. I have an understanding which makes complete sense out of what I'm seeing that I would like to present.
Just to check, because I don't know what point you came in, Barney. Did you hear the bit of the conversation where we were discussing this? Whoa, wonder why it does it. It's in two places and all that. and then someone shared a paper that then Chirag read out the sort of, I don't know, the summary or the abstract at the top.
About modeling, about modeling ray tracing in 3D graphics and stochastic models of air. Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Just checking you heard that bit.
By the way, this paper is brilliant because it goes into the miraging as well. So this is a fantastic paper.
It goes into everything pretty much. But so fluid dynamics of air are an immensely complex field of research. Refraction through that turbulence is immensely complex, both for modeling and for simulating. However, those are minor effects which have short-term durations. When we are talking about standard refraction, we are talking about the overall effect, the average of all of those effects, the thing which is always present, which never goes away due to the consistent nature of what causes it, which is gravity, air density, index of refraction, and behavior of light. Right? Standard optics in physics. Right? I'm not going to go into Bernoulli. I'm not going to go into turbulence. I'm not going to go into shimmering. I don't care about that. I just want to explain what standard refraction is.
Yes, sir.
And those turbulent effects that are hard to model because they are nearly chaotic or are fully chaotic are then overlaid on top of that basic explanation and this is where things go a bit left or a bit right or a bit up or a bit down, but not too much, right? Just to make it clear what I'm talking about. Okay. So sharing screen.
What is that sound?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a nightclub beneath my office.
Party.
It's Friday evening, and they're having a.
Okay, as long as I know what it is now, so I don't mind. But when you don't know what it is,
German Heisenberg party.
Oh no,
Alles klar.
No, Freeman, you weren't here when the party was over and they came over to Barney. You missed that.
We call it Scepter Music, and Scepter is a famous European producer of what's it, pots and pans and stuff like that. Right? Because the music sounds like you've thrown a bunch of pots and pans down the stairs. Okay, so first step, just the basics of refraction and reflection. If we have two media, one of which has a lower index of refraction and the other one has a higher index of refraction, there is a known behavior between how light acts when it encounters a barrier between those two areas, right? So if in any small part of it there is a flat line, if you approach that difference as a flat line, in respect to the vertical of that line, light coming in will bend towards that vertical when it's going from thin to dense, and will bend away from the vertical if it goes from dense to thin, right? This is middle school level optics. This is something that you can test for yourself with a glass of water and a laser projector, right? So the direction of light in this image is completely irrelevant. It works the same way both ways. If you shine from water to air, it will tilt away from the vertical. If you shine from air to water, it will tilt towards it. If you shine at a steeper angle, you will have the same effect until you reach the angle, which is called, if you shine from the water at a steeper angle, until you reach an angle which is called the angle of total internal reflection. At that point, none of the light will be going through, all of the light, 100% of the light will be refracted at the same angle that it came in. Okay? So when we are looking in the atmosphere, so this is this is the simplest possible model where you have an area with one index of refraction and an area with one index of refraction with a clear boundary between them. You can take a gradient. So, before that. So the index of refraction of different materials may be different, but also the index of refraction varies by density. And it's a very simple argument. If there is 0 of the stuff which is refracting there, then there is no refraction. If there is some stuff there, there is some refraction. If there is half of the amount of the stuff there, there is half of the amount of the refraction. So the more dense something is, the more pronounced its index of refraction will be, right? If you take water and somehow made it half as dense as it is, it would have half as much of an index of refraction as it does compared to the baseline of 1, compared to vacuum. So, does that make sense? That's clear and understood. Okay. So we have an atmosphere on Earth, right, which is made of gas. That gas itself, let's say we take some volume of, fuck it, that's not what I wanted to do. We take some volume of gas. As gravity pushes down on it, it will push down on the ground, right? As you apply a force, do it from above, it will push down on the ground. Now that gas has its own mass, has its own weight, and is pushing down on the air below it. Right. So that air is compressed by the same gravity, the same force of its own weight, but all of the air that's above it also lays on top of it. Now, air is compressible, so this air which is being pushed down by the air above it will actually be squeezed into a smaller volume and will therefore be more dense, right? So the same amount of air, the same mass of air will be squeezed into a smaller volume and will be more dense, right? So
pressure gradient. Higher up
and
lower, yeah.
Yes. The reason why I'm doing it this obtusely is because if you do that, you will realize that the pressure gradient is not linear, right?
Yeah.
Why? Because if each, let's say if they were all, if every cubic meter of air had the same mass, then it would be linear. Then this one would have the pressure of 1, this one would have the pressure of 2, this one would have the pressure of 4, right? As we go through the same blocks of space, it would have equal amounts of pressure added, right?
Like an isolated system,
right?
Theoretically.
So, but since air is compressible, then the bottom cubic meter of air carries practically all of the mass of the entire column, right? It is compressed. It is so much denser than the top one, that the top cubic meter of air, that most of the weight is coming from it. So the pressure like if you draw a graph of the pressure, dunk, where this is pressure value and this is height, right? As the height, as the height decreases towards zero, towards the surface of the Earth, the pressure increases exponentially, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay. So that means that these layers of density will not be the same throughout all of the atmosphere. There will be a curvature of density. These layers, when you stack them on top of each other, the differences between the top ones will be very minute, and the changes, the change to the curvature, the bending of light will be minimal. The difference between the indexes of refraction is minimal, so the bending is minimal. But as you get closer and closer to the surface, where the air is denser and denser and denser, that curvature gets more and more and more pronounced. Right?
I see.
So, in some sense, that is why I somewhat agree with Travis's concept of the ether band. If you're just talking about that lowest layer where the refraction is most pronounced, then okay, you can call it the ether band, but he's also using it to include everything that happens in the air, everything that I've expressly said that I wouldn't talk about here.
But isn't the darkest layer, isn't that just the wouldn't you just call it miraging?
Wait. Miraging, so this is...
I'm sorry, but that's where it's going to happen at. I apologize.
This is, let's say, a standard column of air, right?
Standard refraction.
Where the temperature throughout the column is all... so what is standard refraction? It is at standard atmospheric conditions. Standard atmospheric conditions are standard pressure, standard temperature, right?
Yeah.
And those are just... Those aren't even the average. Those are just a number which is assigned so that we have a measuring point. Okay. And so that when we're talking about values of that, we measure it from that standard. Right?
As you go in between your columns here, so the middle of those columns be the standard, and then it would adjust depending on what other data, temperature, water temperature, air temperature, time of year, those would then broaden the index.
On actual Earth's surface, the strength of gravity is a variable. It is not constant. The acceleration due to gravity is variable depending on where you are.
But isn't it? Okay. It's not a constant number, but it is constant, though, right? Clarify.
It is constant, but it's not a constant. So
okay. I just wanted to clarify.
If you go to a different place, the gravity will be different.
Yeah, the altitude,
if you go to a higher altitude, it will be lower. If you go to a higher latitude, it will be lower. And if you go to a place which has a large amount of mass nearby, such as dense ore deposits, as opposed to
like a copper mine.
Yeah, something like that. You will also have differences in local gravity, because due to the inverse square law, things which are near to you affect you disproportionately much, right? It is not just... You are not just being drawn down in one direction by the Earth, you're being drawn by every component of the Earth, where the parts of the Earth which are nearer to you are drawing on you stronger. Okay. And if those parts are made out of heavier stuff, then the local gravity in that place will be more intense.
Okay, you don't have to answer this right now, but
go ahead.
I was watching a video last night, and it was describing as gravity having a different vector as well. Just want to put that in your head. We'll talk about it in a little bit or later or some other time.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're standing on the surface of the Earth, right? If you're standing here, and there is a large ore deposit below you, then you will experience stronger gravity. But if there is a large deposit like down and next to you, then the direction of gravity will be slightly tilted toward in respect to the shape of the geoid.
Mm-hmm. And
right? That's the change in vector.
And here's a fun fact for people on those operations, mining and all the other like iron and all that kind of stuff. We can't use a lot of the equipment that we normally would use because of that issue. It gives us false numbers, so everyone knows it actually will bend a laser.
So the other day I was talking, I think it was with Toady, about what a geoid is, and right there are. It was an attempt to make a correlation between isohypsis and isobars. Isobars are the planes of equal pressure throughout the atmosphere, and isohypsis are the planes of equal height above the Earth. And there was an attempt to make those one and the same. And that's how we came to standard Earth pressure, which is pressure at sea level, at room temperature, at...
Yeah, there was there was a number of effects to try to equalize those, yeah, for a number of good reasons, yeah.
Because it's simpler to work out, like wherever you locally are, it is simpler to work. Never mind. That's slightly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, yeah.
So we've been. Have we been showing those videos of the sugar experiment, sugar water bending light?
Yes.
Has everyone seen them?
Yeah,
it's Mick West.
Yeah.
It's a green laser in a fish
the,
tank.
Yeah,
and Mick West puts sugar, lets it settle, and then it bends it very nicely.
Okay, so this is the same principle. The sugar has just been dropped into water and left to dissolve in water unperturbed. So at the bottom, there is a lot of sugar, and at the top, there is very little or almost none. That difference in density of matter changes the refractive index. If you imagine it as a bunch of thin layers, and you take into account what I've shown here, right? Then as the light goes up from denser medium to lighter medium, it will go away from the vertical, right? So it will become, what's the opposite of steep? Shallower and shallower and shallower and shallower and shallower until it reaches horizontal, right? If it comes from above, it will be going from a thinner to a denser. So it will be going towards the vertical. So if it comes in shallow, it will go steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper, right?
Does it follow Snell's law?
That is Snell's law. That's basicely a layman's description of Snell's law.
Okay.
I'm trying to convey an understanding.
Fair enough. And will you go on to explain how that manages to push things up so that we see the mirroring effect? Have I missed that bit? Sorry,
Yes,
I went away for a bit.
yes,
Okay.
that's where I'm going.
Well, okay, brilliant.
Okay, so now when we model those as horizontal layers, we idealize it. We oversimplify it. It is not that simple. Those minor eddies and turbulence always exist everywhere on a micro level. So when it reaches perfectly horizontal, it will not have long before it runs into one of those turbulences. And because if it goes from thicker to thin, it goes shallow. And if it goes from thin to, it goes steeper. Whichever shape the turbulence takes, it will always kind of tilt it again towards going down. And you can see that. So this is going horizontal and down. But even when it's pointing up, like now, right? It goes up, gets straight, and then gets pointed down. This is the path that light takes through media which have a gradient of density.
Did your picture change? It looks the same to me. I don't know if you're sharing the same picture, Barney. I didn't see the picture change.
No, sorry. I forgot that I'm not sharing the screen. I thought I was sharing a video. Let me... Sorry. You're right. Entire screen. This one. Right? So, and I've been...
You've been sharing this, have you? We've missed it.
I've been sharing this and
oh, that's a shame. All we saw was a thing, a grey thing that said thick and dense on it.
Luckily, I knew the video you were talking about. I thought you were just describing
from the thick, sugary part up towards the surface. It goes away from the vertical and becomes shallower and shallower and shallower and shallower, right? When it goes from the thin end, it goes towards the vertical. So if it comes in shallow, it will become steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper and steeper. And you will always get this arc going up and down, right? So, right? This is the path that light takes when there is a gradient of density of the medium that it moves through, a gradient of the index of refraction. So even when it's going up, it will go
down. Okay, so it always goes down.
And be turned back down. Now, this is an extremely exaggerated example because it's very high indexes of refraction and the gradient is very, very pronounced. However, in air, where the index is very low, you will have that same effect. It will just take miles for it to become apparent, right? For it to be significant. The curvature will not have such a small radius. Is that clear and understood? What's my next point? So we have refraction, reflection, density and gravity. Density and temperature, right? The ideal gas law, you all know of it. Basically, it says that if you change that temperature, pressure, and volume are related to each other. If one of them is fixed, the other two will be proportional to each other. So when you change, when you heat up air, it will tend to become less dense, right? It will spread out. Now, over water, what happens is that water has very high heat capacitance, and as opposed to air and land, which kind of change their temperature very quickly, water absorbs it and keeps it and radiates away slowly. So at night, when everything else cools down, water kind of retains its temperature. And you kind of know this when you go swimming during the summer at night, even though the temperature outside has fallen drastically, the temperature of the water is the same as it was during the day, right? So when the air is cold, it becomes dense. And then when it comes above warm water, that thin layer of air, which is in contact with the water, will be heated by the water, will expand, and will become less dense than the air above it. Does that make sense? Does everybody follow that? Okay. And that is basically what causes the inferior mirage. That thing that we were talking about, the total internal reflection, when there is an angle which is shallow enough in going from a thicker medium to a thinner medium that all light gets reflected. Well, now you have here the effect of, sorry, let me just remove excess lines. You now have here the effect of the air, which is cold above, being thicker, and the air in that shallow layer, which is in contact with water, which is getting heated by the water, being thinner, and then dissolving up, right? And you get that internal refraction. Now, that internal reflection in that case happens only, same as before, by Snell's law, when the angle is shallow enough, right? If the angle is steep, you will just get standard refraction going in. Right? But if you look at a steep enough angle, you will get all of the light reflected on it. So when you look into the distance, right? When you look into the ground right in front of yourself, let's say, let me have an eye of some sorts or a head, and you look down at the ground, you're looking at a fairly steep angle. As you look further into the distance, the angle with the ground becomes shallower and shallower and shallower and shallower until at some distance it becomes so shallow that you get that total internal reflection and you start seeing the surface as though it were a mirror. And you then see everything that's above it, beyond it, mirrored in that surface, in that thin layer of air above water. That is the inferior mirage, right? So basically, at some distance away from you, depending on your height of observation, depending on that angle with which your line of sight hits the ground, or right, when that angle by Snell's law becomes shallow enough, you get total internal reflection, and everything from that point on looks as though there is a physical mirror above it. A plane of mirror, right? Yes, and you will get less mirroring, and right as you go higher, all of the mirages recede away from you. Same effect happens if it's not underwater. If you have very hot or thermally conductive surface, right? When you look at a road, which is made out of asphalt, asphalt is very good at absorbing heat, so it gets very hot in the summer, and it will again heat up a thin layer of air, and that layer of air will look like a mirror when you look into the distance. And it will look like pools of mirroring water. Same thing in the desert, where heats become so extreme. If the sand gets hot, the air above it is cooler, then you will again get that miraging effect of a total internal refraction. Yes, precisely.
Okay, I get it now.
Okay, so in your image where you were looking, you're not looking at one line of miraging here and another line of miraging there. What you're looking at is a plane. You're looking at a mirror, right? Almost as though you've put a boat on a mirror and an island on a mirror, right? And then looking at it on a steep angle and looking at its reflection below it.
Hey, Barney, do me a favor.
Go ahead.
Can you make the Earth your guy is looking on? Can you make that a ball real quick, like a big one? I mean, because no, not really. But I just realized something. So, if we lived on a flat Earth, miraging would always rise to the horizon because of your angle. Am I wrong?
Well, that's what it does, isn't it? That's what they're saying it does, to be fair to them.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is consistent. I mean, I understand that. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's consistent, surely.
Okay, but because we live on a ball is why we don't see what's missing. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm seeing, like, the way you showed that your vision, and as you go out, it's basically from straight down at your feet to you looking up to your horizon is the reason why there's refraction. But the reason we see more, quote unquote, than we're supposed to is because that your sight hits the mirage. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I kind of did need you to do it. I can do it myself, but
okay. So that's
you
fine.
See what I'm trying to say?
Do it some other time. I there are things that I want to go through.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. I have it written down. I just wrote down what I was.
So, this is our eye, right? And if you have an object of certain height in front of you and an object of a different height in front of you, let's make those objects be visible, perhaps. Right? And then you draw a line towards your eye. Asshole. Maybe something like white. Make it 3. Right? Clearly, the light which is coming from a higher angle entering into your eye will inform you that that thing is higher. That thing will look up in your field of view, right? A thing that is lower will be lower down, and when you look down, you're actually looking down. That works as a good approximation for things which are very near you, which you can see clearly. Right? Now, due to that thing that I was showing with the sugar water and this whole air density thing, the path of light will not be a straight line. When you look at a thing which is very, very, very distant, due to that index of refraction and that gradient of refraction, you will actually get that the lights that hit your eye were lights that were initially going up, then straight, then curving down to hit your eye, right?
Okay.
Why is that? Why am I picking those lines to talk about? Because if I pick a line which was going straight towards your eye at the object, sorry, oops, that's not what I wanted to do.
Is that also happening to the objects that are higher up as well, Barney, though? Do they not go straight either? They're all bending, are they?
All of them are bending, yes.
All right. Okay. Which means that's what I said. That's Rumpus's view.
That's what I'm trying to...
Rumpus says everything is pushed up, which is the 7/6R. That's your standard. Anyway, okay.
So when you pick a line which is, oh, for fuck's sakes, my colors are messing with me. I want this tool. I want color white. I want 3 pixels. Okay, so if I pick a line which was initially going straight to the eye, right? Then by the time it would get to where I am, that curvature, that index of refraction would have bent it away and it wouldn't hit my eye. The light arrows that do hit my eye are the ones that went up, then curved and went down and intersected with my eye. But those lines then come from a steeper angle than they were before. And since we have an intuition about when we look at tall things, the light comes from up high, we actually see that object as though light has been coming to us from a straight line overall all the time, and we see that object up here, right? That is looming. That is what standard refraction is. That is what Rumpus calls.
So is that looming or is that standard refraction? Because I know that is standard refraction. Is that also looming? Are they the same thing?
Yes. Yes. Looming simply means that something is optically elevated.
Okay, fine.
Right.
That's my 7/6R that I'm familiar with. All right.
Let me ask you this real quick. So that means would looming happen at mostly when the sun is at your back and inferior miraging when the sun is in front?
No. Looming happens when you're in an atmosphere and there is gravity that causes this density column.
Okay.
So looming is always present.
Yeah.
The thing that affects how much looming there is local gravity and just the density of air, like the density of this column.
Okay, so
which is affected by its temperature and by local gravity, and that's it.
So what Rumpus explains with the R, and you're explaining with the standard refraction and the angle of incident and everything, that's how we know it's a curve.
Yes.
Mind blown. I just got it all. Boom, just hit me.
This effect makes everything.
Yep, it is a set of parsimonious explanations.
Okay, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It's an explanation. I'm giving an explanation. What?
I'm not sure.
No, Barney, I'm saying you're right. I'm saying the explanations are parsimonious with one another.
Who's talking? Who said that?
Oh, that was Bryan.
Oh, Bryan. Sorry. I thought somebody came in and said something like it's. I thought you were accusing me of something.
No, I was just commenting that. Rumpus's explanation and Barney's explanation, coming from different angles, meet together in such a way to where the explanations are parsimonious. That's all I was trying to say. I just came in out of left field. My apologies.
That's okay. So, this makes everything looks more elevated the further it is. And that makes the ground look slightly flatter than it should look if it was just geometry, right? Because the further you go, the more elevated things are. If you live on a curved surface, then that surface will seem slightly straighter. By how much? Well, roughly by 1/6 of the radius. And if you add 1/6 to 6/6, you get 7/6.
So that's
my
my 7.
You get 7/6R.
Sure. So that's my 7/6R. But are you sure you're right about this sort of a psychological effect, that because we're used to seeing things close by from directly the light that comes from them, that when we're looking at the things that are loomed up, we're also making the assumption that they're straight, which they're not, because they're loomed up, and therefore we think they're flat. You're saying that enhances the flatness.
It's not a psychological effect, it's a physical effect. Your eye does not see the path that the light has taken to it. It only sees the light that enters its eye and the angle at which it is entering.
Right, because we're making the assumption it's coming direct, we're therefore saying, aha, it's flat.
Yes.
Yeah, when in fact it is being loomed up. Okay, fine, I'm good with that. I don't know what Shirag thinks, but I'm fine with that.
So the same effect, if the optics work the same way on flat Earth, would necessarily mean that the further you look, the further away things are, if the density of the atmosphere is the same column where it's denser at the bottom and thinner at the top, further away you look, the taller in your field of view things will look. So your horizon wouldn't rise to your eye level. It would just continue rising indefinitely up until it faded away. The world would look convex and just fading into the blue of the sky until it faded away, obscured by dust and fog and mist and everything that's in the atmosphere. That's why I say that
so hang on.
So necessarily look convex.
So we know refraction is a thing. I don't think anyone is arguing that it's not a thing, right? So everyone knows it's a thing. And you're saying, just so I understand you correctly, that if it was flat and you did have refraction, what are you saying? That we're not seeing what we should see if that was the case? Because if it was flat and there was refraction, we should see things curving up and away from us? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yes, precisely. Right?
Okay.
Why? Because let's just expand.
Then that's a good flat Earth proof. If you accept refraction, which I think most flat Earthers probably would, and we don't see that, therefore that's a good proof.
Right.
Well, maybe not a good one. It is a proof, maybe not a good one.
No, the word proof is sacred in mathematics, man. It does not involve anything.
I know.
Except a rigorous.
It's not mathematics.
It's an evidence.
Thank you.
Okay. Just take this and expand it into the distance. So let's say we have an identical object to this on a flat Earth at a further distance, right? That same line that was going towards the eye would do the same thing, right? It would just I should have put that eye at the same level as the object. That would have made things somewhat simpler. Dup. Dup. Like that. And then go below it, right? The line which was going straight for the eye simply misses the eye due to being refracted. The line that was going at the same angle as the one that hits the eye from the closer around also misses the eye because wait.
I'm confused now, Barney. What are these two lines that are coming from the object? Rays of light. Yeah, but one's hitting the eye and one's missing it. Why is one doing one thing and one doing another? So you've got two rays coming from the top of the object, right?
Okay, I've been explaining that slightly earlier, but okay, fair enough.
I must have misunderstood earlier.
Every point of the object is radiating light in all of the directions, right?
Yeah.
Let's go through it 1 second. So we assume that the light moves in a straight path from the object to our eye.
Yeah, and it does if it's close, but if it's a long way, it doesn't.
Right. And our eyes don't know the path of the light. They only know this angle at which it entered the eye, right? So if I take this line, which headed off towards the eye, refraction will actually make it, refraction will actually make it bend and miss the eye, right? So that ray of light will never hit the eye.
That particular ray won't ever hit the eye.
That particular will never hit the eye due to refraction, and we won't see that ray. Instead, some ray which was going above our eye
will hit the eye. Okay.
Will hit the eye.
Which makes the whole thing go up. Got it. All right. Okay. I'm now with it.
And it will hit it at a higher angle, as though it was coming up from above, right?
Which will make that look like it's higher up.
Yeah. Now.
Yes, because your eye can only put together your brain can only perceive what it sees as the angle that hits your lens and is reflected onto your retina.
Exactly. Yep.
So.
And that works for cameras too, right? I presume as well.
Yes. That works for everything that senses light.
Everything optical. Yeah.
Let's take equivalent lines from a more distant object. Now, the line that heads towards the eye will miss it, obviously. The line that is at the same angle that this one was will also miss it, because there is so much more air that the light will get. Right?
It's going to miss it now. Yep. Okay.
It's going to miss it.
Yeah.
So the line that we need to consider for vision.
This explains the two different miraging levels. Got it.
Will need to be an even higher line.
Of course, I've got it.
Right? Which then gets bent even more and brought down at an even steeper angle.
This is why we see the boat has got one level of miraging and the island another. Yeah, I'm with that now. Okay, good. Yeah.
So if the Earth was flat, if it was completely flat, we would actually see this object. I'm sorry, I deleted. Kind of.
Can I just ask something a minute? I've said a right crazy thought.
This object here, right? Because it would be even higher. Sorry, I don't have enough room. Let's try to do it like so. Since we see it as a continuation of this line,
Barney, can I ask you a question? I've just had a crazy thought. Right. Yeah. So if the light bends and it's refracted and we see it as that, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the brain doesn't what we see is upside down and our brain writes it up?
Yes.
What is reflected onto your retina is upside down. Your brain reprocesses it. Processes the electrical signals into a right side up image.
Right. So if that's curved in that way, and it's in reality it's upside down, wouldn't that give credence to a concave Earth? I know I don't believe in it. I just had that weird fucking thought in my head.
So
no, because when you look through a glass of water, when you look through a lens and it inverts something, it didn't change its orientation in space. It's just an effect.
So then why when we look at mirrors, doesn't
I was thinking the horizon
sideways and it goes up and down? A mirror. You look at a mirror and it's not left and right or inverted, but up and down aren't.
It depends how you bend the mirror.
Actually, it's neither the left and right nor the up and down that's inverted. It's the front and back that it's inverted.
What? Hang on, I'm looking at a mirror. This is my right hand I'm holding up, and the mirrored person is holding up the left hand.
Yes, but only because its front and back are inverted.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
I don't. I'm not. I'm the right way up in the picture in the mirror, though. The mirror picture, I'm looking the right way up.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I'm not seeing my legs at the moment or my feet.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave that for another day.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah.
We'll come back to that another day.
We can come back to that. So, this is the eye. This is the lens. This is the object that you're looking at, right? the rays that come from the top of the object go through the lens into the eye. Let's color them red.
No,
and from the bottom come into the eye. And in your eye, you get an upside down image of the object, right? Because the top
And I should have
gets
said refracted. I don't know why it's
down,
reflected.
and the down gets detected up. But that doesn't affect any of what we were talking about here.
Well, no, it's just, it was the curvature. Well, I was thinking of like looking down at the curvature of the Earth. If you could get high enough, would it actually be concave because it's actually upside down?
No.
No, it doesn't work like that.
No,
That
I
would mean
didn't
we're
think
standing
that.
in
Outside
air.
crazy thought, that's all. Cheers for clearing it up.
Yeah. That would mean that we're standing on our heads.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thinking about it, that's fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah, true, man. Well, we could be. You never fucking know. Could be walking around on our hands for all we know. No, go on. I'm sorry. Carry on, Barney.
And that's pretty much everything that you need for that image.
Because it now explains why we've got that boat and then the island, right, at different distances, I presume. Is that correct? That's why we see one.
So the assumption when you're looking at that picture is that there is one line of miraging here and another line of miraging there. No, there is one plane of miraging constantly.
I agree. Yeah. I think of it as a donut or a cloud or something. Yep. There's one plane of mirage.
It's literally like you've set a mirror inches on top of the water that go through everything.
So it's nothing to do with those lines. I thought it was to do with those lines. So what is the explanation then for why we get a small amount of miraging for objects closer to us?
These lines, this refraction of light.
Well, I thought I'd understood it, but now maybe I haven't because you're saying I'm wrong.
This is just an explanation of 7/6R.
Mm-hmm.
Why it looks flatter than it does, and depending on temperature. If you change the density of the whole column by local temperature, the amount that this curvature happens can vary. So on one day, you can see something elevated up to here, and on another day up to here, and on another day up to here.
Okay.
Sometimes you can see things, you can see further depending on what the refracting conditions are based on temperature.
Okay, so then my question...
That looming effect is there every day, all day, under all conditions, and it changes slightly. It lifts things slightly up, or it brings them slightly down. Or
sure. So
it always brings them up, or it brings them up more.
Varies a bit. The average is 7/6R. I'm willing to accept that. But therefore, my question is, Barney, back to where we started, why is the boat miraged only a small amount, whereas the island is miraged more? I thought I'd understood it. You're telling me
because of the curvature of the Earth.
What do you mean by mirage more, Toady?
Well, if we go to the picture that Shawn's got, you'll see it. You missed the earlier bit. Rumpus.
Yeah, I've only caught it on recently. Sorry, my machine's also been doing some strange stuff. So I've been a bit distracted.
I know how I can do that.
Well, we weren't even sure if it was
thing.
mirage at all,
God.
right, Toady? Toady, we were still debating whether there was any mirage at all, right, on the boat in the foreground.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shawn said there was. I think he made a good case. I have seen pictures where it is, so let's assume it is Chirag. Yeah, because I agree.
That's fine.
Yeah, certainly I know pictures do exist. Yeah. Sorry, Shawn. Whoever's talking, Barney.
What I was trying to show is, as you look at a steep enough angle towards the water, you see the water, right? Mm-hmm. As you look further and further away into the distance, right, you get to a point where the rays of light are hitting that heated air at such a shallow angle that you get total internal reflection. And from that point on, the surface of the water is a mirror.
The surface of the water isn't a mirror.
That layer of air which is clinging to the surface of the water is.
I think it's also questionable to call this total internal reflection, because it's a very gradual. You're implying that there's a sort of, well, I'm not quite sure what are you implying. It's sort of almost going straight and then like a sort of internal reflection when you're going from water to air. There's a sort of angle of incidence equals angle of refraction, but like a reflection.
Did you just come on the panel? Did you see any of the
presentations? You earlier where you were describing this, but yes, I wouldn't call. I must admit, I've had a dispute with this with Philip actually about whether or not you would call that reflection. I would say it just gradually bends. I mean, for instance, an example you've got here. Would you argue that what you've got here is total internal reflection? I don't think you would. You've got a curve that goes up and then it comes down, and that's exactly what happens with the inferior mirage, but upside down, inverted vertically. You wouldn't claim this is in total internal reflection, yet you've got it going the opposite direction it was coming from. And then
let's go through that case. That's fair enough. So let's say that this is water. The darker thing is water, and the lighter thing is air, right?
Yeah.
If the light is going down, it hits the water. Some of the light is reflected off of water, and that light is distorted in all kinds of ways, and you see the surface of the water, right?
Yeah, this is not what happens in an inferior mirage, though.
Wait. It's all related to refraction and reflection. Most of the light, though, will enter into water and go, since it's getting into a denser medium, will refract towards.
Are you saying the inferior mirage is about reflecting off the water?
No.
Good. Okay.
No, and I thought I'd explain that, and now I'm trying to explain it again, if you'll just let me.
Okay.
Right? However, as I've explained, water has higher thermal capacity than air, and when it gets heated up, it retains its temperature. So overnight, the air will become cold, but the water will stay the same temperature. That means that the air, which is just above the water, which is in contact with the water, gets heated by the air and loses its density and becomes much thinner than the air above it, which is cold. Right?
Well,
the
density of the result of sunshine
of the surface. What?
Well, there's nothing to do. I mean, nothing to do with it at night and things. The reason you get this effect is that the surface of the water is heated more strongly normally by sunshine. I mean, you can see it on roads and things. The road gets very warm, warmer than the air above it. That heats the air above it, and then that causes it to become less dense. Therefore, you get, inferior mirages. It's all this idea about overnight and thermal capacity. I'm afraid it's not relevant.
Rumpus, I think it's because you may have missed the start of the presentation where was going through this.
That had nothing. No, I heard the explanation you just gave just now, and that wasn't relevant.
Okay. How is it not relevant?
Well, because sunshine is the main cause of inferior mirage. Is the fact that it heats the surface. The fact that the thermal capacity is not really the issue here. So, for instance, if you look at consider a road, it gets warmed by the sun because light interacts.
Yes, that is due to its thermal capacity, right? Sun is the source of the heat. But whether something retains heat and gets heated up and gets hot is due to the thermal capacity, right?
That's retention. I'm sure you could get something that didn't have a high thermal capacity that didn't. I suppose there's a link between there might be an interaction between thermal capacity and its interaction with light and how it absorbs.
You're concentrating on a completely irrelevant thing. The thing that is relevant is that you get a significant difference between the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air above it. When the water is warm,
that's the thing I want to focus on rather than the things you
overnight. Whatever the explanation is, it doesn't matter. So we all agree that there is a layer of much thinner air above the water, however it's caused, right? Because otherwise you two guys are going to argue forever the thermal capacity of water, and that's irrelevant, really. I mean, I'm not saying it's relevant, actually. But less relevant to the explanation.
Over a relatively warm body of water,
the same disclaimer goes. I'm presenting here how I understand it. If you understand it differently, feel free to present it differently, right? From what I've learned, from what I understand, it is literally the fact that water gets warmer and retains its heat, so it will have a stable heat regardless of the time of day, where the air will get hot during the day, cold during the night, and in the morning and in the especially in the morning, you will have the situation of very cold air and over hot water. The air which is in contact with that water gets heated and therefore expands and becomes less dense. And you get this thin layer of air which slowly dissipates into the atmosphere, but here the air is less dense than here, and that thin layer then is subject to total internal reflection. If the angle is shallow enough, all of the light gets reflected at the same angle that it came in, and you get literally the thing looking like a mirror. You get a very, very large Snell's window.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the light travels a straight line from the object you've got on the right-hand side? It carries on a straight line, then it hits the surface of the top of this warmish layer, and then reflects off it with the internal reflections you've drawn it. Is that what
within the precision of
because this layer you've drawn in light grey is not some uniform thing. That's also got a grey.
No, it dissipates into the atmosphere above it. Yes.
I really don't think it's supposed to represent a reflection. It's just an artifact of the way the light is shaped.
Talking about being a reflection. That's the problem. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm objecting.
That is total internal reflection.
No,
that literally is what it is.
Well, it's not. I must admit.
And I can also tell you why it has to be, because you get it at a certain distance. Before there is no reflection, and then you suddenly get a distinct line, and after that, all of this after that is a mirroring surface.
Let me show you Let me show you.
Hang on. So that was the question I asked earlier. Hang on, Rumpus, you can get to in a sec, because that's where we started from. The whole point was we're going woo-ah, ooh-ah, and we're getting very excited with Chris Berry and Chirag around the question of why have we got these different miraging effects at different heights. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be linear, by the way. You've got the island there reflected, miraged, and then you've got the boat miraged, and the miraging of the boat is much smaller than the miraging of the island. But Barney's correct, they're at discrete distances. Yeah, all the bit between them doesn't seem to be miraged, and that was the question of why are you getting these discrete multiple miraging effects, is where we started this, by the way.
Yeah, and you don't. You have one plane of a mirror which is miraging everything that's on it and behind it and through it, right? It is
why it's miraging, and then you're seeing the mirage through it, which is crazy. It should be turning that back the other way up, which it doesn't.
Let me show you a radar.
No, it's not a vertical mirror, right? It is not a mirror standing up straight. It's so when you look at this inferior mirage.
I understand that Barney, I know it works on a plane, but that's
like
my point. I get that. I get that, Barney. I don't think it's a mirror.
I don't understand your comment then.
No, what I'm saying is you can't see it in that particular picture. There's a really good picture that Travis has got, with a multiple. I think he's got 3 miraging effects at different distances, and on one of them you can see the inverted view through the back of another inverted view, if that makes sense. But it's only inverting one part of it.
And you can get that, like there are conditions where you can get varying layers of density throughout the atmosphere. There are also conditions of that in water. Like in Croatia, we have a lot of freshwater springs inside the sea. And when the sea is still, you actually get a second surface that when you go into the water with a diving mask, you can see another surface of the water beneath you, which is also shimmering and reflecting and.
Like another surface beneath. Wow, that's amazing.
Can I show you a radar of what actually happens?
Okay, so I'll just tell you what I'm thinking about, Rumpus, so you got it. In Travis's picture, there's an inverted lighthouse, the one with the cannon, by the way, and the Christmas tree that's next to it. And then a little bit closer to us, there's like a duck or a goose, and it's actually inverting the head of the goose Yeah, but then we're seeing through the back of it the inverted lighthouse, and it's
Right,
only
yeah.
inverting the head of the goose.
I must admit, this is the issue that I've actually that's been troubling me for the last year. Well, since about 6 months ago, when actually Plain Truth and Jose has shown me these images, and I haven't fully investigated.
But Mind of God has found this document. If Chirag's still on, right, he uncovered this document with apparently quite a good explanation. You might have missed that bit of the show as well.
That PDF is excellent. I'm reading it right now.
I'll be interested to look at that. But let me show you this. Let me show you this radar of what actually happens, rather than these of what is actually going on. But right here is my classic. Here is this goddamn Mile of Man thing. Right. So here's this Isle of Man bollocks, and here you can see an infirmarage. This area above here is duplicated, inverted down here, and similarly here the area. So this is an infirmarage here. I did have the where did I show the I demonstrated above. Okay, well, if you just I did have drawn it out actually, so you can see exactly where the fold line is. But here is what the rays are actually doing.
By the way, should we see the Isle of Man at all at that distance? Just so I know.
Yes, we should. Yes, that's it's loomed up a little bit, but it's 50 kilometers away from St. Bees, and for an observer height of 35 meters. And this is a slightly I've exaggerated the altitude here. This is the Isle of Man, the profile of it. This is gathered from topographical data, same data that Google Earth uses, which we obtained from the from the same source that Google Earth obtained from. That's the shuttle reconnaissance mapping thing. So that's the profile of the Isle of Man, exaggerated up. So this is 60,000 meters away. So the first bit of the Isle of Man there is 50,000 meters, 50 kilometers, and then we've exaggerated the curve of the Earth and the altitude here. So this is what these are rays of light. So here's the observer on the right hand side at 35 meters. So that represents 35 meters, that distance there. And this represents the various altitudes on the Isle of Man. And these are rays of light that are coming out. And we've only drawn the rays of light that actually enter the human eye. So as Barney correctly showed, you know, if you have something here that goes, if it starts off in a straight line going towards the observer, it will actually dip down and it won't meet the observer. The rays of light that actually get to the observer actually have to be slightly higher, slightly above the direct line between the object and the observer. And you can see here, this is where the infirmaraging happens. So you can see, so the thing that really shows us off are these two, bugger, I think I've wrecked the, oh, no, okay. This shows it off. You can see here that there's a point here that has two rays of light coming from it. And I've exaggerated that in this bit down here to demonstrate this. There are two rays of light. So from this point here, there are two rays of light that will end up at the observer, but they take very different routes, and this is what causes the infirmarage. So there's an upper orangey one and a lower purpley one, and as you can see, now what it'll do, they'll go very close to the, hide that bloody thing. Right. So here the one that actually you receive as the non-inverted form is this one here. So this purpley one and this orange light, orange ray, both came from the same part of the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
And this pink, purpley one came down here, and then so you can see it's gradually, as it's coming along here, it's gradually bending up. It's not got some dramatic change in it as Barney was drawing.
I don't know. It looks pretty similar to what Barney did, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no, it's gradually curving upwards. Okay. If we go in here, you'll see it's gradually curving, gradually curving. Yes, what do you want? Yes?
Rumpus, I haven't been condescending to you, so please don't use a condescending tone with me.
I'll do what I like.
What I wanted to point out is, Barney, I would just like to say thank you very much for your time and your ability to explain things to people. I am not going to bother even responding to your Rumpus. Thank you very much, Shawn.
Good, excellent. That's okay. Forward. Right. So, so you can see the purple line here gradually comes here. Now Philip and I have argued whether that is actually a total and a reflection here, but it's a very gradual bending that it's going gradually more and more bendy up. I mean, you might think it looks like a straight line, but it isn't. It's gradually bending up as this going to, because this area here, because you can argue that the density, the area of less dense air, because it's least dense, because in this situation here, we've got, as Barney described, you've got the least dense air here, and I'm trying to see where the fold line is. I think. Oh, sod it! I'm not.
Have you given these different density values at all? Because I'm a little bit confused now.
Okay, sorry.
Obviously, it's a much more complicated diagram.
Okay, well, I've confused you, Toady. I haven't explained it well. Okay, sorry about that. So let's go back to the start then. So we have.
Wait, Rumpus. Let's just jump to the point of agreement. If you have an inverted gradient of air, if you have a gradient which is thinnest at the bottom and densest at the top, right? You will get
the top here. I was just trying to, can't remember because I haven't looked at this diagram. I think this orange line here, is the fold. One of these lines I've drawn here is the fold line. In other words, where it gets to its maximum density. Unfortunately, I can't remember where that is. Apologies for that. But if I could just, so if totally wrong, as Barney said, you've got the least dense air. Well, not the least dense, but it's only in the zone of the inferior mirage. You've got an area, say, unfortunately, I can't remember where the fold line is in this diagram. You've got this, let's call this blue line, the top of the mirage effect. The middle line here is the fold line, and then this thing here is the thing. So that's not actually quite right what I've drawn, but just to give you an idea. So you can imagine it's less dense here, most dense you're ever going to meet here, then the same density here as it is here, and from there onwards it's going to get less and less dense. Is that do you understand? Is that clear?
Yes, and that is correct for certain conditions, right?
Yes, in the conditions where I've got inferior mirage, Karen.
If you have a very thick layer which has a gradient, then you will get refraction through that layer in the same way that you get refraction down. If the densities are inverted, you will get refraction up. Yes. And then you will get sinking, but you will not get an inversion of the image.
Correct.
Right? You will get a sinking of the image. And there is optical sinking. That's not a problem.
Correct.
But
so sorry, what's the sinking of the image? Just so I can follow. When the image
seems, when the image seems lower than it actually, when it looks lower than it actually is, the same way as looming is
opposite of looming. Okay.
Yeah, it is opposite of looming.
It gets pushed down, but you won't get the inversion of the image.
But you won't get the inversion of the image. You will get the inversion of the image with total internal refraction.
Yeah, it'd be better if Rumpus's picture here showed the density, I think, because it's not immediately obvious.
What do you mean by showing? Hold on. What do you mean by showing the density?
I don't understand the density profile that you've got there that's causing the rays to take different routes.
That's correct. Okay. That's Rumpus. That's what we're getting at. What inspires the rays to form that?
Right. Okay. I see. Okay. Yes, you're okay. You're okay. That's a valid point. That I'm not showing here. What you'd like me to draw, what you'd like me to draw, in other words, on here is some sort of line.
A grey band
going up
or something.
Here, and then saying, let's say this would be. What the bloody hell happened there?
Oh. It crashed. It refused to cooperate.
It did that bastard thing. Oh, it's because it tried to. Okay, it's because I wasn't. Sorry about that. Apologies. I actually draw the bloody fold line in.
Rumpus, are you familiar with that paper from the University of Toronto and the French guy?
I thought I might be familiar with the one you were referring to. Oh, that's why.
Joss Stam, Ray Tracing and Non-Constant Media, University of Toronto, Computer Science. I don't want to interrupt, but we should look at this. This is a nice.
Okay, but I'd definitely be keen to do that. Right. So, Shawn? Is there a problem?
No, you'll click on.
Yes. So. Right. Let me. So what you want to do? Yes, the reason that cocked up. Let me just. What you want me to do, in other words, is to say, unfortunately, if I click on here, it's because it's inside an embedded graphic in here that it's going to behave. Okay. So what you wanted me to do, Toady, which is reasonable. I haven't. You're right. So I haven't described in here the gradient. I do go into here later on. Oh God, there's quite a lot to get through here, unfortunately. The area.
I don't know if you've never experienced the harmonizing of the speed of light. It's hard to believe it.
Right. What?
Well, throughout our history, humans have been interacting with the multiverse via biofeedback. Do you agree?
Are you reading out of the Deepak Chopra quote generator again?
Well, I saw someone had joined.
Right. So...
Yeah, thanks for the welcome.
Hi, Pete. Nice to see you.
This is a fucking different universe, right? But what Rumpus is going through here.
Oh, here we go. Right, here I've been. Okay, here I've been.
Generator.
You don't want me to? You're not interested in Toady then?
You think you'd be good at it after all these years, Rumpus?
We are waiting for you to get your
are
name.
interested.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't worry, Rumpus. We're not dissing you. It's a joke that you missed yesterday with Pete.
We're keeping ourselves entertained while you figure out what you want to show and what you want to see.
I know. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm being a bit crap here. There's the bloody fold line. Right. Okay. So this is zoomed in where the actual action is happening. So yes. Okay. So Toady, I think that's a good point. Actually, I should There is the area of maximum density where this fold line is, which is here. So I've zoomed into the area near where the which Barney's claiming is the point of total internal refraction. This purple line is the bendy line that forms the bottom air. The other line that came from the same object, same point in the Isle of Man, is this orange line, and then they're going to join together at the eye. So this is the fold line. This is where the maximum density of the air is. This fold line here, and this is where you could claim that there is total internal reflection. I'm against calling it that because this is a gradual bending of the. There's no sort of dramatic bending, bouncing up reflection. There's just
it's not a line at all, then, Rumpus, right? It's not a line.
Wait, Rumpus.
It's a curve.
Rumpus.
Right, so it's not a line. So you should say it's an apparent fold line.
What you are describing is a real atmospheric effect, and you are describing it correctly. You are just not following through. That would not cause an inverted reflection.
What?
That would cause a sunk image. And when you have that effect, you get that stretched image where
you got it wrong. This is the cause.
Hey, stop interrupting in the middle of my sentence.
Of your interruption.
If you want me,
carry on. Well,
okay.
You just accused me of not understanding what this is, and I very much do.
Seriously, do a ray trace of what you have described, and you will see that the image will not be inverted.
Yes, it will be. I'll show you.
You will get the image the right side up.
No. Let me. Okay, perhaps I'm making this clear.
It's the same. It is the same effect as the upper refraction, right? The one that goes through the medium, which is dense at the bottom and.
So you're claiming that these rays are not going to produce an inverted image. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Wrong. You're absolutely 100% wrong. Let me.
Oh, let's have it out. Let's go. Prove it.
Oh dear. Right. Here we have a point on the over here. If you can see that,
okay.
We have a point here on the island. One point generating two rays. One going down, and one going more towards the thing. And this part, this lower ray, which I've been trying to talk about. I know there's a lot to take on board here. This lower purple ray comes down to here. It is gradually bent up because of the medium becomes less and less dense. If this particular ray I've chosen here, if it was a little bit lower here, it wouldn't hit your eye, but it's the one that's going to hit the eye. So that's why it's sort of a bit special.
Yeah, I understand.
Right, and then it starts to go up.
Yes.
And it will then hit the eye from below. So in other words,
yes.
The same point will look underneath the point, right, and other objects and other parts of it will appear. So other rays that, say, for instance, this ray here.
Yeah.
It's going to take too long to explain, but the point is that is the cause of the inversion. This thing coming up from below, you will see the same.
You are absolutely right that two rays from the same point are coming to your eye from two different angles, right? That's fine.
And this one is
However,
looking down.
the image,
but the fold line, the fold line ray, which let's go back to where that.
So Barney's conceded. You're absolutely right, Rumpus. Okay, well done, Barney.
I don't think he thinks that quite yet.
No. I conceded. I agree with everything that you have described so far. You just haven't described the image being inverted.
I have.
You have described
that, right. So this ray here, this fold line ray, is where things are not inverted. This is the point in the middle of the mirage. So everything above this is appears. So this is the normal direction, but all the rays that are coming up from here are this was the top. This was the ray that had the highest. This purple one came from the highest point. The next assuming that, hold on, you're assuming that. Let me just check. I'm not quite sure whether.
Well, let's see where that black one goes.
Yeah, for the black one.
So at the moment, I'm seeing 2 points.
The black one
from the same place.
But the key point,
one above the other.
But here's the key. Here's the punchline. This black line that you see here came from a lower part of the island, and
Yes,
when it gets over to here, hold on,
yeah.
let me finish, Barney. Let me finish. But when it comes over here to the observer, the black line, the black line is above.
Looks like it's above the purple.
It is above.
It is above.
So, is it in the image that eye is seeing? Is it next to the yellow line or next to the purple line?
Next to the purple line, but it's above the purple line.
It's next to the purple line. Wait, take a look at its path. Take a look at its angle of coming into the eye.
Two black lines there.
Hold on, for some reason mine.
Right.
You've got two black lines there.
Hold on, something. I zoomed in
Utter
too much.
nonsense. Utter nonsense. You're applying real phenomena to an unreal scenario, which is a
we
happening
don't
baller.
Yes,
This is
we
why
are.
everyone is confused. And all the listeners, you've been speaking for an hour, Barney, and no one is any the wiser. I guarantee you.
And
that.
I asked for the privilege and got that privilege from Shawnji. Fuck
That's
off.
fair enough, but let's discuss this. You're getting hung up on things here
I'm
that
discussing
no
it
one
with
can
Rumpus.
relate
I don't
to.
want to discuss it with you. Yes, as far as the discussion with you goes, I agree completely. We're talking about optics. We're not talking about anything.
But you're talking about optics as applied to an assumed sphere, Barney.
No, we're talking about
no one gives a fuck what you have to say.
simulations in 3D.
This is an open discussion, and there's no progress being made here, right? Is this not about truth as listed in the hangout?
This is about my presentation that I asked Shawnji for the privilege of not being interrupted during, and I allowed Rumpus to interrupt me, and I'm now talking to Rumpus.
Yeah,
but this is still my presentation.
Did you want to
Fuck
go
off,
back to
Pete.
your presentation?
Yeah.
Am I?
First, my computer froze, so that's why I have not interjected. But Pete, this is exactly what I was talking about. I want to keep it calm. You came in, and the first thing out your mouth when I got back on just now was, all right, you've been spouting out about this, and you're wrong. Pete.
No, hang on. I didn't,
do you
Shawn.
ever
I just asked.
You did. I just heard you.
Hang on. They've been on this for about 20 minutes, and there's no progress.
No, they've been on,
getting
actually,
here.
Barney's been talking about it for about an hour now. Rumpus has been in for about 20, 25, 30 minutes now. And I don't care.
We're on the
I have
same
no
point.
problem with it. But the thing
Pete,
is exactly, hang on, Rumpus, stop.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah, stop. Now, exactly like I was saying in the chat, Pete, it was whether Rumpus and Barney disagreed, it was still a discussion. The second you came in here, it became chaos. That's what I'm talking about.
It did not. I was quiet for all this time, man.
Well,
What's wrong with you?
Okay, no. Well, I'm talking about right now.
Right now, I'm quiet as well. I'm just saying that it's an open panel, so I certainly have questions for Barney. So let's finish up this point then and move on.
I changed the title.
Okay, well, let's finish this point and move on then. I'll go on mute until it's finished.
Good. Yeah, because you just accused Barney of talking bollocks from that. He's been given the chance to have a presentation piece.
Just keep going, Rumpus. Just keep going. Don't talk to him.
Right, prove your point and prove Barney wrong here.
Just
Rumpus,
keep
then.
going, Rumpus.
Well, no, Barney's agreeing with Moses. It's the slight problem with his understanding of where the inversion is coming from. That's where we got trying to resolve.
I'd love to have those lines a different color, Rumpus. It would really help distinguish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, well, it's useful because this is part of my document. So yes, if you're having problems, I appreciate it's quite complicated. And yeah, you're right. I should try and. Well, the reason.
Well, I'm trying to imagine what it looks like in the eye with the same point, right? There's two things reaching, one above and below. And I could get that, and in my head it was inverted. But then the black line, which seems to you've drawn two black lines, seems to now. That's the bit that's confused me.
There's only one black line, I think. Yeah.
Well, when you zoomed in, it looked like there was two going to the eye. Can we zoom in and see which?
You're absolutely right, Toady. Apologies. Oh God.
Okay. So make it a different color to black then.
I will. Oh,
Stop where you are now. Go back right. Go back right. Go back right, please. Just
change his color. I want to change his color for Toady.
Okay.
Just make it another color.
Yeah. I'm just trying to pick on what be a yellow with that crap.
Blue. You haven't got much blue.
That's different. Gloominess yet green. What do you want to do?
Okay. Olive, right. So go right to the inflection point. Sorry, the point of where you have the purple line there. That light green line, is it next to the orange one or the purple one?
The orange one.
Right. So why have I got two similar? Sorry, I've got two similar color ones again.
Oh, you're joking! Come on.
No, sorry. Apologies.
So we don't get muddled up. Let's make it dotted. Make it dotted. Make it dotted.
We've got a whole damn rainbow.
Yeah, that's okay. You have.
Oh,
you have ray.
Sorry, I will make it dotted as someone suggested. Look, just a sec. That's causing my problem. I was having a.
You have ray traced all of the lines as though they're curving down, and you have only one line, one singular line, which is being inverted through that lower layer.
That's what you haven't understood. That all these ones, there are several ones that are curved up. It just so happens that the purple one is the most curved. So, for instance, this black line you'll also see here also gets curved up, and this black line. Which just it nearly it hits the same area. So this black line here also gets curved up. It just so happens that it appears just slightly above. So there's another inversion. You see that black line comes from down here. So you can see that the black line here is in other words is lower down, but this is lower down the island, but the purple line is the one that appears lowest to the observer. So this purple line appears below that one. That's what the purple line means. The lowest point over this thing here, over the point where we call where the inversion inversion. So this purple line is the special one that the observer sees at the lowest point. In other words, it's the one that the observer will see just above the horizon. So the purple line is the one.
Really? Can we have a look at the observer's eye? I just want to see where the black line comes in, whether it's above or below the special purple line.
So you'll see.
I know.
The blue line.
I can't see. Can you zoom in a bit? Hang on. I've probably got my wrong glasses on. Hang on.
Right. So the blue stuff.
Hang on. I'm just swapping my glasses. Hang on. Can you zoom in a bit more? I really can't. Oh, no, I can see it. Oh, hang on. No, that's good enough. So basically, the lowest line is
let me tell you what the color scheme is. The blue stuff, the blue rays are from points that are this side of the horizon.
Like water in front of us.
The line is the lowest. The purple line, which is this. I don't quite know why. It's not right. For some reason, it goes a bit purpley. The purple line is the first part of the island that's above the horizon. So
that's the top bit. It's actually higher.
So and the black and that was
black
actually
line is actually from the bottom.
Line. So if you remember the black line, it's done it again. Sorry, this thing is struggling on the limit of.
I know.
Right. So basically, we're going to get a layer of inversion at the bottom of what we see. I mean, obviously above the waves that are in front, we're going to get an inverted layer And then what are we going to get with the top bit? But hang on, we're receiving 2 bits of information from the same point.
Yes. Sorry,
So in both the case of an inferior mirage and in case of sinking, you will get you will see the same part of the image in two places.
In 2 places.
What I'm claiming should be happening in the example that he's describing, when you have inverted refraction, you will get the right side up image pushed lower. So what that is, when you look at Travis's distorted images, when something is very, very elongated in one part of the image, that lensing effect.
Oh yeah,
right?
that kind of like stretching of the thing, yeah.
That's what happens when you have a thick layer of gradual density going from low to high and then slowly decreasing up.
Right, so it's taking one piece of information from the image, the source, and it's stretching it out because you're getting
a lens, basically.
Yeah.
What he is describing is a lens.
No, it's not. That's
yes,
only,
it is.
No, it isn't. It's only vertical. So it's not acting like a lens. It vertically compresses, and this is nothing to do with compression. So that's another issue completely.
It's only vertical. It's not a spherical lens, right?
Yeah,
it's cylindrical.
That's another issue. The compression and stretching is another issue completely. Let's not get confused with that as well.
The thing that you are describing here is that
no, it's not. Absolutely,
to get an inversion,
let me finish. I'll explain it to you. Right. So the point is, I was demonstrating was that the black line appears above the purple line. The purple line, as I've shown you, and this damn thing's saving.
Show me the path of the black line.
Right. Okay. Unfortunately, this bloody thing is saving. It's now going to take 30 seconds to do this damn thing. Oh, God damn it. It's a doesn't auto save. But right, let me explain it verbally.
You've got too big a document. You should cut these bits out really for presentation, Rumpus, because it's just too big.
Well, this is going to be, yes, this is a 200-page document, unfortunately. Right, so let me describe it. You can see it's milked it out, but I'll just go through it verbally. The purple line is the line that appears lowest to the user. Okay, we showed that on the other side. On the other side, the purple line is the line that appears closest to the horizon. The black line appears above it. So therefore, this is inverted. It's nothing to do with compression. It's inverted. This black line appears above the purple line. That's inverted.
That's a violation of rules of refraction. That works for reflection.
No.
Like literally go through the simplest model of reflection with one surface and show me how you can make an image look upside down with just mere refraction without reflection.
You don't understand what's going on. This is the whole point. You don't, with a gradient that we've got on this. Now damn thing saved this version. Damn it. Oh, crap. Hold on, let me just switch off this auto save while I'm here. Because I want to save that again. Backups, auto save, switch off. No, get off.
Can I ask a question when you guys are done, Rumpus, with this?
Yeah, we're saying that just refraction is going to invert an image.
Yes!
Really?
Absolutely. No. That's the point.
No,
that was possible.
That's what I was fine at the start.
No, that's not possible in optics.
It is absolutely possible.
You are wrong.
Optics
no, I'm absolutely 100% right. This is modeled with a bloody
internal reflection will explain why that effect shows up only at a certain distance, not before and then after it is fully present. It is due to the angle of viewing and nothing else. And what you are describing does not work in optics. The effect does exist. You do have those areas of thick areas of rare to dense to rare air. But you get a lens. You do not get an inversion.
Not a lens. It's got nothing to do with compression or.
So can I ask the question, Rumpus? If that's true, to Barney's point, why do we only get it at a certain distance then? Why do we not get it closer, further away. Do
You
see what I
do.
mean? If that's true.
So, for instance, Ranty went out onto a racetrack, and 100 meters away, he put some little Russian dolls or something, 100 meters away from him on a warm day, and he had inferior mirage on those things. It was very small, but nonetheless it was there, because this is an angular thing. So it's the effect is related to angle. So obviously, the further you are away, the bigger the effect. But it's still an angular thing. So, but you can have it very close to you. But it's obviously because it's an angular effect based on the angles. Therefore, the absolute size of the mirage is very small if you're dealing with an object that's close to you. So this ray diagram, which, by the way, let me just show, absolutely agrees with the observation that Anthony Riley did of the Isle of Man. Let me just show you just to demonstrate how valid this model is. I've got an overlay here of this is Anthony Riley. This is the image that we created here with an inferior mirage. This is the original image. This is overlaid, and what's more, the inferior mirage is this. Here's the inferior mirage modeled, and when it's overlaid, you can see some little areas here it doesn't agree, but by and large it does. Well, more than by and large, it's remarkably accurate. You can see here's including the inferior mirage here. You can see how closely it matches it. So this model absolutely works, and it absolutely, with refraction. Now, Philip claimed that area that Barney's claiming there's no inversion at all in this, which is completely wrong. But at that point here, which where I've demonstrated with the ray tracing, you do get an inversion with my ray lines. I've showed you that black line, and I showed you.
I can see the black line goes above the purple one, and it's below it.
The purple line there, I'll just say it again for emphasis. The purple line is the line that appears to the observer to be just above the horizon, and this black line, which comes from a lower point, appears above it. That is the inversion. So this, but depending on which rays, because you've got to work using Fermat's principle. You've got to, there's a lot of maths behind getting this to work. So the angles of these things can be anywhere. So it just so happens that we know that these are the angles that go to this particular point on the. So there will be other points, for instance, that are duplicated twice, and that's why hopefully I meant to get that fold line. I possibly need to. I admit I'm not making.
I think this may not be the right juncture to carry on this. It may be worth coming back to it once you've sorted the colours.
I think I can present an argument that will invariably show that you're wrong.
Absolutely, 100% correct. Absolutely,
no,
without doubt.
Fair enough. Can I present my argument?
Philip and I have been through this. Philip with a PhD, and it matches exactly the image. It is absolutely. And he's familiar with these principles. He and I are absolutely in agreement. We're absolutely 100% right, without a doubt. But you can try if you like.
Okay. Can I present?
Go ahead.
While y'all switch over, I'm just going to say I'm ducking out. Y'all,
it's
time for some extracurricular event.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So here we have a gradient as described, which makes the image.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you so early, Barney. But that gradient you've got there is a linear one. It doesn't. It's not in you. I mean, I don't know whether you're implying that the black is most dense and the next one's less dense and carry on. Because the point of inferior mirage is that black one has to be less dense than the thing above it. That's the whole point of the.
I think the channel, the medium is different.
Let me present my thing and then try to criticize it.
Okay. But I thought it might save you a lot of time if I pointed out that rather serious issue.
It will become clear.
Okay.
I am aware of that. That is part of the argument, right? So in this case, we are looking at the image, and the lines of light are getting curved by the gradient. Agreed? And do you agree that this is an appropriate model for what light will do?
Only in the phase where the you've got your light.
In this case.
Yes. Okay. If you're not worrying about the most,
I'm not worrying about that yet. I'm just talking about this. Is this an accurate?
All right. So one's bending more as well, Barney. Is it one's bending more because it's in less dense and one's in more density? Is that right or not?
Yes, but insignificantly. That's really not
all right.
The
So the
relevant
thing on
part.
the left is not a density profile. Then I just want to make sure I've missed it.
It's just it's not an accurate density profile. It's just an explanation that it's thinner at the top and denser at the bottom.
Fine. Okay. And there's two rays of light coming from the same place.
As it goes from denser to we can do we can actually do this. Right? So it's thinner at the top, denser at the bottom. Things that go from denser to thinner tilt away from the vertical, right?
Normal,
and it becomes straighter. Things that go from thinner to denser tilt towards the vertical. And that's how you get this curve. And you get the similar curve for the bottom part of the object, but nonetheless, the top part of the object enters the eye above the bottom part, right?
Yeah.
Now, what you're saying is that if I turn this around and flip it upside down, just literally do this, that now suddenly there will be an image inversion that the top part will no longer be the top, it will actually be the bottom, and the bottom part will actually be the top in the eye. That the object, that the image in the eye will be the opposite of what it was previously.
Well, you've now got but this is in a different layer now. It becomes less dense again. So you've got the most. So if you take your layer to be the most, if you put a draw line where it's most dense, which would be the bottom of your grey thing, and then it'll start to become less dense again, going towards the ground. So you've got one gradient going one way, then there's the middle portion where it gets most dense, and then it'll get less dense as it goes towards the ground.
Yes, and the image that is traveling through the portion which is less dense at the top and more dense at the bottom has this profile, right?
Sorry, say that again.
The image, if the air has this profile of density, thin at the top, thick at the bottom, then it has this profile, and the image is upright, right?
Correct. Correct.
But if I just invert the density profile, if I transform flip vertical, right? You can still say above it is less dense to the top, but this time I'm just caring about this inverted part of the light.
Right? That's fine. Yes, but the point is when we're dealing with ephemerage, you've got two gradients going in opposite directions, and so you get two points. So that example I showed you where you had one part of the image, one part of the Isle of Man from the same point, two different light rays ending up in different parts of the eye, you're going to get that for lots of things, and that's why you see the thing reproduced twice, one above the fault line and one below it, and you see that for all parts.
I think I maybe understand what you're trying to say. Something like
try drawing one part of the image. It goes to two places in the eye, and then you'll start to understand, I think. Because in the real world, we have the same part image appearing twice at two different angles in the eye, and if you see how that happens, you will see how the inversion occurs. I mean, this is useful for me because there are some things. The fact that Toady is, I mean, the sort of person I'm trying to explain in my presentation will be sort of someone probably less educated than Toady and yourself. So if you're not understanding it, although I must admit my bigger diagrams below are a bit more detailed. I was only really.
I understand the principle. Right.
Yeah, I need to, but obviously the detail is not coming through.
Is this what you're trying to explain?
Can I give you a critique on your presentation?
Well, I'm looking at it, but you certainly can. Yes, Karen.
Is
this what you're trying to explain?
It seems like you're presenting to yourself, and you explain it like that as well.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Well, because I was trying to explain it to Barney rather than going through. Because if I was doing it as a presentation, I would start off with the principles and then gradually build up step by step. I was having to jump into it a bit more detail than I would. So I wasn't able to give the prelude explanation.
Okay.
So it wasn't how I would present it. I was having to obviously
Rumpus, I concede you are right.
Oh, okay. Right. Thank you very much.
Barney, no!
Good. Can we move on?
Right. What you're describing is this case, right? Where the light goes through the inverted period, then goes through the inflection point, and then comes back down.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got. In fact, that's exactly what my purple line is effectively the one at the top. The bottom of the object and hits the top of the object, and the other black line is the one at the top of the object hits the bottom of the.
The way I'd love to see it, Rumpus.
Yeah, I see it now.
The way you could make it
clearer,
much more powerful on yours. If you go back to it, I'll tell you very quickly how. Certainly, no. Just go back to it. It's very simple. In my head, on your version, the whole thing I'm trying to do the whole time is trying to work out, as it reaches the eye, which bit is which.
Where the density thing.
No. So if you go to where the cliff is,
Barney will have to redo the whole of his presentation.
Yeah. So you see where the cliff is, Rumpus?
Tomorrow, Barney.
No, it's just.
Right. So Rumpus, if you just gave them numbers, if you went like A, B, C, D, E, F, or 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, and then you drew a little sort of pull out. And then you can actually tell in what order they reach the eye.
Well, I have. This is what I do.
Oh, shit. No, it doesn't work. So, Rumpus, it still doesn't work. No, it still doesn't work.
Of course it doesn't. It's not.
It still doesn't work.
It does.
Because it's not based in reality. You assume the sphere. You're trying to explain natural phenomena.
We're not talking about the sphere.
This is
what it's all about, Barney.
It's literally not the topic of the conversation.
Yes, it is. You're trying to explain visual phenomena, and you have to invoke a sphere. This is what Rumpus is doing.
I do not have to.
He has drawn it on the sphere because it has nothing to do with the sphere.
It just so happens I'm modelling it on a sphere here because this is the model of the Isle of Man.
Exactly, and you're trying to explain real observation.
Which I can do because this model matches exactly what is seen in real life.
Because if the sphere is not a reality, then your model is wrong.
Guys, take it down for 1 second. Hold on, Rumpus. Barney just stated that it's not right, and I'm kind of wondering what do you mean it's not right there, Barney?
It's not right because the image does not come from that layer. It comes from above it. So yeah, it is inverted in that layer, but not when it comes to the eye.
Scratch that concession.
Okay. So see, because it's really hard. And Rumpus, I'm not. I think you're doing a good presentation.
Okay, Shawn, don't worry, I won't be hurt.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to tell where these lines are going because you have so many of them. You have so many of them on there.
And which is what I'm saying. If you showed the order they arrived in the eye,
Actually, if you just cut down on the amount of lines.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. But the trouble is you do need the line density to see, because otherwise I'd only be left. You see, as it is, I'm only left with...
well, how many do you need? You only need 2 coming from the same place and then the 1 from the bottom.
And that's why
let's hear Barney. Let's hear Barney again. Come on.
And that's why we use simplified models. for simplified models and abstractions for explaining things. Because if you show everything, it becomes a mess and you don't understand what you're looking at.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Barney. I think as a model similar to yours there would be perhaps better to introduce it, and then I would move to the complicated model where you can actually follow individual lines. I suppose I was tempted to actually show all the modeling that was being done, but yes, it is confusing the issue. But the trouble is, because it's realistic, you know, there's only slight bends and things, and so you have to introduce you know, I've reduced it to the minimum number of lines and actually showed 2 lines that were, as Barney was calling, the inverted ones.
Rumpus, you've been working on this for over a year. I can explain all of this in minutes flat.
You can't
on
even
a flat plane of water, mirrored water layer. That's why
Oh.
you're seeing a reflection. But you don't want to listen to
So
that.
Rumpus,
Rumpus, take up everyone's brain power. and
Yeah,
time.
no,
But
no,
continue.
Pete, you're wrong on this, but Rumpus, I think it would be better if you took the lines that are up top, the blue and the green lines, and you just made those actually solid. It would actually present a lot better, because right now what you're trying to do is you're trying to differentiate between the lines, and your other lines get lost inside of them. But if you made it all solid running through, it would actually accentuate the other lines more.
Shawn Smith, admit that you are none the wiser since the very start of this show. Admit it, Shawn. Shawn G, you said you understood all this perfectly in the chat. I'd love you to explain it to me. Well, just explain a photograph. Bring up a photograph where we have miraging and explain it to me according to Barney's explanation. You said you understood it.
Well,
Who's that? Yeah, where is he?
Pete, that's what these are. This is what I've done.
Okay.
Pete,
No, that's fair enough.
Pete, that's exactly what I've done here. For instance, I've taken 2 images, which include inferior mirages, and then I've modeled them, and then I've overlaid the model here with the a picture that was actually taken. So here we have North.
You're not sharing at the moment, in case you are, maybe.
Sorry.
Unless I've clicked on the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think you're messed up a little bit there, Toady, because he's presenting.
All right. Yes.
You ballers are all over the place.
My
tonight.
mistake. I know. Terrible.
So, so here,
what do I need to do to get it? I'm clicking a little his little icon. How do I get his thing up?
Toady, you may have to refresh it because it may just
Shawn,
mess
so much
up.
truth departed tonight.
No,
All right.
I think if you right hand click over my icon.
No, I'm not, man. Come on. I'm trying to get some serious questions.
Yeah, it kills it for a while, Shawn, doesn't it? And you have to rejoin. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
Go on, Rumpus. Go on, Rumpus.
So here we have an image from a video that Anthony Ryle took of the Isle of Man. Here is the refracted model that we have above, created using those ray traces. And then this is the overlaid image, and you can see that it matches almost exactly, including, now the inferior mirage is not clear here. There's a better one here where you can see they're overlaid. There's a slight discrepancy here, but you can see the inferior mirage bit there. And similarly, this one here shows the inferior mirage. It's again overlaid. That's the model. Here's the picture from the video, and you can see how closely the model matches the image. So it's verified by reality. It's what we see. The model reflects exactly what we see. And
You're still working on it, though. It's not a finished item yet, is it? The whole thing.
The whole thing is not finished, no, but the key features are finished. But unfortunately, I'm trying to do things like explain. I'm trying to do some animated graphics in here and explain how the eye works, amongst other things, which is causing me. And there's also the point that I haven't yet sorted out, which is these multiple fold lines. So there are some bits up here that I'm trying to explain because there's all. Oh God, sorry.
How can you have multiple fold lines? Will you explain what that is? When you look at that picture.
In the picture that we saw at the start, or the plane.
That's where this all started. Is the multiple fold lines, which I've not had an explanation for.
Jose,
right, I understand what he means, but I'm just talking about in general. Just bring that picture of the Isle of Man up again.
Okay,
And once you identify the fold line, and we're looking out directly at the target, it can't be a line. It has to be a plane of some sort. And if we're living on a sphere, it has to be an arced plane, right?
It doesn't, because it's just like the horizon appears flat, or semi-flat, mostly flat to as an observer. So does the fold line. So
yeah, but you're saying that all of the air, right, and clear, there's different densities in the air the closer it is to the water surface. So we have a fairly homogeneous layering throughout the spherical atmosphere.
It's not homogeneous.
Yeah,
but in terms of its density gradient, that's what I mean.
It's not homogeneous then, is it?
The gradient is as you go from one side of the sphere to the other across the Isle of Man. Think about a rumpus. If it's a curved surface,
left to right it's the same, but up and down it's got a gradient on it, so it's not.
Okay, well, stop interrupting and get my point first of all. So we're taking a picture across 40 miles, is it something like that? So if we look at the surface as curved, and we think about the air density gradient, which is consistent, if it was homogeneous, consistent more than homogeneous across the whole spherical arc. Then how can it be hang on, Rumpus, how can it be described as a line? Because a point in the distance directly above it, the air would have higher to go as opposed to a nearer point. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's what these ray trace diagrams are sort of demonstrating, because the gradient, I mean, Toady was asking, where is the density gradient? Because of course, all along on this image here, which is this shows the ray tracing, the density is a function of the altitude above the surface. So it's going to form a little sort of ring here, and this is why curved surfaces cause more mirages than a flat one would. So because
but have you taken that into account?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
So the density gradient will form a sort of arc. So the density gradient is in different directions depending on where. So at this point here, the density gradient is going up, which means up here. Now, of course, this is exaggerated because to show off the this is across 50 kilometers.
That's why it can't be a fold line. It has to be a fold curve, a fold arc.
Yes, but you're looking through it.
That's going to depend on your optics, how far you're zoomed in. It's going to be a line. There's going to be a line there. It's not like it's not like you're looking over a small ball or something like that.
Remember, he's incorporating these fold lines to account for reflections, apparent reflections in mirages, right? So we're not
you're right. You can have
target.
a mirage, Pete. You can have a mirage on a road that is noticeably. Well, no. You can have a mirage on a road that is noticeably curved.
I've seen that. It's a mirror image.
So it still has that fold line to it. It still has an ending point.
Right, you need a surface to reflect against, and when you identify the fold line,
you don't. The mirage that you see on that road is not on the road. It's actually above the road.
Excuse me, it's an illusion. It's an illusion, and it's reflecting against something. If the road wasn't there, you wouldn't see the fold line or the mirage.
There are two rays of light in the real physical world that are coming from the same point on the object to you at different directions. It's a physical phenomenon. There's nothing illusory about it. The rays of light are real things, and they're coming from the same point.
Sure. So to Pete's point, if the road wasn't there, would you see it?
Well, you wouldn't have the temperature gradient there.
I see. Right, so you need the road, and that's why it's always annoyingly just above the horizon. Right, back to my point of why is it
right? Exactly.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not at the horizon. Okay.
So
okay. Wait. To answer Toady, it's not always at the horizon.
So hang on, Shawn.
I keep wanting to. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Well, it does tend to be quite close.
Yeah, but you can get that same effect over a road at local areas.
Okay, so Shawn, hang on, please. This is why I wanted to jump in.
God.
Hang on, Shawn. You're bringing in mirage that we can all appreciate driving down the road at 100 yards, 200 yards even. If this was a reality, we would look over long distances over land and see this miraging going on all of the time, because there is a distinction. There's still a gradient between what's happening closer to the ground in terms of the air and higher above, but we don't see it. This is a functionality of the water, right? Yes, but we should see this miraging over water, over land, over distance, Shawn. This is clear, right?
But right there, that picture right there, that is the double fold line. That's where you get the
Right.
double fold line
That's
from.
a close-up image. That's a close-up down the road
That-
here. I'm talking about
but
Rumpus
if you
is talking
look
about
at it-
40 miles away. If this was a reality, we should be barraging in distant photograph objects from distant vantage points all the time. We don't. You don't see it. You have it wrong.
We see it here. You see it there. You see it there. There's this is not good. This is a case of sinking and looming here. By the way, this is a
overland. Rumpus.
Yeah,
that's a desert. That's an extreme situation,
Pete,
Rumpus.
Pete, no, it's not. Deserts are not extreme.
Yes,
I live in San
That
Diego.
is.
Which
When have
is
you been
desert.
in a desert, Shawn?
I live in a desert, dumbass. What the fuck?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I live there. Again,
Well, no
it depends on your angle. It depends on your angle. And here's the thing: it happens all the time. There's never a time when on Earth there's no mirage.
I can explain this photograph in terms of a flat Earth, but outside of these extreme situations and circumstances, we should see this effect all of the time. If what he says is going on, is happening.
I can explain this image to be a quasi luminous tube of molten lava Earth. If I wanted to, doesn't mean I'm right.
You've been in the desert too long.
So Rumpus, is this your presentation? Going back to that picture with the double fold line.
Yes, this is another part of it. Yes.
Okay, so what happens is the heat above that road in that one particular area, and usually it's due to like the amount of tar or something that's in that patch of road right there, or a dip in the road as well. We'll bring that. Yeah, we'll bring that.
The curved surfaces exaggerate this effect. That's why I've pointed out the undulations. Each one causes a little inferior mirage for each undulation. That's why curved surfaces make this more noticeable than it would be on a flat surface. But it's still
right. So going back to the picture with the boat and the mountain in the back, or the island in the background. On that one, the reason why you actually get that double fold line is because of the waves and the troughs and the waves.
No, it's nothing to do with that.
Yeah, no, because the heat that is right in between there, the right in between the trough is actually creating that it's actually pushing the heat because of how the water is moving.
Well, put it like this: in Jose's photograph, I don't know if you remember Jose showing an image of some palm trees and a hotel in the distance on a very, very calm day where there were no waves at all, with birds and things. There were multiple fold lines, so it's nothing to do with waves. It's to do. I don't fully understand.
Yeah, but
I understand it perfectly.
But Rumpus, that's the thing is when you say there are no waves or anything like that, there's always waves. It's you just don't see them because
it was an internal pool. The thing that Jose was over had many fold lines, and the surface of the water was almost completely flat. It's not relevant.
It's a perfect mirror, almost a perfect mirror.
Yeah, but it's not. But Pete,
I'm not sure which one. I was trying to think of which one you were thinking of. I was thinking about the
river to see the water is reflective, man.
I was thinking of the one where he was looking at the hotel across the lake.
Yeah, he's looking across the lake at a hotel and a line of palm trees, and some birds are there, and you can see their inverted images.
I can explain it perfectly, and do you know what it all comes down to? Rumpus, let me just get this out. This is what it all comes down to.
I'm not interested, Pete. You can see
here. I'll say to everyone else, this is what it all comes down to: misidentification of the horizon line.
Why did you let him in?
Because you must incorporate spherical ballers geometry and fix a distance to the horizon, and then explain everything in terms of what's beyond that horizon.
Right.
Simple as that.
Yeah, great shot.
That's pretty simple. That's pretty simple. You're working on this for 2 years, Rumpus.
Go away and go and talk to the bottom of your bed somewhere.
No, I'm talking about a flat plane of water, right? So don't be talking as if I'm ridiculous. You're working on this for 2 years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shawn. And I'm putting forward a flat Earth. Hang on, Shawn. You were a flat earther. Rumpus, Shawn was a flat earther here.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Shawn. Let me address you then, Shawn.
Spouting excrement at us, though, Shawn.
All right, Shawn, let me address you then. As a flat earther, as you were looking at this picture, what you would have said to yourself is, I'm looking over across a body of flat water, right? You would have also realized that this horizon line that I visually identify is not the actual horizon line. As we look into the distance, the acute viewing angle dictates that the water becomes more and more compressed with distance. And over a certain point, it behaves like a mirror. We know that water is reflective, and everything can be explained in terms of this. Simple as that. But you're not a flat earther anymore. But Rumpus doesn't want me to make the flat earth point, right? So, and that is the flat earth point. We're dealing with literal reflections. No magic, no inferior mirage reflections through the air. That's not needed.
You don't understand the most basic elements of physics. You're just making stuff up.
Okay, so answer me this, Rumpus. Must you bring in a fixed distance to the horizon there when you look at it? When you identify that horizon line at the picture you have at Shellig Point, must you identify that horizon and say, that's my starting point, that's at a fixed distance according to the height of the observer? Yes or no?
Yes. There
you go.
If it was a boy, I mean, just like if there was a boy, I could stick it there on that horizon and then say that's for the observer, particular observer height. We know that I could say that particular molecule of water is going to be at this point. In fact, if you just look at the geometry of it up here, I can look at the up
Case
here.
closed. I'm done. It's finished. That's unscientific in the extreme. You've already brought in the spherical ball Earth into consideration.
So there we go. Right, so for instance, so here we have an observer at a particular height, and there is a particular point on the Earth which is the horizon, i.e., where the sky meets the water, and everything beneath that is obscured, and that has a particular distance in space.
That scales model there, Rumpus. The very first time I spoke to you, I recall back in 2015, I suppose, you showed me this diagram, and I have the same problems with it right now.
Yeah, it's still right. It's just like 1 + 1 is still equal to 2, Peter.
Rumpus, do you understand that by bringing the fixed horizon distance into every calculation, will you admit that you cannot do without it? Yes or no?
Well, it's a feature. It's a part of reality.
And you're already after proving that the ball is in existence beforehand. How did you go about proving the ball is in existence?
Well, because we know that we have to do things like look down from a particular height to see the horizon, whereas on a flat Earth we know we wouldn't have to do that. We have pictures of the sphere. We know that it's rotating from Foucault's pendulum to the weight, the things that toadies have done, from difference in weights. The Doppler effect of the cosmic wave microband, the fact that things, when you drop them, they go off from the vertical. So we know that the Earth is spinning.
So this doesn't prove anything then about the sphere Earth.
No, this is not trying to. Well, actually, I do describe here how you would prove in this part of this description. I say, right, if you want to actually for yourself determine the radius of the Earth, you can do that. I give a little bit here. Where the hell have I done that?
In these days of higher education, you can imagine someone would have all of this covered to a much greater degree.
Yes, exactly.
Look at all of that work.
Something horrible has happened to my document. What the Jesus Christ has happened here? I've lost half of this. Oh, you bastard.
It got sick of waiting for you to finish it. It's suicided.
What the heck? No,
That's funny, man. I put as much work into any of the stuff that I think about Rumpus that you're after doing there. Man. Anyway.
Pete, it's a full-time job for Rumpus, right? It isn't for you.
I reckon Rumpus on 100 grand a year.
So yes, sorry. So here there is here is the formula that you can use to determine. The 11th century guy that Toady was referring to is Al-Biruni, and just using this simple formula here, which all you need to do is to measure the dip angle. The dip angle being this thing here. So if you decide to get up 100 meters or something, look to where the horizon is, you measure the dip angle below the horizontal, and from that one calculation and knowing your height, you can then determine the radius from this calculation here, so where D is the dip angle, A is your altitude, that will give you a value for the radius. That's what Al Bruni did, and that's what Pete could do if he could be bothered to get up from under his bed.
So you have to first of all, you have to first of all identify the correct horizon.
Yeah, well, it's close enough. If you get up high enough, it's not an issue.
You want to do it to water.
No, it is.
You
It
want to do
is
it to
exactly
water.
an issue.
To
The
water,
further you look out, the more accurate you're going to have to be
The
honing
higher
in
you
on the
get up,
actual
the
horizon.
less-
Now, we'll also remember the definition of an horizon. It's an apparent point or line where the sky
but
meets
it
the
has a
land.
physical location, as I showed in the diagram here.
Well, this is contradictory. Shawn, do you want to jump in here?
There's as I'm showing you, for the Earth, that horizon for an observer at a particular height has a physical location. And if you were to put a buoy, you know, if you could actually say, right, I could go and stick a buoy and tell them where to put it, it would actually appear right where you see you see the bottom of the buoy on the horizon, and say, yes, look, I can identify where that's going to be in physical space.
No one believes you anymore, Rumpus.
I do.
Bottoms. Hi, George.
No one believes you.
So Pete, if you could bother to get off your bottom, you could go and measure the radius of the Earth yourself by making one measurement with a theodolite or an astrolabe or something you handmade, if you like, to just measure the angle. And if you go up to, I don't know what you've got in, don't know whether you're in Dublin, whether you've got a high tower somewhere, look out to sea, then measure the dip angle to the horizon, and then you will be able to then, from this formula here, just knowing the altitude you've got and measuring the dip angle, you would then end up with a value for R, and you would have your own little contribution there to proving the sphericity of the Earth. And you could then go back to the real value and then say, oh, look, I did a good job or bad job.
Well, if that was all true, Rumpus, these debates wouldn't be ongoing, and you certainly wouldn't be doing what you're doing over all of these years. But let me answer that and say that, yeah, it all comes back to misidentification of the horizon. You have to bring in the assumption that you live on a spinning ball, and you bring in spherical geometry. First, hang on, Rumpus. First of all, this is your very first step. Identify the horizon and the distance it's at, and then explain everything.
You don't have to identify the distance at all. You need to, I have to say it again, the only thing you need to do is to measure the dip angle to the horizon. And the higher you get, the less the issues of refraction. So that's where all you're doing is you're trying to measure this D angle here, this dip angle, the angle below the horizontal, and then
angular height.
You can't do that because as you go into the distance, right, water, because of the acuteness of viewing angle, will always set up this mirrored water layer because you're looking over a flat plane, an extended flat plane. And as Barney touched on in his own presentation, as you're looking out, the more the angle becomes acute. Hang on, please.
You would not have a dip angle. If it was a flat plane, this angle D would be 0.
You've misidentified the horizon again. This is what I'm saying to you by assuming a baller.
As Barney has explained in his presentation, if the Earth was flat and we had refraction as common optical, like the part that me and Rumpus are in complete agreement about, is you would have things looking going up in your field of view. It would look like you were at the bottom of a bowl.
Yeah.
Right. Let me share my screen briefly. I'll just share 4 pictures, and you could identify the horizon for me, Barney. Right. So if I was out with my theodolite or whatever instrument trying to measure this dip angle, I'd have to point it at an horizon. So let me just share my screen, and you can tell me where I will point my what do you call it, Barney? Okay.
Pete, if you're about to show us
bear with
a very poor example of horizon.
No, this is good. This is good.
But Pete, I'm going to preempt you possibly. If you're going to show us an example of a very poor day where it's difficult to work out the blurry day, then we'll say, well, don't pick a day like that. Pick a day when the horizon
just let me share my screen,
clearly visible.
Let me share my screen. Go off screen sharing there, Rumpus. Okay. Now let me present my screen. So Barney, question to you, and where would you? So if my screen comes up here, 1 second. Let me just click. I should be doing it. Right. If my screen comes up, here we go. Right, it's a perfectly grand day, Rumpus, and we're looking at sunrise. So this is post-sunrise. If I was to bring that instrument of choice out to measure this dip angle and prove the spherical Earth to myself, where would I point the compass, Rumpus? Or not the compass, Rumpus, the theodolite or whatever instrument. Where would I point the class here?
That was sufficiently clear. Yeah, you could point it at the that bit what looks like the horizon. That would do. I mean, obviously, if you were low down, you would want to avoid it. If this was taken from a low altitude, you would want to avoid that. So I don't know if
you're doing it from a low altitude, you wouldn't be able to do the experiment that you're doing.
Yeah,
because
the sun is actually, in reality, it's quite a bit lower than
right. So come on, just for the sake of this example, where would you point the other light rump? The crosshairs, Barney, in the same place as Rumpus, I take it, the same place I would, right here. Yeah,
I don't know anything about that picture, so okay, let's say I would point it there.
I would call that the visible horizon, not the actual horizon.
I'm talking about the actual horizon. Where would you pinpoint the actual horizon, Rumpus, Barney, anyone?
I'd say it's behind the water somewhere.
Right, well, I agree with you, but I'm trying to get Barney, because Rumpus said I can prove this to myself, so we can get excited now. So, Rumpus, you've identified this as the horizon. I point the crosshairs at here, measure the dip angle, and fill in the...
Obviously, this is all subject to the fact that this is not you or someone very close to the...
surface of the
in unusual conditions, because you wouldn't pick those conditions.
So what I'm trying to say to you is
and also what there is a problem in the evening, you do tend to get to what I call super looming quite often. So
hang on, what the fuck? How can I go out easily and prove this with myself measuring the dip angle if I
you will still get it over.
There are two things you do. One, you avoid evenings, you avoid bad days.
This is morning time.
So it's quite simple. Just go out, say middle of the morning, get up to 100 meters on a clear day that's not got too much sunshine, preferably overcast. That will minimize refraction. Then you only have standard refraction. But if you get up high, that will minimize that. And then you just take an observation on that day. Do not pick on days with super looming, mirages, fog, or other stupid things, or when it's very, very hot and the sun's blazing. It's very simple.
Hey, Rumpus, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question, Rumpus. Yep. Hang on, guys. What do you think of Travis's ether band?
I think he's an absolute idiot. And anybody who reproduced, and anybody
I asked you, what do you think about the ether band? Not Travis, the ether band.
Well, it's idiotic. He does.
Okay.
The ether band
now,
is a term
I got your answer. Perfect.
Used.
Okay, perfect.
Hang on, Shawn. Hang
stop
up.
using.
Come on,
shut
man.
up, Pete. Stop using super looming then, because all Travis is doing is describing atmospheric conditions the same way your super looming is describing looming.
No, it's not.
It's not?
Super.
Are you serious? You're changing it. You're making your own term, just like he did.
Shawn, how about letting me answer? Right. There is a phenomenon called looming. And when I add the superlative super, I'm saying there's more of it. So it's very definite what I'm talking about. I'm talking about looming and the fact there's more of it. When he talks about
is there a technical term called super looming?
Can I just finish my point?
Is there a technical term called super looming?
No, but it's
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
There's no technical term. There's no ether band isn't a technical term either. So you're doing the same thing. That's why everyone keeps jumping.
The same thing. What I'm saying. Listen,
Can I finish? And I'll incorporate ether band.
Answer here. Super looming is just a superlative form of looming. Whereas ether band, uses the word ether incorrectly.
It's atmospheric conditions.
And B, it encompasses what we would call as atmospheric effects. So he's
where what super looming encompasses what we call a looming.
I'm trying to finish my answer here. So he's appropriated a term incorrectly. It means one thing, he's trying to mean something else. And B, he's talking about a whole collection of effects, whereas the one that I'm talking about is a very specific effect, looming. So mine is
more specific of something, but you're doing the same thing, Rumpus.
All right, we understand. We understand.
So
Come on, let me finish my.
Can I hop in here real quick?
Hang on, please. Let me finish this, please, and let me get off this.
God.
And because it incorporates Travis's ether band as well. I'll cut to the quick. Right. This is the horizon line we'd identify. Now, let me tell you what's happening over a flat plane. This is only an apparent horizon line. When there's no sufficient contrast.
For the record, Pete, you did come on here and tell everyone was wrong and how you were right. Like I said, you would. Don't doubt.
No. Well, I'm a flat earther, Shawn. I know we don't live on a sphere like that, so I'm going to say that, right? But anyway, let me finish
weren't
this.
having
Right?
a conversation about whether the Earth is round or flat. We were having a conversation about optics.
It was an explaining an optical phenomena on
and
a flat
I'm
Earth
very
or a globe
excited
Earth, right?
for the end of the stream so I can explain. I have a really good rant today because today was like the most. It's like everything that Flat Earth says it's not. You guys just openly show it like it's the thing to do, and it's insane.
Okay, well, hang on, Shawn. Let me finish this, man. I'm only going to speak for a couple of minutes. Let me finish this. Would you agree, Shawn, that this is the apparent horizon line or the actual horizon line? This line.
It's called an apparent horizon. There is no such thing as an actual horizon. You keep saying that, and it makes zero sense.
Rumpus says there is. There's a fixed distance.
I don't give a fuck. I told you. I told Chris earlier, or whoever might have got it earlier. Rumpus is not my authority. I can give a shit less what he says. If Rumpus is wrong, he's wrong. That horizon is not a fixed spot. It's an apparent place. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, but Shawn, if you put a buoy there, if you put a ship there, you would have a particular spot where you could see if you can
go 20 feet. Hey, then go 100 feet higher. Is that going to be the same horizon? No, that's why it's in a fucking apparent horizon, Rumpus.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Fucking Christ,
He's saying if you change your angle, is that going to be the horizon? If you let that buoy there, is that going to be the horizon?
Shawn is wrong because this is a relatively fixed horizon, Shawn, you will agree.
Wait. No, Rumpus. Rumpus, if you change your angle, if you went higher, would that buoy... No, Rumpus, stop. If you went higher, Rumpus, if you went higher, would that be the same horizon?
Shut the fuck up. Rumpus,
it's dependent
shut
on
up.
altitude. I've said it about 20 times now.
Then why do you keep saying it's a fucking fixed location?
The horizon position is dependent on your altitude. I've said this about 25 times now.
I agree. With it being an apparent.
So it's not a fixed position. It's still an apparent.
Altitude.
God, Rumpus, you are a fucking moron, dude. Seriously?
Yeah, really.
Seriously, dude.
Really,
are you
Rumpus.
fucking kidding me right now?
Rumpus, come on, serious.
There is a particular position for the horizon. Why can't you understand this simple concept? Jesus Christ!
The funny thing is, Rumpus is correct and Shawn agrees with him.
Jesus Christ!
Shawn, you agree with him and you don't realize it.
Wait, no one agrees with him because it's not a fixed location, Pete. You and him are the only
altitude, twat.
Rumpus,
you don't get it. You're a fucking handicapped child, aren't you?
Wait.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Rumpus?
Who said twat?
You're then going to say, it varies with altitude or angle. And I keep on saying it's fixed for a particular altitude. You just don't listen or comprehend. You're either stupid or deaf or both.
Hey, who said twat?
If it's a different location for everyone in their elevation, then it's not a fixed location.
Altitude only, Shawn.
Oh, you're looking at a bridge? That's a fixed location, fucking Rumpus. Are you serious?
Okay, wait. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, Rumpus. When you say a fixed horizon, you are implying that it's always there. And that's what. Wait. That's what people pick up on. That's not. I understand. That's not what you're saying. I understand. Hold on, Rumpus. Hold on. I understand what you're saying, but when you say that it's a fixed horizon, people pick up on it. Say, wait. Just wait. When
don't say I have.
You just did.
No,
you did.
I said for
Rumpus.
I've never used the word.
Hold on, just slow down. Rumpus, just slow down. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to explain where Shawn G and myself, when we heard that, we said no, it's not, and that's where the disconnect is.
Okay, well let me repeat what I.
Okay, wait. Now, Rumpus, the other thing that I want to say is when you use superlooming, you are using an exaggerated term. Yes. When you are talking specifics, do you exaggerate your specifics?
Well, normally Rumpus doesn't. You see, superlooming is a made-up term, isn't it? It's like
but it's accurate. It
Right,
describes.
but
It is a
Rumpus,
formal term in the literature.
but Rumpus, this is what I'm trying to say. Rumpus, just give me 1 second. This is what I'm trying to say. When you go into specifics, and you're trying to give a term in specifics, and you use an exaggerated term, that people pick up on that, and they say, "Well, wait a minute, you're just making this up."
Right, but the thing is, looming there's a particular form of looming which we call standard looming, or standard refraction gives you what we call normal looming, and that's with the 7/6R thing. So if you're not dealing with that situation, you're dealing with a looming that's of a greater scale than the standard, then you've got to give it an extra term, and it's perfectly reasonable, it seems to me, to say super looming or extra large looming or extra scaled looming, but it just seems a simpler term, and it's still accurate. There's nothing inaccurate about using the word super looming, like might we call
Travis would argue the same about his aqua thing.
Exactly, but Rumpus, but if you said,
and I would agree with
Rumpus,
both of them.
But Rumpus, this if you had said it's looming, but it is greater than what we normally see due to this,
right? But
rather than just say super looming.
Yeah, well,
you know, if you
I can end this
started
right
off,
now. Watch this. Rumpus, does the distance matter?
To what?
Distance, position, height, atmospheric conditions, all of those things change the position of the apparent horizon.
Thank you.
Hang on, listen, everyone's getting off track and you're getting totally hung up on semantics, right? So don't be doing that. Barney, let me ask you a question, bud. This picture here was taken at eye level at the beach, right? At standard calculations, would you agree that that horizon line is 3 miles away?
It should be somewhat further than that, but yes.
A little, thereabouts. So when you're watching the sunrise here, for all intents and purposes, from your perspective, that sun is rising, even though it's millions of miles away, from behind this line, wall of water, whatever you want to call it, which appears to be 3 miles away. Would you roughly agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, this is the point here for everyone. This is where you point your crosshairs, identifying the horizon. But what I'm saying is there's no contrast here. So what appears to be a fixed line is not an actual fixed line. It's only when the sun is lower. So if we go back a couple of pictures, when the sun was lower, here's one of them. Here's a perfect one. When the sun is just starting to rise, now where would you identify the horizon line? Higher. Would you identify here as the choppy line?
Higher.
Or would you find the mirror line, the fold line, and identify that as the real horizon line? These are the bigger questions.
Pete, wait. He was asking me.
Yeah.
I agree with your point. That is a fair point. But that is a problem only if you are very low to the water surface, where the incident of that light is so low that the eternal reflection comes so near to you to cause that problem. If you go up high and look down, that horizon will be much further, and that effect will be much smaller. So you will be able to more accurately measure where the real horizon is.
Which is why they have birds' nests on ships, right? They went out to get a better view.
Wait, let me finish what I was saying. One of the requirements for the Al-Biruni experiment is to measure the difference between the horizontal and that dip of the angle from a very high position. The higher, the better. Why? Because you need some significant portion of the Earth's radius to be able to measure it. If you're trying to measure the radius based on 5 meters of altitude from the radius, you will get no meaningful answer. The tiniest error will give you the least, will give you the biggest differences. And in that case, as shown here, you have the biggest error, right?
Well, my point.
But Barney, isn't that all bollocks if the sphere is not a reality? Would you agree with that? That's all a load of bollocks, misapplied science. Wouldn't you agree with that, surely, if the sphere wasn't true?
If the
sphere wasn't true, that would indeed all be bollocks. But if the sphere wasn't true, then the Al-Biruni experiment would be impossible from a mountain.
Now, Well,
The
not
other,
quite sure about.
I'd just like to make a point to emphasize Barney's earlier point, to build on it. The other key point is what this area you've got here, which is the ephemerage, which of course only happens under certain circumstances, when you've got a warm air coming up and from a warm sea and cold air, etc., which you can avoid. You can pick on a day this doesn't happen. But even if you did,
I thought you said it was just due to the sun, Rumpus, not due to the temperature of the sea earlier. So sometimes it is due to the temperature of the sea, is it?
Yeah,
just remember.
it's an ephemerage, which is due to an inverted temperature gradient. I'll come back to that in a second. Right, but the key point is this error that we've got here, all this confusion between what is and is not the apparent horizon. If you go up higher, the dip angle, the key element is the dip angle. If that's nice and big, this angle where you think you may or may not be is a much smaller fraction of the dip angle. So, for instance, if you're looking down at, say, 10 degrees, down to the horizon, and this angle we've got here of where the ephemerage is that's confusing the issue is that'll only be something like 0.01 degrees in size. So therefore the error can only be 0.01 degrees in 10 degrees, and so you can ignore it. But if you're really low, like this chap is taking it from, where he's only 6 feet high, then the dip angle for him is actually of the same order of the size of the ephemerage, and that's why you wouldn't do it like this. So you try and get the error to be a small fraction of the measured angle. So you do that by going higher, and then you don't have to worry about this bollocks.
You would have to worry about that because if you were observing, hang on, please. If you were observing the sunrise, hang on, please.
Hold on, let me finish. You didn't understand. You didn't understand, did you?
Yes, I did. Excuse me, please. Let me
angular size of
let me answer. I'm going to keep speaking because
the angular size
it does happen as you rise higher. Because if you're observing the sunrise,
would be a very small fraction
of
the dip angle. Therefore, you can ignore it because the error would be a very small portion of the value you're measuring.
So as I started to speak, you interrupted me. Now I say it does matter because as you're observing the same sunrise, you are still going to get these reflected artifacts. You're still going to get this mirrored water layer.
And you didn't listen to what I said, did you? Because the angular size of these reflected parts would be a tiny fraction of the value you're measuring. This size, this angular size you've got on screen here, is only going to be of the order of about 0.1 degrees. If you can get your dip angle to be, say, 10 degrees, this value would be irrelevant.
That means you have to look further, right? But again, you always
just listen to what I said just then. If you're measuring a dip angle of 10 degrees, and this angle, which I'll bet you is only 0.1 degrees, then you can ignore it.
Rumpus, as you go higher, the horizon, apparent horizon, appears to extend. So as you're looking at the sunrise, you're still going to get the same phenomena, right?
No,
yes, but it will be smaller in angular size. And as to what Rumpus is saying, it will beyond that take a smaller percentage of the dip. So you will be getting more and more and more and more accurate as you go higher.
I understand what you're saying. I understand your point exactly. And I can explain what's going on perfectly.
No,
but it doesn't involve assuming... Excuse me, please. It doesn't involve...
subject.
It doesn't involve assuming a sphere. Hang on, please.
Do you accept it? So do you accept, hold on, before you go on to describing how it happens, do you accept the explanation that if you go up higher and the ephemerage forms a small, tiny fraction of the thing you're measuring, that it is irrelevant?
I can see how it would be more convenient for the mass you use. Absolutely.
Great. So you can ignore it completely if you've got a big enough dip angle.
You can't ignore it completely.
Yes, you can, because it's only 0.1 degrees.
Excuse me, please. Listen.
The size of that area.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Is
That's why we're still having this debate. Whether
that
the Earth is flat or a sphere. It's either one. Listen, bud. That's why we're still having this debate. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere. It's either one or the other. So if someone is desperately wrong, like Barney and yourself with your dispute earlier on, someone was wrong, right? And someone admitted to being wrong. Someone is wrong here. Now, what the listener has to, hang on, please. What the listener has to evaluate is who is presenting a more reasonable case. My case is, no matter where you, when you look at this image here and you misidentify the horizon, when the sun comes into contrast area, you will always get this mirroring. Rumpus, Let me finish, please. You don't have to assume a fall. If you assume that it's a flat plane, water is always flat, then we can understand that this is an apparent horizon. Beyond that, the acuteness of
dip angle is not zero, you know you're not on a flat Earth.
Excuse me, the acuteness of viewing angle
the dip angle is not
the
zero,
water.
it
Shut your
cannot
mouth,
be
Rumpus.
flat.
No wonder you're fucking a faceless
If the
character. You
dip
can be as
angle
rude
is
as you
not
like.
zero, it cannot be flat.
Listen, if it wasn't flat, you wouldn't be doing your shit for all these years.
I'm not trying to convince idiots like you, Pete.
You are arguing against it, therefore it must be true.
Yeah, seems to be the case.
Is that right, Barney? With all your intelligence, Barney, I don't see much of it on show, man.
Pete!
Because you don't seem to have an open mind. What if the Earth is flat? What if water is always flat? What if we're looking at a mirrored water layer because the acuteness of viewing angle becomes so small, right, so limited, that the water sets itself up in a reflective sense, right?
Gibberish.
You can't imagine that far, Barney, can you not?
Barney's able to dismiss the things to ignore. He doesn't bring on the concept.
Well, I can explain it. This is
of saying 1 +
actual
1 =
horizon
3.
here.
He doesn't assume that pixies can be responsible for it.
Is that right?
He's got enough knowledge to know what to reject as being
This
possible.
mirror band, hang on, Rumpus. This mirror band extends all the way across the screen, right, and all the way around
if you accept
here.
it's only 0.1 degrees, you should understand that if you've got a dip angle of 10
when you have
degrees,
this
it's
contrast,
irrelevant.
this interaction, you can identify the mirror line. You call it the fold line. In terms of the sunrise here,
And if it's only 0.1 degrees, Pete, we can
if
ignore
we
it.
identify the mirror line here.
Pete, how can it be a mirror line?
Let me finish, please. Let me finish my explanation. If we identify the mirror line here, we can understand now that we're looking at the furthest horizon possible over a flat plane, which can be many miles, many tens of miles.
No, you're looking at illusion caused by light refraction. That's exactly what you're looking at.
And if you're not, this mirrored layer extends all the way across. It's not just a function of what we're looking at here directly.
No one's saying it is, Pete. But what we are saying is it's only 0.1 degrees of the field of view of someone. And if we're measuring a value that's 10 degrees, we can ignore it. If we've got a dip angle of 10 degrees, which is not compatible with a flat Earth, and therefore this angle that we're seeing on screen is only 0.1 degrees, our error is only going to be 1%.
It's
So
0.1 degree. Hang on, Rumpus. That's in relation to the distance from the observer to
There's
the
no
horizon
distance
line.
involved. I did not mention distance. I talked about
Well, hang on.
angle.
The degree and the fucking trigonometry dictates there's a distance. You fucking
No,
idiot.
it doesn't. It's an angle. We're measuring an angle. We're not
Okay, we're measuring an
distances.
angle, but if you go up on a cliff top, will the horizon extend a much farther distance than 3 miles at eye level? Yes or no?
Yes, it will.
Thank
But
you.
That's not the point.
Thank you. That's my point.
The point is, if you bother to listen to what I was describing, how Al-Biruni measured the radius of the Earth, the two things you need to work out. 1, your altitude. 2, the dip angle below the horizontal. There are no other calculations. There are no other things you need to know about distances to things or whatever. You only need to know your altitude and the angle of dip to the horizon.
But you
So the
also have
distance
to know
you're
the
talking about is
radius of
utterly
the
irrelevant.
Earth, right?
No.
Well,
No,
PJ, PJ, I have to ask a question. Are you trying to I'm trying to get my words right here.
Shawn,
are you trying to say? Hold on one second.
Explain what's going on here, because I know where you're going with your question.
Are you trying to say that the fold line is where the horizon would be?
No. If you look at the picture I'm seeing here, what the fuck shape is this of the sun? Again, Barney and Rumpus all have to incorporate much magic and much magical reflections and looming going on, reflection in the air and all of this sort of stuff.
But there is reflection. There is
a literal
going
mirror
on there.
layer, right? You're looking into the distance, the far distance. When you identify the mirror line across here, that's the actual horizon, the furthest we can see over a flat plane.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I've got a little quiz, actually.
Okay, hold on one second. Shawn G,
Look at this
I sent you a
horizon line
picture.
here,
I sent you a picture in Discord. Can you pull that up, please?
I'll stop sharing here. My point is made.
Oh.
I've got a little quiz in my presentation.
Barney, how's your head feeling now?
Who would have thought the water reflective, right?
I've got a little quiz in my presentation which asks you, where do you believe in this picture where you think the real geometric horizon is, or whether the apparent or how it closely.
I can answer this. It's at number 5.
We answered that the last time, and you said
number
you're
6.
not out the answer from.
Yeah, it's 5 or 6.
That's Toby's
line,
answer.
it's the mirror
But
layer.
it is one of those. So in other words, if you were to have no air at all, then
So the
it would
Toad
be...
is right. Yes.
I haven't said that. No, I have not said that, Toady.
You have. You just said I'm right. You said I'm
no, I didn't.
correct.
I said
Yes,
I
you
think
did.
you're right. No, you said you're
No,
right. Well,
I know I'm right. I know I'm right.
I'd say 5.
Okay, so the point is, I've got a little quiz question as to where the geometric horizon, i.e., what you would see if there was no air at all,
It's simple.
where
It's
that
7/6
water would appear,
Just
where
work
that
backwards.
where that
Simple.
horizon would be.
Right,
And I got an answer for
mirror
that.
line.
And so, and the fold line, I think is at, yeah, you can see the fold line is at number 1 there. Actually, if you look alongside it, where it inverts. So there's number 1 is at the fold line. And so
I'd probably
you're
go with
claiming,
5 as well. 5 probably. Yeah.
right. And I do answer this question at the end of my presentation
Oh.
using the ray tracing that
Which will never ever get published. So we'll never know
yeah,
the
thanks,
answer
Toby.
till the day I die.
Which will happen. It will happen. But
people
I
stop
can
putting fucking quarters in rumpus.
If the sun was to suddenly rise above that image there in the
I'm
background, Rumpus, a new horizon line would present itself.
No,
If a
the sun
massive
has-
tanker
what's
ship
the
came
answer?
in behind
The
that
sun-
island and it
the
was
sun
visible,
has
a
nothing
new
to do with
horizon
it.
would present itself.
The
You're
sun
looking at
has
over
not-
water.
You can see the
You've
fold line. You can
misidentified the
see,
horizon
and you can
again.
see the inferior
Oh,
mirage.
come on, one at a time.
Yeah, seriously. Why do you guys insist on fucking talking at the same time? Rumpus and Pete, you both are doing it, and it's fucking ridiculous.
He's
Seriously.
been through this already, Shawn. He won't
I
give up
don't
the answer
care
either.
about your goddamn excuses. Both of you, fucking stop. It's fucking childish.
No, Shawn, you said something to me before. What was it?
Oh, I was waiting for Discord to load. It was being slow for some reason. I'm pulling it up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here it comes.
By the way, I've never seen Pete Shea so coherent though. So well done, Pete.
Yeah,
Well,
mind that.
I've not heard the A word at all, right, of the whole thing. So
Mind that. I covered all this four years ago now.
yeah, I know. I was never there though, so I never heard it.
Yeah.
The A word.
Right, zoom in on the sun then. Zoom in on the sun here.
Yep, exactly. Zoom in on the sun, if you could, please.
Finally, we have a nice HD photo.
The sun's under the water.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Sun's in the water, right? So how do you explain this, Rumpus? Let's hear a baller
It's the watery layers that are above us in the firmament.
What do you mean? How do you explain it? The sun is
No,
below.
hang on. Let's see
The
how
sun is
explain
below
it.
the horizon. That's impossible on a flat Earth. What I mean?
But hang
you're
on,
the one who's
how
got
is
to
the sun in
explain.
the water?
It's a light flare, you fucking moron, man.
It's a reflection. What the hell are you talking about? That is a reflection.
It's a flare.
You know in the clouds. You know in the clouds.
It's somebody shooting the sun without the filter.
Yeah. It's a glare. It's clearly a
Yep,
glare thing.
that's exactly what it is. That is a raw photo straight from my phone of the sunrise. The reason why I took that without the filter, was just for the reflection.
You can actually see its reflection. It is a reflection, but if you can see, it's not a sort of a symmetrical reflection. So very good. I can see what's going on here. This is excellent.
Oh,
but Rumpus, what you will admit is that the sun appears to be coming out of the
Take the
water
same photo with a
between the
filter
observer
on
and
it,
the
or put your
horizon.
finger next to the sun or something to block out the glare.
Do you see how the reflection? Do you see that
But Pete,
reflection?
how do you explain the sun is below the horizon on a flat Earth? This is impossible.
How is this impossible?
Because it's below the horizon.
No, it is not.
That's not if it were to do that in real life when we were living on a flat Earth, the whole of the Earth would become dark.
Hang on, please. Let me give my
Jesus
explanation
Christ.
then. Let me give my explanation. So, Shawn.
Rumpus, whenever you're ready, I'd like to just show you where I think we differ and why I think you're wrong.
Hang on, please. Yeah,
so nice one. Nice one. Let me,
where the
Shawn.
sky meets the water. You're not going to say
Yeah,
that,
hang on,
are
please.
you?
Because Shawn asked me, right? So, Shawn, if you look at the, go back, right. Zoom in a bit, right? Not so much. We can get the whole thing in, right? So I can see what's going on here. Back a small bit more. Zoom out a small bit more.
32
There you go.
pixels
That'll
wide.
do. Right. So if we look at what it looks like the apparent horizon here, the sun would be. This is going down, right? So if we imagine the water between the apparent horizon and the observer, which is you, as being a mirror, right? What we're actually looking at here is half the sun at the top and the other half being sort of distortedly mirrored in a big stretch of water from your perspective. That's all that's happening. That's perfectly reasonable. I can explain that perfectly.
But Pete,
That's perfectly fine. I don't care.
But
Of course you don't care, Barney. You're all about the truth, Barney, with all your big brain.
Pete, hold on. Okay, so that would be fine, except for the fact that you can still see the outline of the top of the sun.
Right, so you can see
So
it's a reflection.
where is the other half of the sun?
It's. I take it this is at sunset, right?
Sunrise.
Or sunrise. It's just coming up, so the sun is sort of half up above what appears to be the horizon. Is that right?
So it's just coming up under the disk.
Excellent. So perfect explanation, Shawn.
It's actually lower than what it looks like. It's actually
Perfect explanation. A perfect explanation I've just given you. What's the problem with my explanation? We can see that so if we take the horizon line as a mirror line, we can see that below the horizon line is a reflection of what's above it, but it's sort of distorted, right?
So the question still stands. Where is the other half of the sun now? That's kind of what I'm
the sun actually is. The sun is a reflection against a watery barrier
grow and
in the
shrink
distance.
in size when it goes?
So the sun is just coming closer to us, right?
Yeah, but why doesn't it shrink and why doesn't it grow in size, Pete?
Well, that's got to do with Rumpus and Barney were talking about atmosphere and all of the different turbulences going on closer to the surface level. As we're down closer to the surface level, we have more and more water particulation, water density in the air that we're looking
That is nonsense. I used to observe the sun with a sun filter on a 10-inch aperture telescope at sunset, at sunrise. The sun does not grow and shrink in size.
Right. So we've come across each other before, and we didn't particularly like each other, right, Abel?
No, not at all. I never not liked you.
You came along as being sort of a relatively open-minded person.
You're ignoring his point.
You thought I was a shill, so I had to go on camera.
You made a point.
Well, answer me this then. Answer me this then.
Wait. Go back to my point. You just diverted and dodged.
So we know this is the age-old point that the sun never changes in angular size, where it actually does, right? It's a proven fact that it does.
It's a proven fact it doesn't. And flat earthers have actually used a solar filter. There's a one great channel by a flat earther who used a solar filter and checked the size of the sun every day for 365 days.
Right.
And he didn't get it to change in angular size once, except for 1 pixel on one day.
So
Gleam
says
he's proven it
hang on,
changes.
please. Let me answer that.
Okay.
Let me answer that.
Assuming that's true,
Rumpus. Assuming that's true,
and Abel here is clearly demonstrating the same thing.
Assuming that's true, Rumpus, then what that does is it does away with all the atmospheric distortions. Is that correct?
I don't know what time. I think he picked it. He picked times. I think when he was looking directly up. So when you're looking up, when you're looking above about 15 degrees, you don't get any compression or expansion of the image. And I think I can't remember what angle he may have done it the same. The same. I don't know what times of day he picked on.
So again,
but obviously,
excuse
me. But when it comes close to the horizon, obviously, you are going to get some sort of refraction effects and inferior mirages. But he avoided it.
So that's perfectly fine with me, Rumpus. Once you do away with all of the distortion that we experience through the atmosphere, we get back to what the sun actually is. And for me, it's a fixed size reflection against a watery backdrop.
Have you seen? You made a claim. You made a claim that the angular size changes, and it doesn't. And Abel has also
it appears to. In angular size, the sun will appear to change depending on, and that's why I brought in closer to the water level. We have a thicker layer of atmosphere to look through.
Pete, I'd like to know if you've seen the sun with a sun filter through a telescope.
As the sun comes closer then and we look more directly upwards, there's less atmosphere to cause that distortion. So it'll generally balance out to giving a standard sort of
so it won't change in size. Excellent. We're agreed on that. Now, Barney, you were trying to make a point.
Off you go.
Are you sure?
Well, you've only had 2 hours earlier on to speak, but off you go, Barney. Don't be a little girl.
Yeah, but at least he's got intelligent things to say, Pete.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Barney, let me ask you a question before you continue then. When was the Earth first scientifically proven to move?
I am not here today to talk about the Earth. I'm here to talk about optics.
Exactly. And I've answered that question
about
8
optics,
times.
I'd love to answer it.
Fair enough.
I needed Rumpus for this. Oh, never mind.
He'll listen.
No, fair enough. I actually support the decision.
And we got about 10 minutes before I'm wrapping up anyway. But yeah, I didn't have it. I'm only repeating it because I was muted to the chat. I did boot Pete and Rumpus because they can't have a conversation without being like that. It's insane, ridiculous, and if they're on the panel together, it's a joke, and I'm not having it.
Cool, man.
Go ahead,
That's
guys.
fine. It's your place. It's your yard, bro. You make the rules. You know what I'm saying?
So Shawn, that last image, it's pretty funny because if you zoom when it was zoomed in like that, it gave the same exact pixel as that claim that the lighthouse was there.
Are we all
Same
in
exact.
consensus? Are we all in consensus that if the sun was 3,000 miles wide or very local, it would shrink and increase in size as it drifted away from us towards us, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Barney, can you just well, I don't know how it could if it did some odd thing like looping around the pancake, right? I suppose.
Even if it did, it would definitely shrink to a noticeable size. You'd well to the obvious. That's physics.
Yeah, the proportion would. Barney, do you just want to run through your two things just so I can have a look at it?
Yeah, sure. So
because I've still in my head, I think Rumpus's thing was too complicated, and I think if it numbered it, it would have been easier to understand which rays were going where.
Basically, while they were yelling, I tried to draw how I understand it. And again, this is not in any way a simulation or a calculation. This is just me drawing lines.
Sure, it's you understanding the concept, in your mind.
The difference between what I think, where I think Rumpus is correct and where I think he's wrong.
Rumpus's was ray traced, wasn't it? Just.
I have no idea.
Okay, I think it was.
Rumpus's was a document. He
called
it
was
ray
it?
tracing, but I called it ray tracing.
I think it was ray traced. He said he did it with Phil to me, but okay, all right. Well, it makes a difference, doesn't it, if it is or not? But yeah, okay.
It makes a difference because I think that his black line cannot be going the way that he's.
Yeah,
showing.
it's the black one that appears above it. Yeah. So that's why I'm interested to see what happens here. Okay.
This is an object. We have 4 lines going and all of them entering the eye on the other side.
Perfect.
The gradient here is as Rumpus described it. So thin, thick, thin, right?
And perfect. Like Rumpus said. Yep.
Below that is the same example with my setup, which is thin, thick, and then a very thin layer of thin air next to. So what I think would happen for the upper rays, which go only through the normal gradient, which is standard refraction, you get the very same thing for both cases. The lines just go just curve up and fall into the eye, making the object seem slightly.
Could you zoom out just so I can see the whole of length? I've got the trouble seeing. That's it, perfect. Okay, so which one do I want to look at? Rumpus's is on the top, is it? Or the bottom?
Rumpus's is on the top, mine is on the bottom.
Okay, hang on, let me follow the top lines. The top line comes out, and there's the line that goes to the eye. Then there's the other one that's his black line, and that comes along, goes through the middle layer. Oh yeah, gets bent up, and comes back.
So, as his line goes. So what I objected to in his drawing is that of the lower lines, he only drew 2 of them. But the ones that he was showing, that he was indicating, were all parallel with the upper lines, right? And he was using that to point out that, but never mind. So the green and the blue lines go down, and at the point of inflection where the changes, they do get inverted. So if you were looking from beneath the mirage, you would see an inverted image, not the mirage, the distortion. You would potentially see the inverted image. I don't know what would happen if you had the eye in this area here. As it comes up, it comes into normal refraction again, and you get this kind of arrangement of
all right, so my first critique of that is if this is the Rumpus version at the top we're looking at. On Rumpus's, the black line
so on Rumpus's
came out above the other one, the purple line.
On Rumpus's, he has somehow managed to draw them intersecting here, right? Now, if they intersect here, that would be the same as the yellow and orange line intersecting here. Right? If you just flip the image upside down.
I'm a bit confused. So on Rumpus's drawing, I remember there was a purple and a black, and on Rumpus's drawing, they both came from the same point.
Okay, so this was... Do you want me to color code them in the same way?
Yeah, it would probably help me memorizing which is which, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, fair enough. So these were green.
Yeah, I've changed my picture so you can see the telescope that I used to...
These were orange.
Never change size.
These were purple. Let's pick a brighter purple. And these were black. Okay, so you had a point higher up.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
So I don't have the exact image that he had because he had shown that. I didn't draw that one, right? In his exact image, this black line and purple line got inverted somewhere around here and arrived in the eye in the opposite order, right? Where in his image, the black one arrived in the eye above the purple one.
That's right.
Right? So if you have an inflection of density, right? That means that this part of density below here is the same as this one, except just turned upside down. So refraction through it should look the same as this one, except upside down, right? It wouldn't behave differently just because you flipped the gradient. Does that make sense? So
I'm still trying to work it out in my head. I'm trying to, like, it's going the different way to his. I'm trying to visualize it against his. This is why I'm struggling, Barney. So I'm just, I'm a bit slow on these things, as you know. So
basically, I'm just applying the very simple rule that I presented at the beginning of my presentation, which was as things go from thinner to denser, they deflect towards the vertical, and as they go from denser to thinner, they deflect away from the vertical, right? So here, as it's going from thinner to denser, it is kind of getting more and more vertical slowly, right?
Oh, I get it.
Then when it gets to the densest point, it is now going from denser to thinner, right? So it is diverting away from the vertical and getting straighter again, right? As it reaches the point of being absolutely straight, it gets turned around. Now it's going from thinner to thicker. It again goes towards denser until it reaches the densest point. And then again, it's going from denser to thinner and going away until it reaches the eye. So that effect does happen. There is an inversion of the lines of light as it passes these points of maximum density, but it passes to that point twice. So it gets inverted, and then it gets inverted again. And the image that gets to your eye is upright.
On Rumpus's picture, there was a line. There was a line that was, I think, purple, and I can't remember the other color. And when it arrived, there was two lines from the same point. I think he turned it into a dashed line maybe later on. Do you remember?
So
and when they came,
and
they inverted when they arrived. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. The green and the orange lines on his image are identical to my own.
Okay. Yours, I can't see where yours are starting from on the right now, unfortunately. So the green is on top, on your top image, and the green is still on top, but on Rumpus's, they inverted. Do you remember?
No. The green and the orange are the top ones, and they are identical in all three examples, right? On Rumpus's and on both of these.
All right, so let me just rephrase what I thought I saw in Rumpus's, because it's, I'm trying to remember it. On Rumpus's, there was 2 rays of light that came from the same place. Do you remember? We talked about them a lot. Yeah.
Yes,
and
those were the green and the purple.
Green and purple, was it? Okay. And when they arrived, they had, hang on, had they flipped? They reached you. Yes, they had. They had
arrived to the eye at a different angle.
That's right. Exactly. Yes. At a different angle. Exactly. Yeah. I can't remember whether they were on top of each other or not. Had they changed position or not? I can't remember. But they definitely arrived at a different angle.
They arrive at a different angle. The fact that they arrive at a different angle, since the eye sees everything as though it's coming from straight lines, it means that it will see the green one as coming from up here, right? Yeah. And the purple one is coming from somewhere down, if this is
lower down.
From somewhere around here, right?
All right, and you've replicated that in your top model. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yep. All right, agree. Okay, all right. And then he had the black line, because I asked him to
change it. And he had a black line, and he claimed that this black line here, in his model, which is this model of refraction through a lower gradient, right?
Hang on.
Without internal reflection, his lower line somehow arrived above his purple line.
That's right, because he said the purple line.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end this. I'm going to do it this way only because I don't want to stop the conversation and I wanted to keep recording it. So I do appreciate everyone being here. It was fun stream. The beginning, at least. I do apologize for the quote-unquote shit show. Which I predicted. But nonetheless, I do appreciate Barney coming on and doing the presentation because it definitely helped a lot of people understand, helped me understand something in the idea of why this R topic was really a topic. I didn't depict it as one at first. Another thing is, and another one is the breakthrough that I came through. Understand this. This goes for everyone. I'm not here to enjoy an argument. I don't enjoy the argument. I'm not here to prove anyone right or wrong. I'm here to get a better understanding of how things work. The discussion happens, the arguments happen, the disagreements happen, etc. in just that alone. But to be dishonest about what the observations are, it's disingenuous and it's obvious. Again, nothing presented today, nothing talked about today had anything to do with us trying to prove or disprove flat Earth or globe. It was only the understanding of how standard refraction works, how observations are made and described, and then so on and so on. To think that things work differently the second the globe comes into fruition is disingenuous. If it was flat, our observations would make it appear to be flat. The data would make it flat. Explanations for why things happen would show it's flat. It doesn't. The flat Earth argument has become the globe argument, just denying it at the end of the conversation. And I showed that. How can something be from point A to B in the observation be the same observation? We get the same miraging, same effect, everything we agreed on. But yet, the second you have to go past that agreement, becomes dishonest. Because if it's not a globe, and if if refraction and all these things don't work as said, then why are the observations agreed upon? Why are the effects in miraging agreed upon? The only thing disagreed upon was what the result of the observations are. And with all those observations and intel that you're able to get, we could create a model, and that's what models are. Models do not presuppose. Not at all. You need the data, you need the observations to create a model. To the next point. Rumpus shows you can be a smart person and still be dumb. Try to help him and tell him, hey, your presentation is created and put together like you're presenting it to yourself. He says, no, I'll have a dumber way of saying it. If you're presenting anything, it is to make people or help people understand the view that you're trying to discuss. If no one can understand your presentation needs to be discussed an hour after it was made on what things are and mean. Your presentation was shit. Which means if you are a very smart person and your presentations are shit, you're not doing anything of any use. Figure that part out before you want to call people fucking utter morons.